The Poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 520. Arrival at Jericho. Zacchaeus' Aostolate. 1st of November, 1946. Jesus is anxiously awaited. A large crowd is in the fields, awaiting for him, and as soon as a lookout man, who has climbed a tall walnut tree, shouts, "Here is the Lamb of God!" the people stand up and run towards Jesus, who is coming forward in the early, misty twilight. "Master! Master! We have been waiting for you for such a long time! Our sick people, our children, your blessing! The old people are waiting for you to die in peace. If you bless us, Lord, no misfortune will befall us." They all speak at the same time, while Jesus raises his hand repeatedly to bless and continues to say, "Peace, peace to all of you." The apostles who are still with him are caught in the crowd and carried away from Jesus, who is almost prevented from walking by the very ones who gently complain of the long wait. Poor Zacchaeus struggles convulsively to reach Jesus, to make himself heard by him, or at least to be seen. But so short as he is, and not very agile or strong, he is always pushed back by fresh waves of people. His voice is lost in the clamour, and in the confusion of restless heads, arms, and garments, his person disappears. In vain he implores, and at times he reproaches, to have some compassion. People are always selfish with regard to what gives them pleasure, and are cruel to their weaker neighbour. Poor Zacchaeus, feeling exhausted after all his efforts and convinced of their uselessness, is no longer willing to struggle and utterly disheartened, resigns himself. In fact, how can he possibly succeed if more people come rushing from every street, which look like streams flowing into the same river? The street along which Jesus is walking, and each new affluent with a fresh wave that makes the crowd thicker and thicker, to the extent of making it frightening to be caught in it, pushes back poor Zacchaeus. Thaddeus sees him and tries to elbow his way through the crowd to tear him away from the corner into which the crowd has pushed and confined him. But Judas Thaddeus, in turn, is pushed by those pressing in upon him from behind, and his attempt fails. Thomas, relying on his strength, elbows his way and shouts in his powerful voice, "Make way!" for the same purpose, not to hope. The crowd is a wall more solid than rock, and at the same time as pliable as caoutchouc. It bends but will not break. It is no longer an embrace. It is an unbreakable chain. Thomas also resigns himself. And Zacchaeus loses all hope, because Didymus is the last of the apostles caught in the stream of people. And at last it passes. It has passed. Strips of cloth, tassels, fringes, hairpins, clothes clasps are lying on the ground, witnessing the violence. There is also a little child's sandal, completely crushed, and seems to be sadly awaiting the little foot that lost it. Zacchaeus queues up behind them, all looking sad as well, just like the little sandal snatched from its little owner by the crowd. Jesus cannot be seen any longer. A bend in the street has concealed him from poor Zacchaeus' eyes. When, last in the crowd, he arrives at the square where once he had his bench, he sees the crowds have stopped shouting, praying, imploring. And he sees Jesus, who has mounted the little step of a house, shake his head and arms. And he says something that cannot be understood because of the roar of the crowd. And finally he sees Jesus, who has come off his pedestal with difficulty, take to the road again and turn towards that part of the town where his house is. Zacchaeus then grows daring again. The crowd is a large one, but the square is wide. The people therefore are not so compact, and one can go through it, as if it were not too thick a hedge, if one is willing to do so, and is not afraid of being injured. And Zacchaeus, who has now become a wedge, a catapult, a battering ram, butts and bumps against people, insinuates himself, delivering and receiving punches on the nose, thrusts with elbows in the stomach and kicks in the shin. But he pushes his way through and moves forward. He is now at the opposite side. But the square narrows here, and he meets the impenetrable wall again. He is only a few steps from Jesus, who is already standing near his house. But if deserts and rivers separated him from it, he could have better hopes to succeed in reaching him. He gets angry, and he shouts in a commanding voice, "I have to go home! Let me pass! Can't you see that he wants to go into my house?" He should never have said so. That rekindles the wishes of the people to have the master in other houses. Some people laugh, making fun of poor Zacchaeus. Some give him rude answers. There is not one person who feels sorry for him. On the contrary, they begin to shout and get excited, so that the master may not hear or see Zacchaeus. And some shout, "You have already had even too much from him, you old sinner!" I think that the memory of old tax collections and vexations influences so much ill will. Even the man who is more inclined to the supernatural almost always has a little corner in which the love for his hoard is lively, and even more lively is the memory of whoever has been detrimental to that hoard. But the time for Zacchaeus' trial has passed, and Jesus rewards his perseverance. Jesus shouts at the top of his voice, "Zacchaeus, come to me! Let him pass, because I want to go into his house." It is absolutely necessary to obey. The people press against one another in order to open out, and Zacchaeus comes forward, flushed with fatigue and blushing for joy. And he tries to tidy his ruffled hair, his unbuttoned garment, and his belt, the tassels of which are around his back instead of being in front of him. He looks for his mantle. Who knows where it is? It does not matter. He is by now in front of Jesus, stooping to pay his respects to him. It is impossible for him to do more than that, as he has hardly enough room to bend a little. "Peace to you, Zacchaeus. Come here, that I may give you the kiss of peace. You deserve it," says Jesus, smiling a really cheerful, juvenile smile that makes him look rejuvenated. "Oh yes, Lord, I did deserve it. How difficult it is to reach you, Lord," says Zacchaeus, raising himself up as much as possible on the tips of his toes to be at the level of Jesus, who bends to kiss him. As he does so, his face appears to be bleeding because of a scratch on his right cheek, and one of his eyes is bruised, probably because of a thrust of an elbow on his eye socket. Jesus kisses him and then says, "But I am not rewarding you for this effort, but for the others you have made, unknown to many people, but known to me. Yes, it is true. It is difficult to reach me, and the crowd is not the only obstacle. And it is not even the most difficult obstacle one finds to meet me. But oh, people who have almost carried me shoulder high, the most difficult, the most composed obstacle, and which is always recomposed after one tries to destroy it or overcome it, is one's ego. I did not seem to be seeing But I saw everything and I evaluated everything. And what did I see? I saw a converted sinner, one who was hard-hearted, who loved comfort, was proud, vain, lascivious and avaricious. And I saw him divest himself of his old ego, also in minor matters, and change in his behavior and affections, in order to come to his Savior, as he did, by struggling to reach him, by imploring with humbleness, by accepting jibes and reproaches patiently, suffering in his body to be knocked about by the crowd, and in his heart to be pushed to the very end of it, without even one glance from me. And I saw other things in him, things which you know as well, but you do not want to take them into account, although they have given you relief. You may say, how do you know them, since you do not live among us? I reply, as I read the hearts of men, so I am aware of the actions of men, and I know how to be just and reward in proportion to the distance covered to reach me, to the efforts made to uproot the wild forest which covered the spirit, to improve it, eliminating what was not the vital tree, and making it the king of one's ego, surrounding it with plants of virtue, so that it may be honored, and watching that no animal that is unclean because it creeps, or is eager for corruption, or lascivious or idle, the various wicked passions, should nestle in the thicket. But this spirit of yours should be inhabited only by what is good and capable of praising the Lord. That is, supernatural affections, singing birds and meek lambs, willing to be sacrificed, inclined to perfect praise out of love for God. And as I noticed Zacchaeus' action, thoughts, and labor, so I noticed that in this town, the love of many people who have acclaimed me is more sensitive than spiritual. If you loved me according to justice, you would have taken pity on your fellow citizen, and you would not have mortified him by reminding him of his past. That past that he has cancelled, and God does not remember, because he does not go back on forgiveness granted, unless man sins again. And he is judged again only for the new sin, not for the one already forgiven. Now I say to you, and I give this as a subject for meditation at night, that true love for me does not consist in acclamations, but in doing what I do and teach, in practicing reciprocal love, in being humble and merciful, bearing in mind that your material part was made with one only dust, and that dust always has an attraction for mire, and that consequently, if so far what in you is the strength that has held you up above the mire, the spirit has never known defeat. And that is impossible because man is a sinner and God only is without sin. In future, your spirit might have to admit defeats, and in greater number and gravity than those of the old sinner now reborn to grace. In fact, through grace, he has become juvenile and new, just like a newborn baby, with, in his favor, the humility deriving from his recollection of having been a sinner, and the firm will to do, during the rest of his lifetime, as much good as is necessary to fill a long life entirely consecrated to doing good, and thus make amends, and with full and overflowing measure, for all the wrongs he may have done. I will speak to you tomorrow. I have said enough for this evening. Go and bear in mind my warning, and bless God, who has sent you the doctor, who amputates your sensuality hidden under a veil of spiritual health, like hidden diseases that corrode life under a veil of seeming health. Come, Zacchaeus. Yes, my Lord, I have only one old servant, and I will open the door myself, and with it my deeply moved heart. Oh, how moved it is, because of your infinite goodness. And after opening the gate, he lets Jesus and the apostles go in, and leads him towards the house, through the garden, now turned into a kitchen garden. The house also has stripped of all superfluous items. Zacchaeus lights a lamp and calls the servant. Here we are. The master is here. He will be sleeping here with his apostles, and will have dinner here. Have you prepared everything as I told you? Yes, I have, with the exception of the vegetables, which I will boil now. Everything is ready. Change your clothes, then, and go and inform those I told you that he is here, and ask them to come. I am going, master. May you be blessed, master, as you are letting me die a happy death. He goes away. He is the servant of my Father, and has remained with me. I dismissed all the others, but he is dear to me. He is the voice that was never silent when I sinned, and because of that I used to ill-treat him. After you, he is the one I love more than anybody else. Come, my friends, there is a fireplace there, and what can give comfort to a tired, cold limbs? You, master, to my room. And he takes him towards a room at the end of a corridor. He goes in, closes the door, pours hot water into a pitcher, takes off Jesus' sandals and serves him. Before putting the sandals on again, he kisses the bare foot and places it on his neck, saying, thus, that it may crush the residue of the old Zacchaeus. He stands up. He looks at Jesus with a smile that trembles on his lips, a humble smile, which looks as if it were moistened with tears. He makes a gesture indicating the whole room and says, I sinned so much in here, but I have changed everything so that that savor should no longer be present. Memories. I am weak. I wanted only the memory of my conversion to be alive on these bare walls, in this hard bed. The rest, I made money of it, because I was left without any, and I wanted to accomplish good deeds. Sit down, Master. Jesus sits on a wooden seat, and Zacchaeus places himself on the floor at Jesus' feet, half sitting, half kneeling. He resumes speaking. I do not know whether I have done the right thing and whether you can approve of my behavior. Perhaps I began where I should have finished, but they exist too, and only an old publican can show no repugnance against them in Israel. No, I am wrong, not only an old publican, but you as well. Nay, it is you who taught me to love them truly. Previously they were my accomplices in vice, but I did not love them. Now I reproach them, but I love them. You and I. The all-holy one, the converted sinner. You, because you have never sinned and you want to give us the joy that is yours, of the man without sin. And I, because I sinned so much, and I know how sweet is the peace that comes from being forgiven, redeemed, renewed. I wanted it for them. I looked for them. Oh, it was hard at the beginning. I wanted to make them good, and I had myself to improve. What a difficult task! I had to watch over myself, because I felt that they were watching over me. A mere nothing would have sufficed to drive them away. And then many sinned out of need, urged by their occupation. I sold everything to have money to keep them until they found other jobs, less profitable, more laborious, but honest. And some of them still come, and they are half curious, half willing to be men, not only animals. And I have to give them hospitality until they become submissive to the new yoke. Many have been circumcised, the first step towards the true God, but I do not compel them. I have wide arms to embrace their miseries, and I cannot be disgusted with them. I also would like to give them what you like to give everybody, the joy of being without remorse, since we cannot be, like you, without sin. Now tell me, my lord, whether I have been too daring. You have acted well, Zacchaeus. You are giving them more than what you hope and think I want to give men. Not only the joy of being forgiven, without remorse, but the joy of being soon citizens of my heavenly kingdom. I was aware of these deeds of yours. I followed you while you proceeded along the hard but glorious path of charity. Because that is charity, and the purest quality. You have understood the word of the kingdom. Few people have understood it, because the ancient idea survives in them, with the firm belief that they are already holy and learned. After removing the past from your heart, you remained empty, and you were able to, nay, you wanted to put the new words, the future, the eternal into your heart. Continue so, Zacchaeus, and you will be the collector of your Lord Jesus. Concludes Jesus smiling and laying his hand on Zacchaeus' head. Do you approve of what I did, Lord? Of everything? Of everything, Zacchaeus. I also told Nike, who was speaking to me about you. Nike understands you. She is open to universal mercy. Nike used to help me a lot. but now I see her only once a month at the new moon. I would have liked to follow her, but Jericho is favorable to my new work. She will not stay long in Jerusalem. You would move for no time. Afterwards, Nike will come back here. After how long, Lord? After my kingdom has been proclaimed. Your kingdom? I am afraid of that moment. Will those who now say that they are faithful to you be able to be so then? Because there will certainly be risings and struggles between those who love you and those who hate you. Do you know, Lord, that they engage even highwaymen, the scum of the people, to have followers ready to form a large mass, and thus impose themselves on others? I was told by one of my poor brothers. Oh, is there much difference between him who steals lawfully, between him who steals somebody's honor, and him who robs a wayfarer? I also used to steal lawfully, until you saved me. But even then I would not have countenanced those who hate you. It was a young man, a thief. Yes, a thief. One evening, when I had gone towards Mount Adumim, awaiting 3 peers of mine, who were coming from Ephraim with some cattle purchased at a low price, I found him lying in wait in a gorge. I spoke to him. I have never had a family, and yet I think that if I had children, I would have spoken to them thus to convince them to change life. He explained to me how and why he had become a thief. How often the true culprits are those who do not seem to be doing anything wrong. I said to him, "Don't steal any more. If you are hungry, there is some bread for you too. I will find you an honest job. As you have not yet become a killer, stop, save yourself." And I convinced him. He told me that he was by himself, as all the others had been bought over with much money by those who hate you. And now they are ready to foment risings, and to say that they are your followers in order to scandalize the people. And they hide in the caves of the Kidron, in the sepulchres, towards the Phasael, in the caves to the north of the town, among the tombs of the kings and judges everywhere. What do they want to do, Lord? Joshua was able to stop the sun, but by no means whatsoever will they be able to stop the will of God. They have money, Lord. The temple is rich. The gold offered to the temple is not korban for them, if it serves them to triumph. They have nothing. The power is mine. Their building will collapse, as if it were built with leaves, dried by the autumn winds, and shaped into a castle by a little boy. Do not be afraid, Zacchaeus. Your Jesus will be Jesus. Footnote number 1. God grant it. They are calling us. Let us go. Footnote number 1. That is Savior. Jesus, in fact, in Hebrew means Yahweh saves. Yeshua. See Matthew chapter 1, verse 20 to 21. Acts chapter 4, verse 12. The poem of the man God, the 3rd year of the public life. Chapter 521. At Jericho, 2 parables, that of the sick and the healthy, and that of the Pharisee and the publican. 2nd of November, 1946. Jesus comes out of Zacchaeus' house. It is late in the morning. He is with Zacchaeus, Peter, and James of Alphaeus. The other apostles are perhaps already out in the country, announcing that the Master is in town. Behind the group of Jesus, Zacchaeus, and the apostles, there is another one of people, considerably varying in features, age, and garments. One can state without hesitation that the men in the group belong to different races, which are probably even opposed to one another. But the events of life have brought them to this Palestinian town and have gathered them, so that from their depth they may rise towards light. They are mostly withered faces of people who have used and abused life in several ways, most of them with tired eyes. The eyes of others seem to have become greedy or hard, owing to the long habit of attending to fiscal robberies or to giving brutal orders, and now and again their old looks appear again under a humble, pensive veil drawn by their new life. And that happens particularly when people from Jericho look at them scornfully or mumble insolent words to them. Their eyes later become tired, humble, and they lower their heads inconsolately. Jesus turns round twice to look at them, and seeing them far behind, slackening their paces as they come closer to the place selected for his speech, and already crowded with people, he slackens his pace as well to wait for them. And he then says to them, "Go on ahead of me and be not afraid. You defied the world when you were doing evil. You must not be afraid of it now that you have divested yourselves of it. Use also now what you made use of to subdue it in the past, indifference towards the opinion of the world. The only weapon to make it tired of judging, and it will tire of having anything to do with you, and it will absorb you, although slowly, annihilating you in the great anonymous mass that is, in this miserable world, to which, in actual fact, too much importance is attached." The men, 15 in all, obey and move forward. "Master, the sick people of the country are over there," says James of Zebedee, going towards Jesus and pointing to a corner warmed by the sun. "I am coming. Where are the others?" "With the crowd, but they have already seen you, and they are coming. Also Solomon, Joseph of Emmaus, John of Ephesus, Philip of Arbela are with them. They are going to the house of Philip, and they have come from Joppa, Lydda, and Modin. They brought with them men and women from the seaside. In actual fact, they were looking for you because they are at a variance on judging a woman, but they will tell you. In fact, Jesus is soon surrounded and greeted reverently by the other disciples. Behind them are those who have been recently attracted by Jesus' doctrine. But John of Ephesus is absent, and Jesus asks why. "He stopped with a woman and her relatives in a house far from the crowd. They do not know whether the woman is possessed or she is a prophetess. She says wonderful things, according to the people from her village. But some scribes have listened to her, and they have judged her to be possessed. Her relatives have called exorcisers several times, but they have not been able to expel the demon that makes her speak and possesses her. But one of them said to the father of the woman, she's a virgin widow who remained in the family, 'The Messiah Jesus is needed for your daughter. He will understand her words and will know where they come from. I try to order the spirit that speaks in her to go away in the name of Jesus called the Christ. The spirits of darkness have always fled when I used that name, but they didn't this time.' From that, I infer that it is either Beelzebub himself who speaks and can resist also that name mentioned by me, or it is the Spirit of God himself, and consequently is not afraid being one with the Christ. I am more convinced of the latter case than of the former. But to be certain, only the Christ can judge. He will know the words and their origin." He was maltreated by the scribes who were present and who said that he was possessed as well, like the woman and like you. Forgive us if we have to say this. And some scribes have never left us, and they guard the woman because they want to ascertain whether she may be informed of your arrival, because she says that she knows your face and your voice, and would be able to recognize you among the thousands of people, whereas it is proved that she has never left the village. Nay, she has never moved from her house since her bridegroom died 15 years ago, on the eve of her wedding day. And it is also proved that you have never been to Bethlechi, which is her village. And the scribes are waiting for this last test to say that she is possessed. Will you see her at once? No, I must speak to the people, and it would be too noisy to meet here, among the crowds. Go and tell John of Ephesus, the woman's relatives, and also the scribes, that I will wait for them when the sun begins to set in the woods along the river, on the path to the ford. Go. After dismissing Solomon, who has spoken on behalf of everybody, Jesus goes towards the sick people, imploring to be cured, and he heals them. Among them there is an elderly woman, ankylosed by arthritis, a paralytic, a dull-witted young man, a girl who I think was tubercular, and 2 people with sore eyes. The crowds utter thrilling cries of joy. But the series of sick people has not yet come to an end. A woman disfigured by grief comes forward, supported by 2 friends or relatives, and she kneels, saying, "My son is dying. He cannot be brought here. Have mercy on me." Can you believe without limits? "Everything, my lord." Then go home. "Home? Without you?" The woman looks at him for a moment, full of anxiety. Then she understands. Her poor face brightens up. She shouts, "I am going, Lord, and blessed be you and the Most High who sent you." And she runs away faster than her companions. Jesus asks a dignified citizen of Jericho, "Is that woman a Jewess?" "No, she isn't. At least, not by birth. She is from Miletus, but she married one of us, and since then she believes in our faith." "She believed better than many Hebrews," remarks Jesus. Then, climbing on the high step of a house, he makes the usual gesture of opening out his arms before speaking, to impose silence. When silence is created, he gathers the folds of his mantle, opened on his chest by his gesture, and holds it with his left hand while he stretches out his right one in the attitude of one who takes an oath, saying, "Listen, O citizens of Jericho, to the parables of the Lord, and then meditate on them in your hearts, and draw the conclusions to nourish your spirits. You can do so because it is not since yesterday or last month or last winter that you know the word of God. Before I became the master, John, my precursor, had prepared you for my coming. And when I became the master, my disciples plowed this ground 7 and 7 times to sow the seed that I had given them. So you are able to understand the word and the parable. With whom shall I compare those who were converted after being sinners? I will compare them with sick people who have recovered. With whom shall I compare the others who have not sinned in public, or those who are rarer than black pearls, who not even secretly have committed grave sins. I will compare them with healthy people. The world is composed of those two categories, both in the spirit and in the flesh and blood. But if the comparisons are the same, the way the world treats sick people who have recovered from diseases of the body is different from the way it treats converted sinners, that is, people whose spirits were diseased and who have become healthy. We see that even when a leper, who is the most dangerous sick person and the most isolated because of the danger, receives the grace of recovery, he is admitted again into society after he has been examined by a priest and purified. And the people of his town give him a hearty welcome because he is cured and has come back to life, to his family and his business. There is a big feast in the family and in the town when a leper receives that grace and becomes healthy. His relatives and fellow citizens vie in taking various things to him. And if he is all alone, without home or furniture, they offer him bed and pieces of furniture, and they all say, he is held dearest by God. His hand has cured him. Let us therefore honor him, and we will thus honor him who created and recreated him. It is right to do so. And when, unfortunately, a man shows the first signs of leprosy, with how much love, full of anguish, his relatives and friends overwhelm him with endearments, as long as it is possible to do so, as if they wished to give him all at once the treasure of love they would have given him in many years, that he may take it with him to the sepulchre of a living being. But why do they not do so with the other sick people? A man begins to commit sins. His relatives and above all his fellow citizens notice that. Why then do they not try to tear him away from sin with loving efforts? A mother, a father, a wife, a sister still do that. But brothers are unlikely to do so. Never mind the children of the father's or mother's brother. And finally, the fellow citizens, the more just ones, do nothing but criticize, scoff at, abuse, be scandalized, exaggerate the sins of the sinner, pointing him out, keeping him away as if he were a leper. Whereas those who are not just become his accomplices to enjoy themselves at his expense. But only very rarely there is a mouth, and above all a heart, that goes to the poor wretch with compassion and firmness, with patience and supernatural love, and anxiously strives to stop the descent into sin. What? Is the disease of the spirit not more serious, really grave and mortal? Does it not deprive one, and forever, of the kingdom of God? Should the first form of love towards God and our neighbor not be the anxiety to cure a sinner for the good of his soul and the glory of God? And when a sinner is converted, why do people persist in judging him and almost regret that he has come back to spiritual salvation? Is it because you realize that your prediction of the certain damnation of a fellow citizen of yours is given the lie? But you ought to be happy, because he who gives you the lie is merciful God, who gives you a measure of his goodness to comfort you in your more or less grave sins. And why persist in considering soiled, despicable, worthy of remaining isolated, what God and the goodwill of a heart have made clean, admirable, worthy of the esteem, nay, of the admiration of one's brothers? But you do rejoice if an ox of yours, or a donkey or camel, or sheep of your flock, or your pet dove recovers from a disease. You do exult if a stranger, whom you can hardly remember by name, having heard about him when he was isolated because he suffered from leprosy, is healed. Why then do you not exult at these spiritual recoveries, at these victories of God? Heaven rejoices when a sinner is converted. Heaven, God, the most pure angels, who do not know what it is to commit sin. And do you men, want to be more intolerant than God? Be honest-hearted and recognize the presence of the Lord, not only in the clouds of incense and in the songs of the temple, in the place where only the holiness of the Lord, in the high priest, must enter, and ought to be as holy as indicated by its name, but also in the wonder of these spirits which have risen again, and of these reconsecrated altars on which the love of God descends with its fire to consume the sacrifice. Jesus is interrupted by the mother seen previously, as with cries and blessings she wants to worship him. Jesus listens to her, blesses her, and sends her back home, resuming his interrupted speech. And if the behavior of a sinner was once the cause of scandal to you, whereas now it is an edifying example, do not mock at it, but imitate it. Because no one is ever so perfect as to make it impossible for another person to edify him. And good is always a lesson to be accepted, even if it is given by one who was once blameworthy. Imitate and help him, because by doing so you will glorify the Lord and prove that you have understood the word. Do not be like those whom you criticize in the secret of your hearts, because their actions do not correspond to their words. But let each good action of yours be the crowning piece of each good word of yours. And then you will really be looked at and listened to benevolently by the Eternal Father. Listen to this other parable to understand which things are of value in the eyes of God. It will teach you to rectify a bad thought, often found in many hearts. Most men are their own judges. And considering that one man only in 1,000 is humble, it so happens that each man considers himself the only perfect one, whereas he finds hundreds of faults in his neighbor. One day, 2 men who had gone to Jerusalem on business went up to the temple, as becomes every good Israelite every time he sets foot in the holy city. One was a Pharisee, the other a publican. The former had come to collect the rents of some shops and to make up accounts with his stewards who lived near the town. The latter had come to pay in the taxes he had collected and to invoke compassion for a widow who could not pay the taxation on a boat and nets, because the amount of fish caught by her oldest son was barely sufficient to feed her many children. Before going up to the temple, the Pharisee had called on the tenants of the shops, and after looking round in the shops and seeing that they were full of goods and buyers, he was pleased with himself, and then called the tenants and said to him, "I see that your business is thriving. Yes, by the grace of God, I am pleased with my work. I have been able to increase the stock of goods, and I hope to increase it further. I made improvements to the place, and next year I shall have no expenses for benches and shelves, and I will thus have more profit." "Well, very well, I am glad. What is your rent for this place?" 100 didrachmae a month. "It is dear, but the position is a good one." "You are right, it is good. I therefore double the rent." "But, sir," exclaimed the shopkeeper, "if you do that, you leave me no profit." "What I said is right. Have I to make you rich with my property? Be quick. You either give me 2,400 didrachmae at once, or I will expel you and keep the goods. The place belongs to me, and I can do what I like with it." He did that with the first, the second, and the third tenant, doubling the price to each of them, turning a deaf ear to their entreaties. And as the third tenant, who had a large family, wanted to offer resistance, he sent for the police and had the official seals of distraint affixed to the door, and the poor tenant driven out. Then in his mansion, he examined the registers of his stewards, finding faults, whereby he punished them as sluggards and sequestered the goods they had kept for themselves by full right. One of them had a dying son, and because of the heavy expenses, he had sold part of his master's oil to buy medicines, so he had nothing to give the greedy master. "Have mercy on me, sir. My poor son is on the point of death, and later on I will do extra work to pay you what you think is fair. But now, as you can understand, I am not in a position to do so." "Are you not? I will show you whether you can pay me or not." And he went to the oilman with the poor steward, and took away also the little oil the man had kept for his family, and to feed the lamp that enabled him to watch at night at the bedside of his son. The publican, instead, went to his superior who, on receiving the taxes he had collected, said to him, 370 ases are missing here. How come? Well, I will explain it to you. In the village there is a widow with 7 children. Only the oldest is fit to work, but he cannot go far from the shore in his boat, because his arms are too weak to handle the oars and the sail, and he cannot afford to engage an assistant. As he fishes near the shore, he catches very little, which is hardly sufficient to feed the 8 poor wretches. I had not the heart to collect the tax. I see, but the law is law. It would be dreadful if people knew that it is compassionate. Everybody would find some reason not to pay. Let the young man change trade and sell his boat if they cannot pay. It is their daily bread, also for the future, and it is a souvenir of their father. I understand, but it is not possible to compromise. All right, but I cannot think of 8 unfortunate people being deprived of their only source. I will pay the 370 ases. Then the 2 went up to the temple, and on passing near the treasury hall, the Pharisee took a bulky purse from his bosom ostentatiously, and emptied it to the last coin into the treasury. The purse contained the money taken from the shopkeepers and the proceeds of the steward's oil that the Pharisee had immediately sold to a merchant. The publican instead threw in a handful of small coins after taking from it what he needed to go back home. So they both gave what they had. Apparently, the Pharisee was the more generous because he gave to the last coin he had. But one must also consider that he had more money in his mansion, and he had credits with rich money changers. They then went before the Lord. The Pharisee at the very front, near the limit of the court of the Hebrews, toward the holy. The publican at the back, almost under the vault, opening into the women's court, where he remained stooped, crushed by the thought of his misery as compared with divine perfection. And they both prayed. The Pharisee standing up straight, almost insolent, as if he were the landlord of the place, and he were the one who condescended to the homage to a visitor, said, "Here I am. I have come to venerate you in the house that is our glory. I have come, although I feel that you are in me, because I am a just man. I know how to behave to be so. However, although I am aware that it is only through my own merit that I am such, I thank you, as prescribed by the law, for what I am. I am not greedy, unjust, adulterous, or a sinner like that publican who threw a handful of small coins into the treasury at the same time as I did. As for me, as you saw, I gave you all I had with me. That greedy fellow instead divided his money into 2 parts and gave you the smaller one. he will certainly keep the other part for revelries and women. But I am pure. I will not be polluted. I am pure and just. I fast twice a week. I pay the tithes of what I possess. Yes, I am pure, just, and blessed, because I am holy. Bear that in mind, O Lord. The publican, from his remote corner, without daring to raise his eyes towards the precious doors of the temple, and striking his chest, prayed, saying, Lord, I am not worthy to be here, but you are just and holy, and you still allow me to stay here, because you know that man is a sinner, and if he does not come to you, he becomes a demon. Oh, my Lord, I would like to honor you day and night, but for many hours I am the slave of my work. An unpleasant work that disheartens me, because it is the cause of grief to the poorest of my neighbors. But I must obey my superiors, because it is my daily bread. Grant me, O my God, to be able to mitigate my duty towards my superiors with charity towards my poor brothers, so that I may not be condemned because of my work. Every work is holy if performed with charity. Let your charity be always present to my heart, so that I, miserable as I am, may bear with my subjects as you bear with me, a big sinner. I would have liked to honor you more, Lord, you know. But I thought that to take some of the money destined to the temple was better than putting it in the treasure and causing 8 poor, innocent people to weep desolately. But if I made a mistake, let me understand that, O Lord, and I will give you up to the last farthing, and I will go back to my village on foot, begging for a piece of bread. Let me understand your justice. Have mercy on me, O Lord, because I am a big sinner. That is the parable. I solemnly tell you that while the Pharisee left the temple with a fresh sin added to those he had committed before going up to the Moriah, the publican came away justified, and the blessing of God followed him to his house and remained in it, because he was humble and merciful, and his actions were even holier than his words. The Pharisee instead was good only in words and exteriorly, whilst internally he was and acted as a demon because of the pride and hardness of his heart, and God therefore detested him. He who exalts himself will sooner or later be humbled, if not in this, in future life. And he who humbles himself will be exalted, particularly in heaven, where the actions of men are seen in their true reality. Come, Zacchaeus, come, you who are with him, and you, my apostles and disciples. I will go on speaking to you privately. And enveloping himself in his mantle, he goes back to Zacchaeus' house. The poem of the man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 522. In Zacchaeus' house with the converts. The soul and the era of reincarnation. 3rd of November, 1946. They are all gathered in a large bare room. It was certainly beautiful once. Now it is nothing but a large room. From the dining room and the bedrooms, they have brought chairs and small beds into it, and they are all sitting around the master, whom they have seated on a kind of armchair of engraved wood, covered with a long pile carpet. It is the most luxurious piece of furniture in the house. Zacchaeus is speaking of a croft brought with the money gathered among them. After all, we had to do something. Idleness is not a good medicine to avoid sin. The ground is not fertile as yet, because it was neglected, just like us, and like us it was full of bramble, stones, barrenness, and weeds. Nike sent us her peasants to show us how to clear neglected wells, to clean the fields, to prune the few trees left, and plant new ones. We were aware of so many things, but not of the holy work of man. But in this work, so new to us, we really find a new life. Nothing around us reminds us of our past. Only our consciences remember it. But that is a good thing. We are sinners. Will you come to see it? We shall depart together from here, going towards the Jordan, and we shall stop at your croft. You told me that it is just on the road to the river. Yes, master, but it is not a pleasant sight. The house is dilapidated. There is no furniture in it. We did not have enough money for everything. After making amends, as far as we could, for the wrongs done to our neighbor, with the exception of Demetrius, Valens, and Levi, who are too old for certain sacrifices and sleep here. The others must make shift with some hay, Lord. Very often I do not even have that. I will sleep on hay too, Zacchaeus. I slept my first sleeps on it, and they were peaceful, because they were watched over by love. I can sleep on it also tonight, and it will not be a restless sleep, because I shall be among men whose goodwill has revived. And he looks at those first redeemed men from every country so kindly that he seems to be caressing them. And they look at him. They are not men ready to weep. On the contrary, who knows how many tears they have caused people to shed. Their faces are like books in which their wicked past is written, and if now their new life veils the brutality of those words, they can still be deciphered so clearly as to enable one to realize from which abyss they are arising towards light. And yet, their faces clear up and brighten. Their eyes look reassured, a light of supernatural hope, of moral satisfaction, shines in them upon hearing the Master say that they are men of goodwill once again. Zacchaeus then says, "So you approve of what I have done? See, Master, on that day I said, I will follow you, and I really wanted to follow you physically. But that very evening, Demetrius came to me for one of his ill-famed affairs, and he was in need of money. He came from Jerusalem. They say that she is holy, but she is covered with shame. and the first to bring such shame on her are the very ones who then want to stone us as if we were lepers. But I must tell my sins, not theirs. I had no money left. I had given it all to you. Also, what was left in the house was as good as given, because I had divided it up to give it back to those from whom I had extorted it by practicing usury. So I said to him, I have no money, but I have more than a treasure. And I told him about my conversion, your words, and the peace I had in me. I spoke so much that the light of the new day came in, making our faces look pale, and the lamps useless, while I was still speaking. I do not know what I exactly said. I know that with his fist he violently struck the table at which we were sitting and exclaimed, Mercury has lost a follower, and his satyrs a companion. Take this money as well. It is not enough for the criminal deed, but it will buy some bread for a beggar. And take me with you. I want to become acquainted with a perfume after so many foul smells. And he remained with me. We went to Jerusalem together, I to sell some items, he to free himself from all engagements. And on our way back, I said, I had prayed in the temple after such a long time, with the pure, pacified heart of a boy. I said to myself, is this not to follow the Master, and perhaps follow him in a better way by remaining in Jericho, where my wretched publican friends like me, gamblers, procurers, usurers, after being superintendents of galley slaves and convicts, of slaves, torturers of all miserable people, lawless and pitiless soldiers, used to carousing to forget remorses in drunkenness, come to see me to invest their cursed money, or to propose affairs, or to invite me to banquets, or to other infamous filthiness. The town despises me. The Hebrews will always consider me a sinner, but they will not consider themselves such. But they are like me. They are filthy, but they may have something in them urging them to be good, and they do not find who can give them a helping hand. I helped them in evil. Perhaps they sinned also because of my advice. For what at times I asked of them. It is my duty to help them to come towards goodness. As I paid those whom I had injured, as I made amends with regard to my fellow citizens, so I must try and redress any wrongs done to them. And I remained here. Now one, now another one would come from this or that town, and I spoke to them. They did not all behave like Demetrius. Some ran away after mocking at me. Some were hesitant. Some stayed here, but after some time they went back to their miserable life. These ones have remained, and now I feel that this is the way I must follow you, that we must follow you thus, struggling against ourselves, putting up with the scorn of the world that cannot forgive us. Our hearts bleed when we see that the world does not forget, when recollections come back, and are so many and so painful. In some, they are. The dreadful nemesis that always throws our crimes in our faces and promises vengeance in the hereafter, says one. They are cries of those whom I struck to make them work, although they were exhausted. They are the curses of those I enslaved, after taking all their properties through usurious practices. They are the entreaties of widows and orphans who could not afford to pay, and those last belongings I had sequestered in the name of the law. They are the cruelties accomplished in conquered countries against defenseless people terrorized by their defeat. They are the tears of my mother, of my wife, of my daughter, who died of privations while I was squandering everything in banquets. They are, oh, there is no name for my crime, Lord. My hands are not stained with blood. I did not steal money. I did not impose exorbitant taxes. I did not fleece anybody. I did not strike the defeated enemy, but I exploited all miseries. And I made money at the expense of innocent girls, of the beaten enemy, of orphan girls, of women sold like merchandise for a piece of bread. I travelled round the world, seizing such opportunities, following armies where there was famine, where an overflowing river had deprived people of food, where pestilence had left young lives without protection. And I treated them as goods, infamous yet innocent goods. Infamous with regard to me, as I made money out of it, innocent, because they were not yet aware of so much horror. Lord, I have in my hands the virginity of young girls, seduced, and the honour of young wives, taken in conquered towns. My trade centres, and my brothels were famous. Lord, do not curse me, now that you know. The apostles have unintentionally moved away from the last man who has spoken. Jesus stands up and approaches him. He lays a hand on his shoulder and says, "It is true. Your crime is grave. You have much to redress. But I, the mercy, tell you that even if you were the demon himself, and you were responsible for all the crimes of the earth, if you want, you can make amends for everything and be forgiven by God, the true, great, paternal God. If you want, join your will to mine. I also want you to be forgiven. Join me. Give me your poor spirit, so ill-famed, ruined, full of scars and disheartened after you abandoned sin. I will put it on my heart, where I place the biggest sinners, and I will take it with me to the redeeming sacrifice. The holiest blood, that of my heart, the last blood of him consumed on behalf of men, will be shed on the greatest ruins and will regenerate them. Have hope for the time being. Let your hope be greater than your immense crime in the mercy of God, because it has no limit, O man, for those who can trust in it. The man would like to take and kiss the hand resting on his shoulder, so pale and thin against his brown garment and his strong shoulder. But he dared not. Jesus understands and stretches out his hand, saying, "Kiss the palm of it, man. I will find that kiss again. It will cure my torture. A kissed hand, a wounded hand, kissed out of love, wounded for love. Oh, I wish all men could kiss the great victim, and the great victim could die in its clothes made of sores, knowing that in each are the kisses, the love of all men redeemed." And he holds his hand pressed against the clean-shaven lips of the man, who, judging from his overall appearance, I would say is a Roman. He holds it there until the man moves away, as if he were sated with it after quenching the parching thirst of his remorses by drinking the mercy of the Lord in the hollow of the divine hand. Jesus goes back to his place, and when passing, he lays his hand on the curly hair of a very young man. I would say that he is hardly 20 years old, if that. One who has never spoken, and is certainly of Hebrew race. Jesus asks him, "And you, my son, are you not saying anything to your Saviour?" The young man raises his head and looks at him. A full speech is in his look. A story of grief, of hatred, of repentance, of love. Jesus, bending lightly over him, staring at his eyes, reads a mute story, and then says, "That is why I call you son. You are no longer alone. Forgive all those of your own blood, and those who are strangers, as God forgives you, and love the love who saved you. Come with me for a moment. I want to say a word to you privately." The young man stands up and follows him. When they are alone, Jesus says, "I want to tell you this, son. The Lord has loved you very much, although it may not appear to be so to a superficial judge. You have been sorely tried by life. Men have harmed you seriously. Both could have ruined you irreparably. Behind them, there was Satan, jealous of your soul. But above you, there was the eye of God. And that blessed eye stopped your enemies. His love sent Zacchaeus along your path. And with Zacchaeus, he sent me, who am now speaking to you. And now I tell you that in this love, you must find what you have not had. You must forget what embittered you, and forgive. Forgive your mother, your ill-famed master, and yourself. Do not hate yourself in an evil way, son. Hate your time of sin, but not your spirit that has been successful in leaving that sin. Let your thought be a good friend of your spirit, so that together they may reach perfection." Me? Perfect? Did you hear what I said to that man? And yet, he was in the depth of the abyss. And thank you, son. For what, my lord? I have to thank you. For not going to those who buy men to betray me. Oh, Lord, how could I do it, if I knew that you do not despise even us highwaymen? I also was among those who brought you the lamb at the chariot, and one of us, who has now been captured by the Romans, at least, so they say. He has certainly not been seen in the refuge of the highwaymen since before the tabernacles. told me the words you spoke in a valley near Modon, because at the time I had not yet joined the highwaymen. I went to them at the end of last Adar, and I left them at the beginning of Ethanim. But I did not do anything that deserves your thanks. You were good. I wanted to be good, and to warn a friend of yours. Can I say so of Zacchaeus? Yes, you can. All those who love me are my friends. You are one too. Oh, I wanted to warn him, so that you should be on the lookout. But a warning does not deserve thanks. I will repeat it to you again. I thank you for not selling yourself to those who are against me. That is important. And is the warning not? Son, nothing will be able to prevent hatred from assailing me. Have you ever seen a torrent overflow? Yes, I have. I was near Yabes Gilead, and I saw the damage caused by the river that had overflowed before flowing into the Jordan. And could anything stop the water? No, it flooded and ruined everything. Even some houses were swept away. Hatred is like that. But it will not carry me away. I shall be submerged, but not destroyed. And in the very bitter hour, the love of those who would not hate the innocent one will be my consolation, my light in the dark of that hour of darkness, my sweetness in the chalice of wine mixed with gall and myrrh. You are speaking of yourself as if that chalice is for highwaymen, for those who go to die on the cross. But you are not a thief. You are not guilty. You are the Redeemer. Give me a kiss, son. He takes the man's head in his hands and kisses his forehead. Then he bends to receive his kiss. A timid kiss that hardly touches the emaciated cheek. Then the young man collapses on Jesus' chest, weeping. Do not weep, son. I am sacrificed by love, and it is always a sweet sacrifice, even if it is grievous to human nature. He holds him in his arms until he stops weeping, and then he goes back, holding him by the hand close to himself, to the place where Peter was previously. He resumes speaking. While we were taking our food, one of you, not from Israel, said that he wanted to ask me to explain something. Let him do so now, because we shall soon have to go back to the crowd and then part. It is I who said that, but many wish to know. Zacchaeus cannot explain it clearly, neither can any of us who follow your religion. We asked your disciples when they passed through here, but they did not give us a clear explanation. So what do you wish to know? We did not even know that we had a soul. That is, we, at least, should have known, because our ancestors. But we did not read the old books. We were like animals. And we no longer knew what the soul is. We do not know even now. What is the soul? Is it perhaps our reason? We do not think so, because in that case we would have been without it. And we have been told that without soul one cannot live. So what is the soul, which we have been told is incorporeal and immortal, if it is not our reason? Thought is incorporeal, but it is not immortal, because it ends with our life. Even the wisest man thinks no more after his death. A soul is not a thought, man. The soul is the spirit, the immaterial prime cause of life, the impalpable but true principle that animates the whole man and lasts after man. That is why it is said to be immortal. It is so sublime that even the most powerful thought is nothing in comparison with it. A thought comes to an end. The soul, instead, has a beginning but has no end. Whether blissful or damned, it continues to exist. Blessed are those who know how to keep it pure, or to restore it to its purity after making it impure, in order to give it back to the Creator as He gave it to man to enliven his humanity. But is it within us or above us, like the eye of God? In us. Imprisoned in us until death, then? A slave? No, a queen. In the eternal thought, the soul, the spirit is what reigns in man. In the animal created and named man. The soul was created queen, with the authority and destiny of a queen, as it came from the king and father of all kings and fathers, his breath and image, his gift and right. And its mission is to make of the creature named man a king of the great eternal kingdom and a God in the hereafter. A living being in the abode of the most sublime only God. Its maidservants are all the virtues and faculties of man. Its minister is the goodwill of man. The thought of man is its servant and disciple. It is from the Spirit that thought acquires power and truthfulness, justice and wisdom, and can rise to regal perfection. A thought deprived of the light of the Spirit will always be lacunous and obscure. It will never be able to understand the reason for truths that are more incomprehensible than mysteries to those who are separated from God, having lost the royalty of their souls. The thought of man will be obscure and dull if it lacks the basic point, the lever indispensable to understand, to rise, leaving the earth and dashing upwards towards the intelligence, the power, the divinity, in one word. I am speaking to you thus, Demetrius, because you have not always been a money changer, so you can understand and explain this to the others. You really are a seer, master? No, I have not been only a money changer. Nay, that was the last step of my descent. Tell me, master, if the soul is a queen, why then does it not reign and subdue the evil thoughts and evil flesh of man? Subjection would be neither freedom nor merit. It would be oppression. But thought and the flesh overwhelm also the soul. I am speaking of myself, of us, and they enslave it too often. That is why I asked whether it was in us, in the form of a slave. How can God allow such a sublime thing? You called it breath of God and his image, to be degraded by inferior beings. According to the divine thought, the soul was not to be aware of slavery. But are you forgetting about the enemy of God and of man? The infernal spirits are known to you as well. Yes, and all of them with cruel desires. And remembering my childhood, I can say that I must ascribe only to those infernal spirits the man I became and was, up to the threshold of old age. I have now found the lost child of those days. But shall I be able to become such a child as to go back to the purity of my childhood? Is it possible to go backwards in time? It is not necessary to go backwards. You would not be able to do it. Bygone days will not come back. One cannot make them come back or go back to them, and it is not necessary. Some of you come from places where the theory of Pythagoras' school is known. A wrong theory. Souls, when they end their stay on earth, do not come back to it again in anybody. Not in the body of an animal, as it would not befit such a supernatural being to dwell in a brute. Not in the body of a man, because how could the body be rewarded when it is reunited to the soul in the last judgment, if that soul had been clothed with many bodies? Those who believe in that theory say that it is the last body that rejoices, because the soul, through successive purifications in successive lives, reaches the perfection deserving a reward only in the last reincarnation. An error and an offense. Error and offense against God, as it admits that God was able to create only a limited number of souls. Error and offense against man, as it considers him so corrupt that he deserves a reward only with great difficulty. The reward may not be granted at once. 99 times in 100, a purification will be required in life to come. But purification is preparation to joy. So he who is being purified is already saved. And once he is saved, he will rejoice after doomsday with his body. He will have only one body for his soul, as he had one life here, and with the body that his parents made for him, and with the soul that the Creator created for him to give life to his body, he will take delight in the reward. It is not possible to be reincarnated, as it is not possible to go back in time. But it is possible to be recreated through one's free will, and God blesses and assists such will. Each of you has had that will. And then man, who was sinful, vicious, filthy, delinquent, thieving, corrupting, murderous, impious, adulterous, revives spiritually through the purification of repentance. He destroys the corrupt kernel of the old man. He dispels the mental ego, which is even more corrupt, as if the will to be redeemed were an acid that attacks and destroys the unwholesome case concealing a treasure. And after laying bare his spirit, purifying it and restoring it to health, he clothes it with a new mentality, with a new, pure, good, juvenile garment. Oh, a garment that can go close to God, that can worthily cover the recreated soul, protect and assist it until its supercreation, that is its complete holiness, that in the future, perhaps a remote future, if measured with human mind and means, very close, if contemplated with the thought of eternity, will be glorious in the kingdom of God. And every man can, if he so wishes, recreate in himself the boy of his childhood, the loving, humble, sincere, kind boy, whom the mother used to press to her breast, and the father looked at glorying, whom the angel of God loved, and God admired with love. Your mothers, perhaps they were women of great virtue. God will not leave their virtue unrewarded. Strive, therefore, to be equally virtuous, to be united to them when there will be only one thing for all the virtuous people: the kingdom of God for good people. Perhaps they were not good, and they contributed to your ruin. But if they did not love you, if you do not know what love is, if the lack of love made you bad, now that a divine love has embraced you, be holy, so that with heavenly joy you may take delight in the love that exceeds all love. Have you anything else to ask? No, Lord, we have everything to learn, but for the moment we have nothing else. I will leave John and Andrew with you for a few days. Later I will send you some good, wise disciples. I want wild colts to know the ways of the Lord and his pastures, like the people of Israel, because I have come for everybody, and I love everybody in the same way. Stand up and let us go. And he is the first to go out into the changed garden, closely followed by his apostles, who complain gently, saying, Master, you have spoken to them as you have seldom done to your chosen ones. And do you complain of that? Do you not know that they do so also in the world, when they want to conquer someone they love? But with those who we know love us with their whole beings, there is no need for the art of conquering. It is sufficient to see one another in order to be in one another with joy and peace, says Jesus with a divine smile, really divine, so much being the joy it communicates. And the apostles no longer complain. On the contrary, they look at him blissfully, lost as they are in the exaltation of loving one another. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life, chapter 523, Sabea of Bethlechi, 5th of November, 1946. The croft that feeds the heterogeneous group of Zacchaeus' friends is a very poor one indeed, particularly now that the winter season does not certainly cheer up hearts. Yet they are fond of it, and they are proud of showing it to Jesus. 3 cornfields, ploughed and brown, the orchard with few fruitful trees, and others too young for any hope of fruit, a few stunted rows of vines, a vegetable garden, a small stable with a little cow and a donkey for the water wheel, an enclosure with a few hens and 5 pairs of doves, 6 sheep, a hovel with a kitchen and 3 rooms, a shed used as a wood store, lumber room and hayloft, a well with chipped rim and cistern with muddy water, nothing else. If the season is favorable, if the animals will litter, if the trees take root, everything is conditional, very poor hopes. But one of them remembers what he heard years before of the wonderful crop Doris had because of a blessing given by the master, so that Doris might be humane to his peasants. And he says, And if you blessed this place, Doris also was a sinner. You are right. What I did, although I knew that it would not change his heart, I will do also for you whose hearts have changed. And he stretches out his arms to bless, saying, I will do that at once to convince you that I love you. Then they proceed on the road towards the river, along ploughed fields with dark fertile land, and orchards stripped by the season. At a bend, some scribes come forward. Peace to you, master. We have been waiting for you here to venerate you. No, to be sure that I work no fraud. You have done the right thing. You must be convinced that I have had no opportunity to see the woman or any of the people who are with her. You were on watch at Zacchaeus' house, and you saw that none of us came out. You preceded me on the way, and you saw that none of us went ahead of you. You are thinking of imposing terms on me with regard to the meeting with that woman, and I tell you that I will accept them even before you mention them. But if you do not know them, is it not true that you do want to impose them? It is true, as I am aware of your intentions, which is known only to you. I am also aware of what you will say to me, and I tell you that I will accept what you intend to propose, because it will serve to give glory to the truth. Speak up. Do you know what the situation is? I know that you consider her to be possessed, and that no exorciser has been able to expel the demon. And I know that she does not speak words worthy of a demon. That is what those who have heard her speak say. Can you swear that you have never seen her? A just man never swears, because he is entitled to have his word accepted. I tell you that I have never seen her, and that I have never been to her village, and the whole village can confirm that. And yet she maintains that she knows your face and your voice. Her soul, in fact, knows me by the will of God. You say, by the will of God. But how can you state that? I have been told that she speaks inspired words. The demon also speaks of God, but mixing errors on purpose to lead men astray with wrong thoughts. Well, we would like you to allow us to put the woman to a test. In what way? Do you really not know her? I have told you that I do not. Well then, we will send somebody ahead shouting, "Here is the Lord," and we shall see whether she greets him as if it were you. A poor test, but I agree. Pick those to be sent ahead from my followers. I will follow you with the others. And if the woman speaks, you must let her speak, that I may judge her words. That is fair. The agreement is made, and we will keep it loyally. Let it be so, and may your hearts be touched. Master, we are not all enemies. Some of us are in a position of expectation, sincerely anxious to see the truth and follow you, said the scribe. That is true, and they will still be loved by God. The scribes examine the apostles and are surprised at the absence of many, of the Iscariot in particular. They then choose Judas, Thaddeus, and John. They also take the young converted thief, who is pale and thin, and with hair verging to a reddish hue. In short, they take those who, because of their age and features, look like the Master. We will go on with them. You will remain here with our companions and yours, and will follow us after some time. They do that. The woods along the river are already in sight. The winter sunshine at sunset gilds the treetops and spreads a bright yellow light on the people gathered near the trees. Here he is! Here is the Master! Get up! Come and meet him! Shout the scribes who had gone ahead, deviating towards a path that ends against a huge oak, with mighty roots half uncovered, forming seats for those who take shelter near its trunk. The people gathered there turn round, stand up, open out and part, to come and meet those who are arriving. Only 3 scribes remain near the trunk, with John of Ephesus, and an elderly man and woman, and another woman who is sitting on one of the protruding roots, her back to the trunk, her head bent on her knees, which are embraced by her arms with clasped hands, all covered with such a deep violet veil that it seems to be black. She seems indifferent to everything. She does not stir, despite all the shouting. A scribe touches her shoulder. "The master is here, Sabea. Stand up and greet him." The woman does not reply and does not move. The 3 scribes look at one another and smile ironically, nodding meaningfully to the others who are coming forward. And as those who were waiting had become quiet, because they did not see Jesus, they begin to shout louder than ever with their accomplices, so that the woman may not become aware of the deceit. "Woman," says a scribe to the old mother who is with her daughter, "you at least ought to greet the master, and tell your daughter to greet him." The woman prostrates herself with her husband before Zacchaeus and John and the repentant thief. Then standing up, she says to her daughter, "Sabea, your Lord is here. Worship him." The young woman does not stir. The scribes smile more ironically, and one of them, a thin, big-nosed man, says in a nasal, drawling voice, "You were not expecting this test, were you? And your heart is trembling. You realize that your fame of a prophetess is in danger, and you are not prepared to tempt fate. I think that is enough to say that you are a liar." The woman raises her head all of a sudden. She throws a veil behind her head and, looking with wide open eyes, she says, "I do not lie, scribe, and I am not afraid, because I am in the truth. Where is the Lord?" "What? You say that you know him, and you do not see him? He's in front of you." "None of these is the Lord. That is why I did not move. None of them." "None of them? What? Is that fair-haired Galilean not the Lord? I do not know him, but I know that he is fair-haired and his eyes are sky blue." "He is not the Lord." "Well, it is that other one, who is tall and severe-looking. Look at his royal features. It's certainly him. He is not the Lord. The Lord is not amongst them." And she lowers her head on her knees as before. Some time passes. Then there is Jesus coming forward. The scribes have ordered the few people present to be silent, so his arrival is not given away by any hosanna. Jesus is coming forward between Peter and his cousin James. He's walking slowly, silently. The thick grass deadens all shuffling of feet, while the old woman wipes her tears with her veil, and the scribe offends her, saying, "Your daughter is mad and a liar." And the father sighs and reproaches his daughter. Jesus arrives at the end of the path and he stops. The young woman, who could not hear or see anything, jumps to her feet, throws away her veil, uncovering thus her head, stretches out her arms with a mighty cry, "Here is my Lord, coming to me! This is the Messiah, O men, who want to deceive and humiliate me. I can see upon him the light of God, who points him out to me, and I honor him." And she throws herself on the ground, remaining where she was, at about 2 meters from Jesus, with her face on the ground, on the grass. She shouts, "I greet you, O King of peoples, O wonder, O Prince of peace, Father of the century that has no end, leader of the new people of God." And she remains prostrated under her wide, dark mantle of a violet, almost black shade, like a veil. But the moment she stood up against the black trunk, and after throwing away her veil, she remained with her arms stretched forward like a statue. I noticed that under her mantle she wore a heavy woolen dress of a white ivory shade, fastened at her neck and waist only by a cord. And above all, I was able to admire her beauty of a middle-aged woman. She must be about 30 years old, and generally speaking, 30 years in Palestine are equivalent to at least 40 of our years. If Our Lady is an exception to this rule, other women reach maturity early, particularly those of dark complexion and hair, and buxom like this one. She is the classical type of a Jewish woman. I think that Rachel, Ruth, and Judith, who were famous for their beauty, must have been like her, tall, buxom yet slender, with smooth skin of a pale brown hue, a small mouth, and lips lightly tumid and deeply red, a straight, long, thin nose, deep, dark, velvet-like eyes under an arch of long, thick eyebrows, a high, smooth, regal forehead, a rather long, oval-shaped face, and ebony hair as wonderful as an onyx wreath. Not a jewel, but a statuesque body and the majesty of a queen. She is now getting up, pushing her hands, which are long, brown, beautiful, joined to her arms by thin wrists. She is now on her feet, standing against the dark trunk. She now looks at the master in silence, and shakes her head because the scribes say to her, "You are wrong, Sabea. He is not the Messiah, but it is the one you saw previously, without recognizing him." She shakes her head decidedly and severely, without taking her eyes off the Lord. Then her face becomes transfigured into an expression that I cannot say whether it is of intense joy or ecstatic drowsiness. It looks like both, because she grows pale like one about to faint, while all her life seems to concentrate on her eyes, which becomes bright with a light of joy, of triumph, of love. I do not know. Are those eyes smiling? No, they are not, as her severe lips are not smiling. And yet a light of joy shines in them, and they acquire a greater and greater power of intensity that is striking. Jesus looks at her with his meek, somewhat sad eyes. "Don't you see that she is mad?" a scribe whispers to him. Jesus does not reply. With his left hand hanging down his side, his right one holding his mantle on his chest, he looks and is silent. And the woman opens her mouth and stretches her arms as she did previously. She looks like a huge butterfly with violet wings and a body of ancient ivory. And a new cry is uttered by her lips. "Oh, Adonai, you are great. You alone are great, oh Adonai. You are great in heaven and on the earth, in time and in ages and beyond time, from time immemorial and forever. O Lord, Son of the Lord, your enemies are under your feet, and your throne is supported by the love of those who love you." Her voice becomes steadier and steadier, and louder, while her eyes are taken off Jesus' face, and they look at a point in the distance, a little above the heads of those who are paying attention around her, and whom she dominates without difficulty, standing straight against the trunk of the oak, which is on a rising of the ground like a low bank. After a pause, she resumes speaking. The throne of my Lord is adorned with the 12 stones of the 12 tribes of the just. In the great pearl that is the throne, the white, precious light throne of the most holy Lamb, there are mounted topazes with amethysts, emeralds with sapphires, rubies with sardonyxes, and agates and chrysolites and beryls, onyxes, jaspers, opals. Those who believe, those who hope, those who love, those who repent, those who live and die in justice, those who suffer, those who leave error for the truth, those who were hard-hearted and have become meek in his name, the innocent, the repentant, those who divest themselves of everything to be agile in following the Lord, the virgins whose spirits shine with a light like the dawn of the heaven of God. Glory to the Lord, glory to Adonai, glory to the King sitting on his throne. Her voice is a sharp sound. The people quiver with emotion. The woman seems to be really seeing what she says, as if the golden cloud sailing in the clear sky, and which she seems to be following with her enraptured eyes, were a lens with which she saw the heavenly glories. She rests, as if she were tired, but without changing attitude. Only her face becomes more transfigured as it grows paler, and her eyes shine more brightly. She resumes, speaking, lowering her eyes on Jesus, who is listening to her attentively among a group of scribes who shake their heads skeptically and scornfully, and among his apostles and followers who are pale with holy emotion. She resumes, speaking in a clear but lower voice. I see in the man what is concealed in the man. Holy is the man, but my knee bends before the Holy of Holies, enclosed in the man. Her voice becomes loud again and imperious, like command. Look at your King, O people of God. Become acquainted with his face. The beauty of God is before you. The wisdom of God has taken a mouth to teach you. It is no longer the prophets, O people of Israel, who speak to you of the unnameable one. It is he himself, he who knows the mystery that is God, speaks to you of God. He who knows the thoughts of God, who presses you to his bosom, O people who are still a baby after so many centuries, and nourishes you with the milk of God's wisdom to make you an adult in God. To do that, he has become incarnate in a womb, in the womb of an Israelite woman, greater in the eyes of God and of men than any other woman. She stole the heart of God with one only of her throbs of a dove. The beauty of her spirit fascinated the Most High, and of her he made his throne. Miriam of Aaron sinned because sin was in her. Deborah decided what was to be done, but she did not act with her own hands. Jael was strong, but she soiled her hands with blood. Judith was just, and she feared the Lord, and God was in her words, and allowed her the deed that Israel might be saved. But for the love of her country she made use of murderous cunning. But the woman who generated him exceeds those women, because she is the perfect maid of God, and serves him without sinning. Entirely pure, innocent, and beautiful. She is the beautiful star of God, from its rising to its setting. Entirely beautiful, shining and pure, to be star and moon, light to men, to find God. She does not precede and does not follow the holy ark as Miriam and Aaron did, because she is the ark herself. On the muddy water of the earth, covered with the flood of sins, she sails and saves, because those who enter in her find the Lord. Spotless dove, she goes out and brings the olive branch, the branch of peace to men, because she is the beautiful olive tree. She is silent, and in her silence she speaks and acts more than Deborah, Jael, and Judith, and she does not advise to fight. She does not urge to slaughter. She sheds no blood but her own most chosen blood, with which she made her son. Unhappy mother, sublime mother! Judith feared the Lord, but her flower had belonged to a man. This woman gave her inviolate flower to the Most High, and the fire of God descended into the calyx of the sweet lily, and the womb of woman contained and carried the power, the wisdom, and the love of God. Glory to the woman! Sing, O women of Israel, her praises! The woman becomes silent as if her voice were exhausted. In fact, I do not know how she can hold such a strong temper. The scribes say, "She is mad! She is mad! Make her keep quiet! She's either mad or possessed. Order the spirit possessing her to go away." I cannot. There are no spirit in her but God's, and God does not eject himself. You are not doing it because she praises you and your mother, and that tickles your pride. Scribe, meditate on what you know about me, and you will see that I know no pride. And yet, only a demon can speak in her to sing the praises of a woman thus. A woman! And what is woman in Israel and for Israel? What but sin in the eyes of God? The seduced and seducer. If it were not part of our faith, one could hardly believe that woman has a soul. She is forbidden to go close to the holy because of her uncleanliness. And this woman says that God descended into her, says another scandalized scribe, and his accomplices aid and abet him. Jesus says, without looking at anybody in the face, he seems to be speaking to himself, The woman will crush the head of the serpent. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, who will be called Emmanuel. A shoot will spring from the stock of Jesse. A flower will come up from this root, and the Spirit of the Lord will rest on him. That woman, my mother, scribe, out of respect for your knowledge, remember and understand the words of the book. The scribes do not know what to reply. They have read those words thousands of times and said that they were true. Can they now deny it? They keep quiet. One gives instructions to light some fires, as it is getting cold near the banks of the river, where the evening wind is blowing. The order is obeyed, and bonfires of sticks blaze in circle around the people who have grouped together. The dancing light of the fire seems to rouse the woman, who had become silent with her eyes closed, deeply absorbed in herself. She opens her eyes and stirs herself. She looks at Jesus again and shouts once more, "Adonai, Adonai, you are great. Let us sing a new hymn to the Divine One. Shalom, Shalom Malkaik." I am spelling it thus, but the H is aspirated almost like a C, as pronounced by people in Tuscany. Peace, peace, O King whom nothing can resist. Then she becomes silent all of a sudden. She looks round, for the first time since she began to speak, at those surrounding Jesus, and she stares at the scribes as if it were the first time she saw them. And without any apparent reason, tears well up in her large eyes, and her face becomes sad and dull. She speaks slowly now, in a deep voice like one relating sorrowful things. "No, there is who resists. You, O people, listen. After my grief, O people of Bethlechi, you have heard me speak. After years of silence and grief, I heard, and I said what I had heard. Now I am no longer in the green woods of Bethlechi, a virgin widow who finds her only peace in the Lord. I have not around me only my fellow citizens to say to them, 'Let us fear the Lord, because the hour has come when we must be ready for his call. Let us clothe our hearts with beautiful garments, in order not to be unworthy of being in his presence. Let us gird ourselves with strength, because the hour of the Christ is an hour of trial. Let us purify ourselves like victims for the altar, so that we may be received by him who sends the Christ. Let those who are good become better. Let those who are proud become humble. Let thus who suffer from lust divest themselves of their flesh, to be able to follow the Lamb. Let the miser become a benefactor, because God assists us through his Messiah. And let everybody practice justice, in order to belong to the people of the Blessed One who is coming. Now I am speaking before him, and before those who believe in him, and also before those who do not believe and scoff at the Holy One, and at those who speak and believe in his name and in him. But I am not afraid. You say that I am mad. You say that a demon speaks in me. I am aware that you could have me stoned as a blasphemer. I know what I am going to tell you will sound like an insult and blasphemy, and that you will hate me. But I am not afraid. Being perhaps the last of the voices that speak of him before his manifestation, I may follow the lot of many more voices, and I am not afraid. The exile in the cold and solitude of the earth is too long for those who think of the bosom of Abraham, of the kingdom of God, that the Christ opens to us and is holier than the holy bosom of Abraham. Sabea of Carmel, of the stock of Aaron, is not afraid of death, but she fears the Lord. And she speaks when he makes her speak, in order not to disobey his will. And she speaks the truth, because she speaks of God with the words given to her by God. I do not fear death, even if you call me a demon, and you have me stoned as a blasphemer. Even if my father, mother, and brothers should die because of such disgrace, I shall not tremble with fear or pain. I know that the demon is not in me, because all wicked incentives are inert in me, and the whole Bethlechi knows that. I know that the interruptions that stones may cause to my song will be shorter than a sigh, and afterwards more breath will be given to my song in the freedom beyond the earth. I know that the grief of my kinsfolk will be comforted by God, and it will be short, whereas their joy of martyr relatives of a martyr will be eternal. I am not afraid of your death, but of that which would come to me from God if I did not obey. And I speak, and I say what I have been told. O people, listen, and you too, O scribes of Israel, listen. She raises her sorrowful voice again and says, A voice comes from high above and shouts in my heart. It says, the ancient people of God cannot sing the new hymn because it does not love its Savior. The new hymn will be sung by those saved in every country, those of the new people of the Christ Lord, not those who hate my word. Horror! She really utters a cry that makes one shudder. The voice gives light. The light gives sight. Horror! I say! Her shout is almost a howl. She writhes as if she were held firm before a dreadful sight torturing her heart, and she were trying to put an end to it by running away. Her mantle slips off her shoulders, and she is left in a white dress against the huge, dark trunk. In the light fading slowly in the reflected green of the wood, and in the reddish dancing reflection of the flames, her face becomes tremendously tragic. Shadows appear under her eyes, around her nostrils, under her lip. It seems a face disfigured by grief. She wrings her hands, repeating in a lower voice, I see, I see. and she drinks her tears while she continues. I see the crimes of this people of mine, and I am powerless to stop them. I see the hearts of my fellow citizens, and I am unable to change them. Horror! Horror! Satan has left this place and has come to dwell in these hearts.
Make her keep quiet,
the scribes order Jesus. You promised to let her speak, replies Jesus. The woman continues. Your face is on the ground, in the mud, O Israel, who still know how to love the Lord. Cover yourself with ashes, wrap yourself in sackcloth for yourself, for them. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, save yourself. I can see a town rioting and requesting a crime. I can hear the shouts of those who, with hatred, invoke blood upon themselves. I can see the victim being raised in the Passover of blood, and I can see that blood flowing, and I can hear that blood cry louder than the blood of Abel, while heaven opens and the earth quakes and the sun grows dark. And that blood does not cry out for vengeance, but it implores mercy on its murderous people and on us. Jerusalem, be converted. That blood, a stream that washes the world, curing all evils, cancelling all sins. But for us of Israel, that blood is fire. For us, it is a chisel that engraves the name of these sides and the curse of God on the sons of Jacob. Jerusalem, have mercy on yourself and on us.
Tell her to be quiet. It is an order,
shout the scribes, while the woman sobs, covering her face. I cannot order the truth to be quiet.
Truth! She is mad and she is raving. What kind of a master are you if you accept as true the words of a raving woman? And what Messiah are you if you cannot make a woman be quiet? And what prophet are you if you cannot drive out a demon, and yet you have done it on other occasions? Yes, he did, but it does not suit him now. It is nothing but a well-planned trick to frighten the crowd.
And I would have chosen this moment, this place, and this handful of men to do it, when I could have done it in Jericho, when I had over 5,000 people who followed and surrounded me several times, when the enclosure of the temple was too small to contain all those who wanted to hear me. And can the demon speak words of wisdom? Which of you can honestly say that one error has come out of her lips? Are the dreadful words of the prophets not resounding on her lips, in her womanly voice? Do you not hear the howl of Jeremiah and the weeping of Isaiah and of the other prophets? Do you not hear the voice of God spoken through a creature?
the voice that strives to be accepted by you for your own good. You do not listen to me. You may think that I speak in my own interest. But what profit does this woman, who is unknown to me, hope to have from these words? What will she gain, except your contempt, your threats, and perhaps your revenge? No, I will not order her to be silent. On the contrary, that these few people may hear her, and you also may hear her and mend your ways. I say to her, speak, speak up. I tell you in the name of the Lord.
Jesus is now majestic. He is the powerful Christ of the moments of miracles. With his large magnetic eyes, shining like blue stars, made even brighter by the flames of a bonfire which is burning between him and the woman. The woman, instead overwhelmed by grief, is less regal looking, with her head lowered, her face covered with her hands, and with her dark hair, which has become loose, falling over her shoulders and in front of her, like a mourning veil over her white dress.
Speak up, I tell you. Your sorrowful words are not fruitless. Sabea of the stock of Aaron, speak up.
The woman obeys, but she speaks in a low voice. In fact, they all press closer to hear her better. She seems to be speaking to herself, looking towards the river that flows babbling on her right-hand side, with the last gleam of the water in the fading light of the day. And she seems to be addressing the river. O Jordan, sacred river of our fathers, your water is sky blue and wavy like precious spices, and you reflect the pure stars and the pale moon in it, and you caress the willows on your banks, and you are the river of peace, and yet you know so much sorrow. O Jordan, in stormy times with your swollen, agitated waves, you carry the sand of 1,000 torrents, and at times you tear away a tender shrub on which there is a nest, and you carry it away vortically towards the deadly abyss of the salt sea. And you have no mercy on the pair of birds, which, screeching with pain, fly following their nest, destroyed by your robbery. Thus, O sacred Jordan, you will see the people that did not want the Messiah go towards its ruin, struck by divine wrath, torn away from their homes and from the altar, and perish on the greatest death. My people, save yourselves. Believe in your Lord. Follow your Messiah. Recognize him for what he is. Not the king of peoples and armies. He is the king of souls, of your souls, of all souls. He descended to gather the just souls. He will ascend again to lead them to the eternal kingdom. Oh, you who are still able to love, press round the Holy One. Oh, you who have the destiny of our fatherland at heart, join the Saviour. Let not all the offering of Abraham die.
Shun the false prophets, who with lying mouths and rapacious hearts want to tear you away from salvation. Come out of the darkness rising around you. Listen to the voice of God. In the decree of God, the mighty ones of whom you are now afraid are already dust. One only is the living being. The places in which they reign and from which they oppress people are already in ruin. One only is lasting. Jerusalem, where are the proud sons of Zion of whom you boast? Where the rabbis and the priests with whom you adorn yourself and whom you regard with respect? Look at them, oppressed, in chains. They are going towards their places of exile, among the ruins of your buildings, among the dead bodies of those who were slaughtered or died of starvation. The fury of God is upon you, Jerusalem, who reject your Messiah and strike his face and heart. All your beauty has been destroyed. Every hope of yours is dead. The temple and the altar are desecrated. Make her be silent. She is blaspheming. Make her be quiet, we say. The ephod is torn. It is no longer of any use. You are guilty if you do not command her to be silent, because he no longer reigns. There is another, an eternal pontiff, and he is holy and has been sent by God, king and priest forever, sent by him who considers as given to himself the offences given to the Christ and avenges them, another pontiff, the true holy pontiff, anointed by God and his sacrifice, in the place of those on whose heads the tiara is a dishonor as it covers horrible thoughts. Be quiet, you cursed one! Be quiet, or we will strike you! And the scribes maltreat her rudely. But she does not appear to hear them. The people set up a protest, shouting, "Let her speak! Since you speak so much, she is telling the truth. It is so. There is no more holiness among you. One only is holy, and you are vexing him." The scribes deem it wise to be quiet, and the woman continues in a tired, sorrowful voice. He has come to bring you light, and you waged war against him. Health, and you sneered at him. Love, and you hated him. Miracles, and you said he was a demon. His hands cured your sick people, and you pierced them. He brought you the light, and you spat on his face and covered it with filth. He brought you life, and you killed him. Israel, grieve over your fault, and do not curse the Lord while you are going into the exile that will not come to an end as the exiles of the past. You will roam all over the earth, Israel, as a defeated, cursed people, pursued by the voice of God with the same words spoken to Cain. And you will not be able to come back here and build a solid home unless you acknowledge with the other peoples that this is Jesus, the Christ, the Lord, Son of the Lord. The woman's voice is thin with pain and fatigue, as tired as the voice of one who is dying. But she does not refrain from speaking. On the contrary, she takes courage again for her last command. Lie down, people who do not yet know how to love. Roll in ashes. Wrap yourself in sackcloth. The fury of God is hanging over us like a cloud laden with hailstones and lightning over a cursed field. The woman collapses on her knees, her arms stretched out towards Jesus, and she shouts, "Peace, peace, O King of justice and of peace! Peace, O great and mighty Adonai, whom not even the Father resists. Implore peace for us. In your name, O Jesus, Saviour and Messiah, Redeemer and King and God, 3 times holy." And shaken by sobs, she falls to the ground with her face on the ground. The scribes surround Jesus, taking him aside and turning away everybody else with threatening looks and words. And one of them says, "The least you can do is to cure her, because if you insist on saying that she is free from a demon, you must admit that she is ill. Women, and women sacrificed by fate, their vitality must find relief somehow. And they digress, and they see unreal things, and above all they see you, who are young and handsome, and be quiet, you mouth of a snake. You do not believe yourself what you are saying," bursts out Jesus so authoritatively that he cuts short the words on the lips of the lean, big-nosed scribe, who at the beginning of the incident had scoffed at the woman as a false prophetess. "Let us not offend the Master. We appointed him judge of a case on which we are unable to pass judgment," says another scribe, the one who went with the others to meet Jesus on the road, and told him that not all the scribes are against him, as some watch him to form an opinion and to follow him with a sincere will, if they consider him to be God. "Be quiet, Joel named Alamoth, son of Abiah. Only an ill-bred man like you can say such words," says the others angrily. The scribe blushes at the insult, but he controls himself and replies in a dignified manner. "If nature has been hostile to my person, that does not impair my intellect. Nay, by precluding many pleasures from me, it made a man of wisdom of me. And if you were holy people, you would not humiliate the man, but you would respect the sage. Well, let us talk of what matters to us. You must cure her, Master, because in her frenzy she frightens people and offends the priesthood, the Pharisees, and us." "If she had praised you, would you ask me to cure her?" Jesus asks kindly. "No, Because it would serve to make people respectful to us. These capricious people who hate us in their hearts and sneer at us whenever they get a chance,
replies one of the scribes without realizing that he is falling into a trap.
But would she still not be a sick person? Would I not have to cure her?
Jesus asks kindly again. He sounds like a schoolboy who is asking his teacher what he has to do. And the scribes, blinded by pride, do not realize that they are giving themselves away.
In that case, no, on the contrary, she ought to be left in her frenzy, and we should do everything in our power to make people believe that she is a prophetess. Honor her, point her out.
But if it were not true?
Oh, Master, once we do away with what she says against us, the rest would be of great assistance to raise the pride of Israel against the Romans again, and to humble the pride of the people against us. But we could not say to her, "Speak thus, but do not say that," says Jesus resolutely. Why? Because those who rave do not know what they say. Oh, with money and some threats, we would achieve anything. Even the prophets were under control. Truly, I do not know about that. Because you do not know how to read between the lines, and because not everything has been written. But the prophetic spirit is not subject to orders, O scribe. It comes from God, and God cannot be bought over or be frightened, says Jesus, changing tone. It is the beginning of his counterattack. But this woman is not a prophetess. It is no longer the time for prophets. It is no longer the time for prophets. Why not? Because we do not deserve them. We are too corrupt. Really? And you say so? A short while ago you judged her to be worthy of punishment because she said the same thing.
The scribe is disconcerted. Another scribe comes to his rescue, saying,
"The time of prophets ended with John. They are of no use anymore." Why? Because you are here to tell us the law and speak to us of God. Also in the days of the prophets, there was the law, and wisdom spoke of God. And yet they were there too. But what did they prophesy? Your coming. Since you have come, they do not serve anymore. Hundreds of times I have heard you, the priests and the Pharisees, ask me whether I was the Christ or not. And because I affirmed it, I was said to be a blasphemer and a madman. And you picked up stones to throw them at me. Are you not Zadok, the so-called golden scribe?
Says Jesus, pointing at the big-nosed scribe who had maltreated the woman after trying to deceive her.
I am. So? Well, you, exactly you, have always been the first. At Giscala and in the temple, to stir up violence against me. But I forgive you. I remind you only that you did so saying that I could not be the Christ, whereas now you maintain it. And I remind you also of the challenge I issued to you at Kadesh. You will shortly see part of it being fulfilled, when the moon will come back to the face in which she is now shining in the sky. I will give you the proof. the first one. You will have the second when the corn, which is now sleeping in the earth, will shake its still green ears in the breeze of Nisan. But to those who say that the prophets are useless, I reply, and who will put limits to the Most High Lord? I solemnly tell you that there will always be prophets as long as there are men. They are torches in the darkness of the world. They are the fireplaces among the ice of the world. They are the blares of trumpets that will awake drowsy people. They are the voices that remind men of God and of his truth, forgotten and neglected through time. And they bring the voice of God directly to man, arousing thrills of emotion in the forgetful, listless children of man. They will have other names, but the same mission and the same destiny of human sorrow and superhuman enjoyment. Woe to men if there were no such spirits whom the world will hate and God will love dearly. Woe to men if they did not exist to suffer and forgive, to love and work, obeying the Lord. The world would perish in darkness, frozen in deadly drowsiness, in idiocy, in wild, brutal ignorance. God will therefore give rise to them, and there will always be some of them. And who can order God not to do so? You, Zadok, or you, or you? I solemnly tell you that not even the spirits of Abraham, Jacob, and Moses, of Elijah and Elisha, could impose such a limitation on God. And God only knows how holy they were and what eternal lights they are. So, you will neither cure the woman nor condemn her? No, I will not. And do you judge her to be a prophetess? Yes, an inspired prophetess. You are a demon like her. Let us go. It is not right to lose more time with demons, says Zadok, pushing Jesus rudely to move him aside. Many follow him, some stay. Among the latter, the one whom they call Joel Lameth. And are you not following them? Asks Jesus, pointing at those going away. No, Master. We shall go away because night has fallen, but we want to tell you that we believe in your judgment. God can do everything. That is true. And as we fall into many sins, he can give rise to spirits who will call us back to justice, says a very elderly one. You are right, and your humility is greater than your knowledge in the eyes of God. Then remember me when you are in your kingdom. Yes, Jacob, I will. How do you know my name? Jesus smiles without replying. Master, remember us as well, says the other three. And Joel Lameth, the last one to speak, says, and let us bless the Lord who has given us this hour. Let us bless the Lord, replies Jesus. They greet one another and part. Jesus joins his apostles and goes with them towards the woman, who has resumed the position she had at the beginning.
sitting all curled up on the protruding root. Her mother and father ask the master anxiously, "So is our daughter a demon? They said so before going away." "She is not. Set your minds at rest, and love her, because her destiny is a very sorrowful one, exactly as all destinies like hers." "But they said that that is your judgment." "They have lied. I do not lie. Be at peace." John of Ephesus comes forward with Solomon and the other disciples and says, "Master, Zadok has threatened them, I tell you." "Them or her?" "Them and her. Isn't that right?" "Yes, they said to us, to my wife and me, that if we cannot convince our daughter to be silent, there will be trouble for us. And they said to Sabea, 'If you speak, we will denounce you to the Sanhedrin.' We foresee sad days for us, but our hearts are at peace because of what you told us, and we will put up with the rest. But with regard to her, what shall we do? Tell us, Lord." Jesus is pensive. Then he replies, "Have you no relatives far from Bethlechi?" "No, Master." Jesus is pensive, and then he raises his head and looks at Joseph, John of Ephesus, and Philip of Arbela. He says to them, "You will set out with these people, and then from Bethlechi you will go with her and her trousseau to Aera. You will tell Timonius' mother to keep her in my name. She knows what it means to have a persecuted son." "We will do that, Lord. It's a wise decision. Aera is far and out of the way," says the three men. Sabea's father and mother kiss the master's hands, and they thank him and bless him. Jesus bends over the woman. He touches her veiled head and calls her gently, "Sabea, listen to me." The woman raises her head. She looks at him and then falls on her knees. Holding his hand to her head, Jesus says, "Listen, Sabea. You will go where I sent you, to a mother. I would have liked to send you to my mother, but it is not possible. And continue to serve the Lord with justice and obedience. I bless you, woman. Go in peace." "Yes, my Lord and my God. But shall I be able to speak when I have to?" "The Spirit who loves you will guide you according to the moment. Be sure of his love. Be humble, chaste, simple, and sincere, and he will not abandon you. Go in peace." He joins again the apostles and Zacchaeus with his friends, who had stopped a few paces away, holding back other curious people. "Let us go. Night has fallen. I do not know how you who have to go to Jericho will get there." "Particularly for the woman and her relatives, I would say. But if you think that it is a good idea, we will stay outside, and you and they will be able to sleep in the house until morning," suggests one of Zacchaeus' friends. "A good idea. Go and tell Sabea to come here with her relatives and the disciples. They will sleep in the house. I will stay with you. It is not a windy night. We will light some fires and we will wait for dawn thus, while I teach you and you listen to me." And he slowly sets off in the early moonlight. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life, chapter 524. At Bethabara, remembering the Baptist, 7th of November, 1946.
Peace to you, Master,
greet the shepherd disciples who had gone ahead some days previously and were waiting beyond the ford with the sick people they had gathered together, and other people anxious to hear the Master. Peace to you. Have you been waiting for me long?
For 3 days.
I was held up on the way. Let us go to the sick people.
We put up some tents to give shelter to them without going backwards and forwards to and from the nearby villages. We were given milk for them by some of our shepherd friends, who are now over there with their herds waiting for you,
say the disciples, while leading Jesus into a thicket, which by itself would be a protection for anyone taking shelter in it. There are about 20 small tents supported by poles, all stretched between 2 trunks of trees, and under them there is the large, sad crowd of sick people who are waiting, and as soon as they realize who is coming, they utter the usual cry,
"Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on us!"
Jesus does not want to keep them waiting long, and appearing, or rather bending from tent to tent, as his height does not allow him to go in standing straight. He looks into each, smiling, and his smile is already a grace. The sun shining behind him casts his shadow on the little beds and emaciated faces, or on the inert limbs. He only says a few words. Peace to you who believe. And he then passes to the next tent, and a cry follows him. A cry repeated each time his sentence is repeated. A cry that is heard in the tent just left, as if it were the echo of the one uttered in the previous tent.
"I am cured! Hosanna to the Son of David!"
And the large group of sick people, previously lying under the dark tents, come out and gathers together behind the Master. They are full of joy, and they throw away their sticks or crutches. They wrap themselves in the blankets of the now useless stretchers. They take off the no longer needed bandages, and above all, they exult in the joy of their recovery. They have all been cured by now. And Jesus turns round, and with a most loving smile, he says,
"The Lord has rewarded your faith. Let us bless his goodness together."
And he intones the psalm.
Acclaim the Lord, all the earth. Serve the Lord gladly. Come into his presence with songs of joy. Know that he, the Lord, is God. He made us,
etc. The people follow him as best they can. Some, who are probably not Israelites, follow the song with a murmur of their lips, but their hearts do sing, as one can tell from their faces. God will certainly accept that poor murmur better than the perfect but arid song of some Pharisees. Matthias says to Jesus,
"O Lord, when you speak to those who are awaiting your word, mention our John."
I was thinking of doing that, because this place brings back to my heart an even livelier recollection of the figure of the Baptist. And surrounded by the crowd, he climbs a rising of the ground, covered with thin grass, and he begins to speak.
"What have you come to seek in this place? The health of your bodies, O sick people. And it was given to you. The word that evangelizes, and you have found it. But the health of your bodies must prepare you to seek the health of your spirits, as the word that evangelizes must prepare your wills to seek justice. How dreadful it would be if the health of the body were confined to the joy of the flesh and blood, being instead inactive with regard to the spirit. I made you praise the Lord, who granted you the gift of health. But your gratitude to the Lord must not come to an end after the moment of exaltation. And gratitude reveals itself in the goodwill to love him. Every gift of God is nothing, no matter how full of active strength it is, if in man there is no will to recompense it with the gift of his own spirit to God. This place heard the preaching of John. Many among you certainly heard it. Many people in Israel heard it, but it did not have the same result in everybody. Although John spoke the same words to everybody. Why so much difference then? What is the cause of it? The different wills of men who heard those words. Some were really prepared by them to receive me, and consequently, they were prepared for their own holiness. Others instead were prepared against me, and consequently for their own injustice. They resounded like the cry of a sentinel, and the army of spirits divided, although one only was the cry. Some of them prepared to follow their leader. Some armed themselves and studied plans to fight me and my followers. And because of that, Israel will be defeated, because a kingdom which is divided in itself cannot be strong, and foreign countries take advantage of it to subdue it. The same applies to individual spirits. In every man, there are good and bad powers. Wisdom speaks to the whole man, but only few men want one part only to reign, the good one. In deciding to choose one part only as queen, the children of the world are more skillful. They know how to be completely wicked when they so wish, and they throw away the good parts as if they were useless garments, whereas they could oppose resistance in them. The men, instead, who are not of the world and who are stimulated towards the light, only with difficulty can imitate the children of the world and throw away, like rejected garments, the wicked parts which try to resist in them. I said that if one eye causes you to sin, it should be torn out. If a hand causes you to sin, it should be cut off. Because it is better to enter the eternal light crippled than enter eternal darkness with both eyes or hands. The Baptist was a man of our days. Many of you have known him. Imitate his heroical example. Out of love for the Lord and for his soul, he gave away much more than an eye and the hand, he gave his very life to be faithful to justice. Many among you were perhaps his disciples and still say that they love him. But bear in mind that you prove your love for God and for the teachers who take you to God by doing what they taught you, imitating their works of justice and loving God with your whole selves to the extent of heroism. Then, by doing so, the gifts of health and wisdom granted by God do not remain idle and do not become condemnation. On the contrary, they are a ladder to ascend to the abode of my and your Father, who awaits everybody in his kingdom. For your own good, ensure that the sacrifice of the Baptist, a whole life of sacrifice, ended in martyrdom, and my sacrifice, a whole life of sacrifice, and ending in a martyrdom hundreds of times greater than my precursors, may not be fruitless for you. Be just, have faith, obey the word of heaven, renew yourselves in the new law. Let the gospel be really good news for you, making you good and deserving to enjoy the bounty that is the Most High Lord in an eternal day. Learn to tell true shepherds from false ones, and follow those who will give you the words of life they learned from me. The Feast of Lights, the celebration of the dedication of the temple, is close at hand. Remember that many lights to honor the festivity and the Lord are of no avail if your hearts are without light. Love is light, and its lamp holder is the will to love the Lord with good deeds. Remember that the dedication of the temple is a good thing, but it is much greater, better, and more pleasant to the Lord to dedicate one's spirit to God and reconsecrate it through love. Just spirits in just bodies, because the body is like the walls surrounding the altar, and the spirit is the altar upon which the glory of the Lord descends. God cannot descend upon altars desecrated by one's sins, or by contact with flesh bitten by lust and by wicked thoughts. Be good. The fatigue of being so through the continuous tests in life is rewarded 100-fold by the future prize, and at present by the peace comforting the hearts of just people at the end of each day, when they lie down to rest and find their pillows free from remorse, which is instead the nightmare of those who want to enjoy themselves illicitly. And they only succeed in being seized with a restless frenzy. Do not envy the rich. Do not hate anybody. do not wish to have what you see other people have. Be satisfied with your condition, considering that to do the will of God in everything is the key that opens the gates of the eternal Jerusalem. I am leaving you. Many among you will not see me again, because I am about to go to prepare the places for my disciples. My special blessing to your children, to your women, whom I shall not see again, and to you men. Yes, I want to bless you. My blessing will help those who are stronger not to fall, and the weaker to rise up again. Only for those who will betray me because they hate me, my blessing will be of no value.
He blesses them all together. He then blesses the women. He kisses the children. And then he goes back to the fort with the 5 apostles who are still with him, and with the shepherd disciples. The poem of the Man God, the 3rd year of the public life. Chapter 525. Going back to Nob, Jesus' Omniscience. 8th of November, 1946. They are already on the slopes of the Mount of Olives, and the 3 pairs of apostles left at Jericho, Tekoa, and Bethany are once again with the Master. But Judas of Kerioth is still absent, and the apostles are speaking in low voices about him. Jesus is infinitely sad. The apostles have noticed that, and they are saying to one another, "It is certainly because of Lazarus. He's a broken man, and his sisters arouse so much pity. The Master cannot even stop in their house, persecuted as he is by so much hatred. It would have been a great consolation to the sick man, his sisters, and also for the Master. I cannot understand why he does not cure him," exclaims Thomas. "It would be also fair. A friend, he helps so much. A just man," murmurs Bartholomew. "Ah, with regard to justice, he is just indeed. I think you have persuaded yourself of that these last days," says the zealot to Bartholomew. "Yes, that's true. And also what you imply is true. I was not quite convinced of his justice, because of their familiarity with Gentiles, because of the education they received from their father, who was very, I would say, inclined to yield to new forms of life different from ours. Their mother was an angel," says Simon Zealot decidedly. "Perhaps that is the reason why they are just. Let us overlook Mary's past. She is now redeemed," says Philip. "Yes, but all that made me suspicious. Now I am really convinced, and I am surprised that the Master—" "My brother knows how to praise the merits of men. We suffered as well for a long time from a natural human jealousy, because we saw that strangers were more gratified than the members of our family. But now we have understood that the error was in our way of thinking, and that he was right. We considered his behavior as being indifferent, and as a depreciation and incomprehension of our value. Now we have understood. He prefers to draw to himself those who are deformed and unformed. He, with his infinite means, entices the souls that are most wretched and remote, and thus more exposed to danger. Do you remember the parable of the lost sheep? The truth, the key to his way of behaving, is in that parable. When he sees his faithful sheep follow him, or stay where or how he wishes, his spirit is at peace, and he makes use of that peace to pursue the lost sheep. He knows that we love him, that Lazarus and his sisters love him, that the women disciples and the shepherds love him, and so he does not lose his time with us with any special trial of love. He always loves us. He has us in his heart all the time. We ourselves enter it, and we do not want to come out of it. But the others, sinners, those who are misled, he must run after them. He has to draw them to himself with love, miracles, and his power. And it does that. Lazarus, Mary, and Martha will continue to love him even without a miracle, says James of Alphaeus. That is true. But what did he mean with his last greeting? You heard him say, "The love of the Lord for you will be revealed in proportion to your love." And remember that love has two wings to be perfect. And the more unbounded they are, the more perfect love is. Faith and hope, says Andrew. Of course. What did he mean? Several of them ask. There is silence. Then Thomas, with a deep sigh, concludes an interior speech of his own. But his good patience does not always win redemptions. I also have suffered at times because of the predilections he shows for Judas of Kerioth. Predilection? I don't think so. He reproaches him as he does with any of us, says Andrew. According to justice, yes. But consider how much more severity that man would serve. That is true. Well, I've suffered many times because of that, but now I realize that he certainly does so because he is the most imperfect amongst us. The most wretched, you must say, Thomas, the most wretched. You think that his sadness, and he points at Jesus who is walking ahead of them, all alone, absorbed in his grief, is brought about by Lazarus' disease and by the tears of his sisters. I say that it is brought about by Judas's absence. He was hoping to be met by him on the way when he was going to Bethabara. He was hoping to find him at least at Jericho, Tekoa, or when he came back to Bethany. Now he no longer hopes. He is now sure of Judas's evil doing. I have watched him all the time, and I noticed that his face looked utterly desolate when you, Bartholomew, said, "Judas has not come," says Thaddeus. But he is aware of events before they take place. I am certain of that, exclaims John. Of many, not of all of them. I think that his father conceals some of them from him out of pity, says the zealot. The 11 are divided into two parties. Some agree to one version, some to the other, and each states his reasons supporting his own. John exclaims, "Oh, I do not want to listen to either, not even to myself. We are all poor men, and we cannot see things right. I'm going to Jesus and I will ask him. No, he might be thinking of something else, and this question may remind him of Judas and make him more grieved," says Andrew. "No, I will certainly not tell him that we were speaking of Judas. I will ask him so without any reference." "Go then. It may help him to take his mind off sad thoughts. Don't you see how sad he is?" says Peter, pushing John. "I'm going. Who is coming with me?" "Go by yourself. He speaks to you without reserve, and then you will tell us." John goes away. "Master!" "John, what do you want?" And Jesus, with a smile that brightens his face, embraces his dearest apostle with one arm, holding him close to himself while walking. "We were talking amongst ourselves, and we were uncertain about one thing. This, whether you know all the future, or is part of it hidden from you. Some of us said one thing, some another." "And what did you say?" "I said the best thing was to ask you." "And so you came. You did the right thing." This gives you and me the opportunity to enjoy a moment of love. Only so rarely now we can have some peace. It's true. How beautiful the early days were. Yes, for the man, which we are, they were more beautiful. But for the spirit which is in us, these days are better. Because the word of God is better known, and because we suffer more. The more one suffers, the more one redeems, John. So, although we remember the happy days, we must be more fond of these ones that grieve us. And through grief, they give us souls. But I will answer your question. Listen, I know as God, and I know as man. I know future events because I am with the Father, since before time, and I see beyond time. As a man free from imperfections and limitations connected with the sin and with sins, I have the gift of introspection into hearts. Such gift is not limited only to the Christ, but in different degrees it is in all those who, having achieved holiness, are so united to God that one can say that they do not act by themselves, but through the perfection existing in them. So I could reply to you that as God, I am aware of the future of centuries, and as a just man, I know the state of hearts. John is pensive and silent. Jesus leaves him alone for a moment, then says, "For instance, now I see this thought in you. Then my master knows the state of Judas Kerioth exactly." "Oh, master!" "Yes, I know. I know, and I will continue to be his master. And I would like you to continue to be his brother." "Holy master! But do you really always know everything? See, at times we say that it is not so, because you go to places where you find enemies. Before going, do you know that you will find them? And you go there to fight them with your love, to gain them to love? Or do you not know, and do you see your enemies only when they are in front of you, and you read their hearts? Once you said to me, you were very depressed even then, and always for the same reason. You said that you were like one who cannot see. I experienced also that torture of man, to have to proceed without seeing, relying entirely on providence. I must be acquainted with everything pertaining to man, with the exception of consumed sin. Not because of a protective barrier placed by my Father against the flesh, the world, and the demon, but because of my will of man. I am like you, but I have a stronger willpower than you, so I am subject to temptation, but I do not yield to them. And my merit lies in that, as it does for you. You tempted? It seems almost impossible to me. Because temptations do not affect you very much. You are pure, and you think that I, being purer than you, should not experience temptation. In fact, the carnal one is so weak as compared with my chastity, that it is never perceived by my ego. It is as if a petal struck a solid piece of granite. It skims it. The very demon is tired of shooting that arrow at me. But John, do you not consider how many other temptations there are around me? Around you? You do not crave for riches or honors, so which are they? And do you not take into consideration that I have a life, affections, and duties towards my mother, and that such things tempt me to avoid the danger? The snake calls it danger, but its true name is sacrifice. And do you not think that I have feelings too? My moral ego is present in me and suffers offenses, derision, double dealing. Oh, my John, do you realize how loathsome falsehood and lies are to me? Do you know how many times the demon tempts me to react against these things that grieve me by relinquishing my meekness and becoming hard-hearted and intolerant? And lastly, do you not consider how many times he blows his breath, burning with pride, and says, "Be proud of this or that. You are great. The world admires you. The elements are at your service." The temptation to delight in being holy, the most subtle one. How many lose the holiness already acquired because of such pride? How did Satan corrupt Adam? By tempting his sensuality, his thought, his spirit. Am I not the man who must recreate man? The new mankind is to come from me. And there is Satan trying the same means to destroy, and for good, the race of the children of God. Now go to your companions and repeat my words to them. And do not wonder whether I know or do not know what Judas is doing. Consider that I love you. Is that thought not sufficient to fill a heart? He kisses him and dismisses him. And when he is once again all alone, he raises his eyes to the sky that can be seen through the branches of the olive trees, and he says in a plaintive voice, "Father, grant me at least this, that I may be able to conceal the crime until the last hour, to prevent my beloved disciples from staining their hands with blood. Have mercy on them, Father. They are too weak to refrain from reacting against offense. Let there be no hatred in their hearts in the hour of perfect love." And he wipes the tears that God only sees. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 526. At Nob, Judas of Kerioth's return. 9th of November, 1946. "Yes, master, Judas of Kerioth has been here for many days. He came one Sabbath evening. He looked tired and exhausted. He said that he had lost you in the streets in Jerusalem, and that he had run to the various houses where you usually go, looking for you. He comes here every evening. He will be here shortly. He goes away in the morning. And he says that he goes to the nearby villages to preach you." "All right, Eliza. And did you believe him?" "Master, you know that I am not fond of that man. If my children had to be like him, I would have asked the Most High to take them from this world. No, I did not believe his words, but for your sake I kept my opinion to myself, and I have been motherly to him. At least, I succeeded in getting him to come back here every evening." "You did well." Jesus looks at her intensely, and then suddenly asks, "Where is Anastasia?" Eliza blushes, and her elderly face becomes purple red, but she replies frankly, "At Bethzur." "You did the right thing again, and please, pity the man." "It is because I feel sorry for him that I wanted to put out the fire before it spread, causing scandal, or, at the least, frightening the woman." "May God bless you, O just woman." "Are you suffering acutely, master?" "Yes, I am. It is true. I can tell a mother." "You can tell a mother? If you were not Jesus, the Lord?" I would like you to rest your tired head on my shoulder, and I would press your distressed heart on mine. But you are so holy that no woman but your mother can touch you. Eliza, good friend of my mother and a good mother, your Lord will soon be touched by much less holy hands than yours, and kissed. Oh, and afterwards, other hands. Eliza, if you were allowed to touch the Holy of Holies, with what spirit would you do so? Would you perhaps abstain if the voice of God in a cloud of incense should ask you for love, to have a loving caress at long last, after being approached by so many people who do not love him? My Lord, if God should ask me, I would go on my knees to cover the holy place with kisses, and would to God he would be satisfied and comforted by my love. Then Eliza, the good friend of my mother, the good faithful disciple of your sorrowful Saviour, let me rest my head on your heart, because my heart is tormented to the extent of suffering mortal pains. And Jesus, sitting where he is, close to Eliza, who is standing, really rests his forehead on the breast of the old disciple, and silent tears stream down the dark dress of the woman, who cannot refrain from laying her hand on the head reclined on her heart. And then, feeling the tears fall on her bare sandal-shod feet, she bends to kiss Jesus' head, lightly, and weeps silently, raising her eyes towards the sky in silent prayer. She looks like an elderly mother of sorrows. She does not speak or move, but she is so motherly in her attitude that she could not possibly be more so. Jesus raises his head and looks at her. He smiles lightly and says, "May God bless you for your pity." Oh, a mother is really necessary when grief overwhelms the strength of man. He stands up. He looks once again at his disciple and says, "Every moment of this hour is to be kept to ourselves. I came ahead by myself just for that." "Yes, Master, but you cannot remain all alone. Let your mother come." "She will be with me in 2 months' time." And he is about to say something else when the strong voice, always somewhat insolent and ironical, of Judas of Kerioth resounds downstairs in the kitchen. "Still busy carving, old man? It's cold, and there's no fire in here. I am hungry, and there's no food ready. Is Eliza sleeping, perhaps? She wanted to do everything by herself, but old people are slow, and their memory's weak. I say, are you not speaking? Are you completely deaf this morning?" "No, but I am letting you speak, because you are an apostle, and it ill becomes me to reproach you," replies the old man. "Reproach me? Why?" "Examine yourself, and you will find why." "My conscience has no voice." "Which means that it is deformed, or that you have mimed it." And Judas must have gone out of the kitchen because first a door bangs, and then footsteps are heard on the staircase. "I am going downstairs to prepare, Master." "Go, Eliza." Eliza leaves the room upstairs, and she immediately meets Judas, who is about to set foot on the terrace. "I'm cold and hungry." "Nothing else? Well, man, You still have very little. What else should I have? Hey, so many things. Eliza's voice fades away. They are all old fools. Ah! He pushes the door and finds himself facing Jesus. He is so surprised that he takes a step backwards. He collects himself and says, Master! Peace to you! Peace to you, Judas. Jesus receives the kiss of the apostle, but he does not return it. Master, are you not kissing me? Jesus looks at him and remains silent. It's true, I made a mistake, and to refuse to kiss me is the least you can do. But do not judge me too severely. On that day I was caught in the middle of some people who do not love you, and I argued with them until I talked myself hoarse. Later I said, I wonder where he has gone, and I came back here waiting for you. Isn't this the house yours by now? While they allow me. You will not bear me a grudge for that. No, I only want you to consider the example you have set for the others. I can already hear their words, but I have reasons that will justify me with them. I am not even doing it with you because I know that you have already forgiven me. I have already forgiven you. That is true. One would expect Judas to make a gesture of humility, of love, for so much kindness. He instead makes one which is the very opposite, a gesture of anger, while he exclaims, But is there no way to see you lose your temper? What kind of man are you? Jesus is silent, and Judas, standing, looks at Jesus, who is sitting with his head lowered, and he shakes his head with an evil smile on his lips. And the incident is over, as far as he is concerned. He begins to speak about this and that matter, as if he were the best behaved apostle. Night is falling. The noise of the road dies out. Let us go downstairs, says Jesus. They go into the kitchen where a bright fire is burning and a 3-flame lamp is lit. Jesus, tired, sits near the fireside and seems to be dozing in the warmth. There is a knock at the door. The old man opens it. It is the apostles. Peter, the first to enter, sees Judas and assails him vigorously, asking, Can you tell us where you have been? Here, just here. It would have been foolish to run here and there after people who had disappeared. I came here, as I was sure that you would be coming back here. A fine way to behave. The master has not reproached me for it. In any case, you had better know that I have not wasted my time. I evangelized every day, and I also worked miracles, and that is a good thing. And who authorized you to do that? Asks Bartholomew severely. Nobody, neither you nor anybody else. It is enough to be of the... In brief, people are surprised, and grumble and laugh at us, the apostles who do nothing. And since I know, I acted on behalf of everybody. And I did more than that. I went to see Helkai, and I proved to him that one does not misbehave when one is holy. There were many there, and I convinced them. You will see that they will no longer disturb us. And now I am happy. The apostles look at one another. They look at Jesus. His face is impenetrable. It seems to be veiled with so much fatigue, which is the only visible thing. But you might have done that with the master's permission, remarks James of Alphaeus. We have been worried about you all the time. Oh, well, now you need not be anxious any longer. He would never have given me permission. He protects us too much, so much so that people murmur that he's jealous of us, that he's afraid we might do more than he does,
and also that we are punished by him. People have caustic tongues. The truth, instead, is that he loves us more than the apple of his eye. Isn't that right, Master? He is afraid we may be exposed to danger, or we may cut a bad figure. And we, too, in our minds, thought that we were punished, and that he was jealous. Definitely not! I never thought that, says Thomas, interrupting him. And the others echo him, with the exception of Thaddeus, who fixes his sincere, beautiful eyes on the beautiful but elusive eyes of Judas, and says, "And how were you able to work miracles? In whose name?" "What? In whose name? But do you not remember that he gave us that power? Has he deprived us of it? Not that I know. So, I would never take the liberty of doing anything without his consent and order." "Well, I wanted to do it. I was afraid I might no longer be able. But I was, and I'm happy." And he breaks off the discussion, going out into the dark kitchen garden. Once again, the apostles look at one another in dismay. They are shocked by so much audacity, but no one has the heart to say anything that may grieve their master even more, as he seems to be suffering so much. They get rid of their bags, which John, Andrew, and Thomas take upstairs, and Bartholomew, bending to pick up a dry branch fallen out of a faggot, whispers to Peter, "God forbid he was helped by a demon." Peter makes a gesture with his hands as if wished to say, "Goodness gracious!" but he does not say one word. He goes to Jesus, and laying a hand on his shoulders, he asks him, "Are you so tired?" "Yes, Simon, I am." "It's ready, Master. Come to the table. Or, no, remain there, near the fireside. I will bring you some milk and bread," says Eliza. In fact, she puts a big bowl of steaming milk and some bread, spread with honey, on a tray and takes it to Jesus. And she waits while he, standing, offers the food. Then she crouches on the floor like a good old mother, anxiously wishing to console him, and she smiles at him, urging him to eat. And when Jesus lovingly reproaches her for spreading the bread with honey, she replies, "I would give you my blood to invigorate you, my master. This is the poor honey of my kitchen garden at Bethsur, and it can but strengthen your body. But my heart—" The others are eating round the table, with the good appetite of people who have walked a long way. And Judas, peaceful, almost arrogant, eats with them and is the only one to speak. He is still speaking when Jesus orders, "Let each of you go to the house giving you hospitality. Go. Peace be with you." Judas, Bartholomew, Peter, and Andrew remain with him, and Jesus orders them to go and rest at once. He is deadly tired, so tired that he can no longer endure to speak or hear people speak, and I think he is unable to bear the effort of controlling himself with regard to Judas of Kerioth. The poem of The Man God, the third year of the public life, chapter 527, at Nob, during the following days, hidden possessions, 12th of November, 1946. These winter days are cold but clear. On the top of the little mountain on which Nob is built, the wind blows almost all the time, but it is mitigated by the sun that, from dawn until sunset, caresses with its rays the kitchen garden verdant with winter vegetables. They are small kitchen gardens close to the houses, with small beds green with the vegetables and the other beds with the colour of well-nourished earth
bare beds ready to be sown with legumes. When looking round, one can see the grey-green foliage of olive trees, or the serpentine skeleton-like rows of bare vines, or small ploughed fields, already sown with cereals, ready to germinate in the first warmth of the early Palestine springtime, blessed with warm sunshine. I would almost say that in the clear days, like the one I am admiring, there is already warmth of spring, a germinating warmth. In fact, the buds of the almond trees close to the houses are swelling on the branches, which only a few days previously were dry. Dark gems, hardly noticeable on the little dark branches, but proving that life is rising and the robust trunk is about to awake again. In John's little orchard, at the rear of the house, there is a thin strip of cultivated land, whereas the strip along the house is shaded by a walnut tree. In the thin strip, there is a huge almond tree, perhaps older than its master, so close to the house that for a good length of its trunk it has been compelled to branch only on 3 sides, because the wall of the house prevented it from putting forth branches on the 4th side. But further up, its branches are ruffled in such an entanglement that when they blossom, they are bound to form a light cloud above the poor terrace, a precious tent, more beautiful than a royal canopy. In order not to be idle, Jesus and the apostles are working in the cheerful, warm sunshine. With their garments tucked up, those who are familiar with joinery and locks are repairing or making new utensils or casings. Some are hoeing the land, covering up vegetables that have been transplanted, reinforcing a hedge of dry canes, and green hawthorn enclosing 2 sides of the little kitchen garden. Or they are pruning the almond and the walnut tree, and tying the vine branches that the winter wind has unfastened. I have noticed that where Jesus is, one is never idle. He is the first to teach the beauty of manual work when the evangelical work is interrupted. Also today, Jesus, with his cousins, is repairing a door, the lower part of which had rotted, and its latch was falling off. Philip and Bartholomew instead are working with pruning shears and sickle on old fruit trees, while the fishermen are busying themselves with ropes and old blankets, some mending them with very masculine stitches, some fixing rings and pulleys, probably with the intent of creating over the terrace a Valeria, which will be useful in summer.
"You will be very comfortable here, Eliza," says Peter, with a promising intention, hanging out of the low terrace wall, to speak to the old disciple who is spinning wool, sitting against the sunny wall. "Yes, when the vine is stretched out and the almond tree sorted, it will really be a lovely spot in summer," says Philip between his teeth, as he is holding in his mouth some reeds with which he ties the vine shoots to their supports. Jesus raises his head and looks, while Eliza raises hers to look at Jesus, and she says, "I wonder whether we shall be here in summer." "Why should we not be, woman?" asks Andrew. "Well, I don't know. I no longer rely on the future, since I saw that all my forecasts ended up in a sepulchre." "Eh, the master would have to die to prevent us from being here. The master has now chosen this place as his residence. Have you not, master?" asks Thomas. "That is true, but also what Eliza says is true," replies Jesus, working with a plane on the style of a door he is repairing. "But you are young, and above all, healthy." "People do not die only of diseases," says Jesus again. "Who is speaking of death? You, master? For yourself? The ill will has really calmed down for some time. See, no one is disturbing us now. They know that we are here. They met us also yesterday when we were coming back from town with the shopping, and they did not bother us," says Bartholomew.
"Yes, it was the same with us. When we went to the nearby villages to inform people that you are here, no one ever troubled us. And yet we met Hilkiah, Simon, then Zadok and Samuel, and also Nahum with Doris. They even greeted us, didn't they, James?" says John, addressing his brother. "Yes, we must admit that Judas has done good work whilst in our hearts we were criticizing him. Since we came back here, we have had no trouble. His words have been confirmed by facts. We seem to have gone back to the good old days at the clear water, to the beginning of those days. Oh, I wish it were true," says James of Zebedee.
"If it were really true," says Peter with a sigh.
"It is not always a clear day when there is no rumble of thunder," says Eliza, sententiously whirling a spindle.
"What do you mean?"
asks Peter. "I mean that much peace at times in a stormy place foreshadows a most dangerous tempest. You ought to know, as you are a fisherman."
"Eh, woman, I know. A lake is like a huge tun full of blue oil at times, but almost every time sails are loose and the water is smooth. A storm of the worst kind is ready. The wind of a dead calm sea is the wind of death for seamen."
Of course. So if I were you, I would not trust so much peace. It's too peaceful.
"Well, if when it is wartime one suffers because there is a war, and when it is peacetime one suffers because an even more dreadful war may break out, when can one rejoice?" asks Thomas.
"In the next life. Sorrow is always ready here."
"Ah, how dismal you are, woman! My time to rejoice is very remote then. I am one of the youngest. Cheer up, Bartholomew. You are the nearest to enjoy it. You and the zealot," says James of Zebedee, jokingly. "Dismal and shrewd, woman. Elderly women. But sometimes they guess right. Also, my mother, when she says, 'Be careful, you're about to do something silly because of this and that,' always guesses right," says Thomas, who is bent hoeing the ground. "Women are malignant or more artful than foxes. We are worth nothing as compared to them, when it is a question of understanding certain things that we would like them not to understand," says Peter, sententiously.
"You ought to be quiet. You happen to marry a wife who would believe you even if you said that Lebanon had turned into butter. What you say is the law for her. She listens, believes, and is silent," says Andrew to his brother.
"Yes, but her mother makes up for her, and for another 100 women. What a serpent!"
They all laugh, including Eliza and the old man who is helping the younger ones to hoe. The zealot, Matthew, and Judas of Kerioth come back.
"We have done everything, master. We are tired. What a long tour. But I will take a rest tomorrow. It's your turn tomorrow,"
says Iscariot to those who are hoeing the land. And he goes towards them, taking a hoe to work with it.
"If you are tired, why do you want to work?" Thomas asks him. "Because I have to plant out some little plants. This place is as bold as the head of an old man, and it's a pity," he says sententiously, thrusting the hoe into the ground with strong strokes of his foot.
"It wasn't like this in the good old days. Then too many things have died, and it wasn't worth my while to work to remake them. I am old, and more than old, I was desolate," replies the old man.
"But what size of holes are you digging? They are fit for trees, not for little plants, as you said, remarks Philip, who was descended after tying the vine shoot. When a tree is young, it is always a little plant. That is what mine are like. This is the right time. I was assured by the man who gave me them. Do you know who, master? That relative of Helkai who is a farmer. And he is a good farmer. What an orchard! And his olive trees. He's replanting part of the olive grove. I said to him, "Give me some of those plants." "For whom?" he asked. "For an old man in Nob, who has given us hospitality. They will serve to make him forgive me all the scandals I bore him." "No, son, not with plants, but only through your good behavior can that happen. And with God, I watch, pray, and forgive. But I am grateful to you for the plants, although, did you think that I will live long enough to eat their fruit?" "Why not? One must always hope. Nay, one must want to triumph, and one then triumphs." "There is no triumph over old age, and I do not wish for it either." "There is no triumph either over many other things. If wishing were enough to have things, I would have my sons," says Eliza, sighing. "Master, Eliza's words remind me of a question some people asked me today along the road. As something had happened in a village, they were asking whether it is true that a miracle is always a proof of holiness. I said it is, but they say that it is not, because in that village at the border of Samaria, he who had worked wonderful things was certainly not a just man. I silenced them, saying that man always judges wrongly, and that the man who they said was not just was perhaps holier than they were. What do you think?" asks Matthew. "I say that you were both right, each for his own part. You, by saying that a miracle is always the proof of holiness. It is generally so. And also by saying that one must not judge in order not to make mistakes. But they were also right in suspecting other sources for the wonderful things of that man." "Which sources?" asks the Iscariot. "Those of darkness. There are people who are already worshippers of Satan and practice the cult of pride, and in order to impose themselves on other people, they sell themselves to the Dark One to have him as a friend." Jesus replies to him, "How is it possible? Is it not a legend of heathen countries that man can stipulate contracts with the demon or with infernal spirits?" asks John, who is utterly amazed. "It is possible, not as the heathen legends say, not by means of money or material contracts, but by adhering to evil, by choosing to give oneself up to evil, so that one might enjoy 1 hour of triumph, no matter how. I solemnly tell you that those who sell themselves to the cursed one in order to gain their end are more numerous than one may think." "Are they successful? Do they achieve what they ask for?" asks Andrew. "Not always and not everything, but they get something." "How can that be? Is the demon so powerful as to simulate God?" "He is, but he would be a non-entity if man were holy. The fact that man is often a demon himself. We fight against obvious, noisy, striking possessions. Everybody is aware of them. They are far from being pleasant for relatives and citizens, and above all, they take place in material forms. Man is always impressed by what is heavy and strikes his senses.
he does not notice what is immaterial and is perceptible only by what is immaterial, his reason and spirit. And even if he does notice it, he takes no care of it, particularly if it is not detrimental to him. So, such hidden possessions elude our power of exorcisers, and they are the most harmful because they work in the choicest part, with the choicest part and toward other choice parts, from reason to reason, from spirit to spirit. They are like corrupting, impalpable, unnoticeable miasmata, until the person suffering from it is not warned by the fever of the disease that he's affected with it. And does Satan help him? Really? Why? And why does God allow him? And will he always allow him, even after you will be reigning? They all ask. Satan helps to complete the enslavement. God allows him to act thus, because the value of the creature emerges from the struggle between high and low, good and evil. Both his value and his will emerge. He will always allow him to act, also after I have been raised. But Satan then will have a very great enemy, and man will have a very powerful friend. Who? Grace. Oh, well, so for those of our times who are without grace, it will be easier to be enslaved, but their fall will be less grave, says Iscariot, hoeing all the time. No, Judas, the judgment will be the same. That is unfair, because if we are less helped, we should be less condemned. You are not completely wrong, says Thomas. He is wrong, Thomas, because we, people of Israel, have been gifted with so much faith, hope, charity, and so much light of wisdom, that we have no excuse for being ignorant. And you, in any case, who already have had grace as your master for almost 3 years, will be judged like those of the new time, says Jesus, stressing his words and looking at Judas, who has raised his head and is pensive, looking into space. Then Judas of Kerioth shakes his head, as if he were concluding an internal reasoning, and thrusting the hoe into the soil, he asks, "And what does he become, who gives himself thus to the demon?" "A demon." "A demon? So if I, for instance, in order to assert that your contact gives one a supernatural power, should do something that you censure, would I be a demon?" "Yes, you would." "However, I hope that you will not do such things," says Andrew, who is almost frightened. "Me? I am planting the little trees for our old man." And he runs to the other side of the kitchen garden and comes back with 5 young plants, which are certainly heavy because of the clod of earth wrapping the roots. "Have you come from Beth Horon with that load on your shoulders?" asks Peter. "You should say from Gibeon. That's where some of Daniel's orchards are. Wonderful soil, look." And he crumbles with his fingers the earth around the roots. He then unfastens the lace, holding the 5 little stems which are already the size of an arm. Only 2 have a few leaves on the tops, and they are olive leaves. "Here we are. This one is for Jesus, and this one for Mary. They are the peace of the world. I am transplanting them first, because I am a man of peace. One here and one there." And he places them at the ends of the strip of land. "And an apple tree here, as young and good as that one in Eden, to remind you, John, that you also descend from Adam, and that you must not be surprised if I may be a sinner. Beware of the serpent. And here, no, this is not the right place.
This young fig tree, over there, in the front, near the wall. How can one do without a fig tree in the garden, when they grow here like weeds? And we will put this young almond tree in the hole in the center. It will learn from that age-old one the virtue of yielding fruit. There we are. Your little kitchen garden will be beautiful in the future, and looking at it, you will remember me.
I would remember you just the same, because you have been here with the Master. Everything will speak to me of this time. And looking at things, I shall say, he wanted to set my house in order again, just like a son. But if I could wish for something different from what is probably already written in heaven, I would like not to have to remember this period of time so beautiful for me, more beautiful than when these trees, now old, were young, and my wife and I were young, and my little daughter used to play here. And it was a pleasure to take care of the apple, the pomegranate, and the fig trees, and of the vines, because the little hands of my daughter were eager to have the fruit. And it was lovely to see my wife, sitting in the shade of the green trees, weave and spin. Later, my daughter went away, so forgetful. My wife was ill and died. Why and for whom should I take care of what once was beautiful? And everything is dead, except the 2 old trees that remember my childhood. I would like to die before having to remember. And while there is a woman here, as just as Leah, I thank you for the trees, for the work, for everything. I thank everybody. But I beg my Lord to uproot my old tree from this land before this hour of peace for old John sits. Jesus approaches him, and laying a hand on his shoulder, he says kindly and severely at the same time, "You have been able to do so many things in your long lifetime. You still lack one: to accept the hour of your death from God without asking to have it brought forward or delayed by 1 minute. You are resigned to so many things, and thus God loves you. Resign yourself to the most difficult one: to live when you would only wish to die. And now let us go inside. The sun is setting behind the mountains, and it turns cold at once. The Sabbath is beginning. We will finish our work after it." And he picks up saw, plane, and hammer, and goes back into the house, while the others finish making up into bundles the branches they have cut, watering the plants they have transplanted, and putting back on its hinges the door they have repaired. The poem of the Man God, the 3rd year of the public life. Chapter 528. Judas of Kerioth is lustful. 14th of November, 1946. All Nob is asleep. It is daybreak. Dawn, in the smooth winter light, is delicately colored with unreal hues. It is not the silvery green light of summer dawns, the light which appears so rapidly and changes into pale gold and into pink, that becomes brighter and brighter, but a jade green dissolving into a very faint grey blue shows it in the east in a small low semicircle above the horizon. a spot of a veiled, almost tired brightness, like a pale flame of sulphur burning behind a screen of whitish smoke. And it stretches with difficulty along the still grey sky, although it is clear, with its stars still ogling at the world. It has difficulty in driving back the greyness to make room for its precious shade of pale jade, and for the pure cobalt blue of the Palestine sky. It seems to be halting shyly, as if it were suffering from the cold at the eastern border, and it delays there further, with its semicircle of sulphur brightness slightly expanded, and just fading from pale green to white, veiled with a touch of yellow, when it is outshone by a sudden pink hue that frees the sky from the last night veil, and makes it as clear and precious as a canopy of sapphire-colored satin, and a fire is lit in the remote horizon, as if a wall had collapsed, and a blazing furnace were revealed. But it is fire or a ruby lit up by a hidden fire. No, it is the rising sun. There it is. As soon as it rises from behind the curves of the horizon, it is ready to tinge a white woolly cloud with coral pink, and to change the dewdrops on the tops of perennials into diamonds. A tall oak at the end of the village has a veil of diamonds on its bronze leaves facing east. They look like stars glittering among the branches of the giant tree whose top rises towards the blue sky. Perhaps during the night some stars have come too low over the village to whisper celestial secrets to the citizens of Nob, or perhaps to comfort their pure light the sleepless man who is walking silently up there on John's terrace. Because Jesus only, in the whole town of Nob asleep, is awake and is walking slowly up and down the terrace of the little house, with folded arms, tightly enveloped in his large mantle that covers also his head like a hood, to protect himself from the cold. Every time he arrives at the end of the terrace, he leans out to look at the street that runs through the center of the town. A street that is still semi-dark, empty, and silent. He then reassumes going up and down, slowly, silently, most of the time with his head lowered, pensive, sometimes looking at the sky that, with the vague hue of dawn, is beginning to grow clear. Or with his eyes he follows the whirring flight of the earliest sparrow, roused by daylight, as it leaves the hospitable tile of a nearby roof, descending to peck at the foot of John's old apple tree. Then it flies away again, seeing Jesus, chirping with fear and thus awaking other little birds in the nests here and there. The bleating of a sheep is heard from a fold, and it fades away, trembling in the air. And the hurried shuffling of feet is heard, coming from the street. Jesus leans out to look. He then runs to the staircase. He enters the dark kitchen, closing the door. The steps are approaching. They can be heard on the strip of the kitchen garden near the house. Their noise stops before the kitchen door. A hand gropes for the lock. It feels that there is no key. It lifts the latch that can be moved both from outside and inside. And at the same time, a voice says, "Is there someone up already?" A hand opens the door cautiously, without letting it squeak. The head of Judas of Kerioth appears through the aperture. He looks. Pitch dark. Cold. Silence. "They forgot to close the door, and yet I thought it was closed. In any case, it does not matter. Thieves do not rob poor people, and there is nobody poorer than we are. But let us hope that it will not be always like this. Where is that cursed tinderbox? I cannot find it. If I manage to light the fire, because I am late, yes, too late. But where will it be? Too many people use it. On the mantel shelf? No. On the table? No. On the benches? No. On the shelf? No. That worm-eaten door squeaks when you open it. Worm-eaten wood, rusty hinges. Everything is old, mouldy, horrible here. Oh, poor Judas. And it isn't here. I shall have to go into the old man's room. While speaking, he has been groping all the time in the invisible darkness, as cautious as a thief or a night bird in avoiding obstacles which might make noise. He knocks against a body and utters a faint cry of fear. Be not afraid, it is I. And the tinder box is in my hand. Here it is. Light it, says Jesus calmly. You, Master? What were you doing here, all alone, in the dark, in this cold? There will certainly be many sick people today, after a Sabbath and 2 wet days, but they will not be here so early. They will be hardly moving from the nearby villages now, because only now they can see that it will not rain today. The wind has already dried the roads during the night. I know, but light a lamp. It is not for honest people to speak in darkness, but it is typical of thieves, liars, lewd people, and killers. Parties to evil deeds love darkness. I am no party to anybody. Neither am I, Master. I wanted to light a fire, so I was the first to get up. What did you say, Master? You mumbled between your lips and I did not understand. So light it. Ah, I saw that it's a clear day, but it's cold. They will all be pleased to find a good fire. Did you get up because you heard me bustle about, or because of the old man who is he still in pain? Here it is, at long last. The tinder and steel seemed so damp, and they will not give a spark. They have got soaked. A little flame rises from the wick of a lamp. One only small, trembling little flame, but sufficient to see the 2 faces. The pale face of Jesus, the swarthy, fearless face of Judas. I will now light the fire. You are as white as death. You have had no sleep, and because of that old man. You are too good. That is true, I am too good, to everybody, also to those who do not deserve it. But the old man deserves it. He is an honest man, with a loyal heart. However, I did not keep watch for him, but for somebody else. It is true that the steel and tinder box were damp, but not because of a cup overturned, or of other liquid spread by accident, but because my tears dripped on them. It is true. It is a clear day, but it is cold, and the wind has dried the roads, and at dawn dew fell. Feel my mantle, it is wet with it. Then dawn came to show the clear sky. Light came to show an empty place. The sun rose to make dewdrops shine on leaves and tears on eyelashes. It is true. There will be many sick people today, but I was not waiting for them. I was waiting for you. I was awake all night for you. And as I could not stay here waiting for you, I went up to the terrace, shouting my call to the wind, showing my grief to the stars, my tears to dawn. Not the old sick man, but the dissolute young one, the disciple who shuns the master, the apostle of God who prefers a cloaker to heaven and falsehood to the truth, made me stay up all night waiting for you. And when I heard your steps, I came down here, waiting for you again, not for your person which was now close to me, wandering like a thief around the dark kitchen. But for your feelings, I was expecting a word, and you did not speak it when you felt that I was standing in front of you. Did he, to whom you are selling your spirit, not inform you that I was aware? Of course not. He could not warn you or suggest to you the only words that you could, that you should have said, if you were a just man. But he suggested the lies, not requested, the useless lies that are even more offensive than your night escapade. He suggested them grinning, rejoicing that he had made you descend a further step, and that he had caused me another sorrow. It is true, many sick people will come, but the one who is most seriously ill will not come to his doctor, and the doctor himself is sick with grief because of that patient who does not want to recover. It is true, everything is true. Also that I whispered a word that you did not understand. After what I have told you, can you guess it? Jesus has spoken in a low voice, but so sharp and sorrowful, and at the same time so severe, that Judas, who at the first words was smiling, standing straight, impudently, very close to Jesus, has slowly withdrawn and shrunk into himself, as if each word were a blow, whereas Jesus has stood more and more upright, truly a judge and truly tragical in his sorrowful image. Judas, by now confined between a kneading trough and a corner, whispers, "Well, I would not know." "No? Well, I will tell you, because I am not afraid to say what is true. Liar! That is what I said. And if we can put up with an untruthful child, because he does not yet know the import of a lie, and we teach him not to tell any more, we cannot bear that in a man, in an apostle. Because in a disciple of the very truth, it is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. That is why I waited for you all night, and I wept, and my tears damped the table where the tinderbox was. And then I wept while keeping watch and calling you with all my soul in the starlight night. That is why I am covered with dew like the bridegroom of the Song of Songs. But my head is covered in vain with dew, and my locks with the drops of night. In vain I knock at the door of your soul, saying, "Open the door to me, for I love you, although you are not spotless." Nay, it is just because it is stained that I want to go in and clean it. It is because it is ill that I want to go in and cure it. Be careful, Judas. Watch that the bridegroom does not go away, and forever, and that you may not be able to find him anymore. Judas, are you not speaking? It's late by now to speak. You have said it. I disgust you. Send me away. No. Lepers also disgust me. But I feel sorry for them. And if they call me, I make haste to go to them and cleanse them. Do you not want to be cleansed? It is late, and of no avail. I am not able to be holy. I tell you, send me away. I am not one of your Pharisaic friends, who state that numberless things are unclean, and they shun them or drive them away harshly, whereas they could cleanse them with charity. I am the Saviour, and I do not drive anybody away. A long silence. Judas is in his corner. Jesus is leaning with his back against the table and seems to be resting on it, so tired and suffering as he looks. Judas raises his head. He looks at him hesitantly and whispers, "And if I left you, what would you do?" "Nothing. I would respect your will, praying for you. But in my turn, I say to you that even if you leave me, it is by now too late." "For what, Master?" "For what? You know as well as I do. Light the fire now. I can hear footsteps upstairs. Let us stifle this scandal here, between us. With regard to the others, we have not slept long, and the wish for warmth brought us together here. Father of mine." And while Judas sets the flame near the faggots already placed in the fireplace, and it blows so that some light shavings may catch fire, Jesus lifts his hands above his head and then presses them against his eyes. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 529. Jesus speaks to Valeria of matrimony and divorce. The miracle of little Levi. 15th of November, 1946. Jesus is in the middle of sick people and pilgrims who have come to him from many places in Palestine. There is even a seaman from Tyre who has become paralyzed through an accident at sea, and he is telling his story. The rolling of the ship caused the load to fall, and he was caught under some heavy goods, and his back was injured. He did not die, but he's as good as dead because completely paralyzed as he is, his relatives are compelled to leave their work and look after him. He says that he went with them to Capernaum and then to Nazareth, and that he had heard from Mary that he was in Judea, and precisely in Jerusalem.
She gave me the names of friends who might have given you hospitality, and a Galilean from Cephas told me that you were here, and I came. I know that you do not despise anybody, not even Samaritans, and I hope that you will hear my prayer. I have so much faith."
His wife does not speak, but crouched near the little stretcher on which the sick man is lying, she looks at Jesus, with eyes imploring more than any word.
"Where were you hit?" "Under my neck. That is where I had the worst blow, and I heard a noise in my head, sounding like bronze when it struck. And it changed into a continuous roar of a stormy sea, and lights of all colours, began to dance in front of me. Then I did not feel anything for many days. We were sailing in the sea near Sintium, and I found myself at home without knowing how I got there. And the roar of the sea in my head and the lights in my eyes started all over again and lasted for many days. Then it all stopped, but my arms and my legs are without life. I broke a man at the age of 40, and I have 7 children, Lord."
"Woman, lift up your husband and uncover the spot where he was struck." The woman obeys without speaking, with skillful motherly movements, with the help of the man who came with her. I do not know whether her brother or brother-in-law. She inserts one hand under the shoulders of her husband and with the other hand she holds his head, and with the tenderness with which she would turn over a newborn baby, she lifts the heavy body from the litter. A scar, still red, marks the spot of the worst wound. Jesus bends over him. They all stretch their necks to see. Jesus lays the tips of his fingers on the scar, saying, "I want it." The man gets a shock, as if he had been touched by electric power, and he shouts, "What a fire!" Jesus removes his finger from the injured vertebrae and says, "Stand up." The man does not wait to be told twice. He pushes his arms, inert for months, against the litter. He shakes off the arms of those holding him. He throws his legs out of the lower stretcher and jumps to his feet in much less time than has taken me to write the various phases of the miracle. His wife and relative utter cries. The cured man raises his arms to the sky, dumb with joy. A moment of dumbfounded joy. He then turns round, as steadily as the most agile man, and finds himself face to face with Jesus. He finds his voice again and shouts, "May you and he who sent you be blessed. I believe in the God of Israel and in you, his Messiah." And he throws himself on the ground to kiss Jesus' feet while the crowds are shouting. After other miracles, mostly on little children, women, old people, Jesus speaks. "You have seen the miracle of fractured bones being rejoined and of dead limbs becoming alive again. The Lord has granted you to see that, to confirm the faith of those who believe and to excite it in those who do not possess it. And miracles have been granted to people from every place, as they came here seeking health, urged by their faith in my healing power. There are here Judeans and Galileans, Lebanese and Syrophoenicians, people from remote Batanea and from the seacoast. And they have all come here, heedless of the season and of the long journey, and their relatives have come with them, without grumbling, without regretting the work interrupted or the business neglected. Because their sacrifices were nothing as compared with what they were seeking. And as the selfishness and perplexities of man have vanished, so their political or religious ideas have disappeared. Whereas they previously formed a kind of wall built to prevent them from considering themselves all brothers, all alike in life and in sorrow, in wishing and hoping for health and comfort. And to those who have joined together in hope, which is already faith, I have granted health and comfort, because it is fair that it should be so. I am the universal shepherd, and I must gather together all the sheep that want to join my flock. I make no distinction between healthy and sick, weak and strong sheep, between sheep that know me, because they already belong to the herd of God, and sheep that up to the present moment did not know me, and did not even know the true God. Because I am the shepherd of mankind, and I accept my sheep from wherever they are, and come to me. Are they poor, dirty, downhearted, ignorant sheep, beaten by shepherds who did not love them and rejected them, saying that they were unclean? There is no uncleanliness that cannot be cleansed, and there is no uncleanliness that, wanting to be cleansed,
and asking for help to be so can be rejected with the excuse that it is such. It is God who rouses good wishes. If he rouses them, it means that he wants them to become real. It is the very Spirit of God that with ineffable prayers asks all men to be absorbed by the love, because the Spirit of God wishes to spread about and become rich. To spread about by loving an infinite number of beings, hardly sufficient to give solace to his infinity of love, and to become rich with an unlimited number of beings attracted to him by the sweetness of his perfumes. No one is allowed to scorn and reject those who want to join the holy flock. I say this for those among you in whose hearts the ideas of many Israelites may be cultivated. Ideas of distinction and of judgments not pleasing to God, because they are the opposite of his design, to make all the peoples one people only, bearing the name of the Messiah sent by him. But I will now speak also to those who have come from abroad, to the sheep so far wild, and who now wish to enter the only herd of the only shepherd. And I say, let nothing discourage them. Let nothing humiliate them. There is no heathenism, no idolatry, no life different from what I teach that cannot be repudiated and rejected, allowing the Spirit to put new vigor and faith into its life, free from all evil plants, in order to be fit to receive the new seeds and to clothe itself with new uniforms. And that should urge people to come to me more than their desire to have health for their bodies. And let me apply to the Hebrews of Palestine, to the Hebrews and proselytes of the diaspora, and to the Gentiles. As you come to me to have the yoke of diseases removed from your sick bodies, so you should come to have the yoke of sin and heathenism removed from your spirits. You ought all to ask of me as first thing, and want it with all your strength, to be freed from what makes your spirits slaves to wicked forces that dominate them. You ought to want that liberation as first thing, and want the kingdom in you as first miracle. Because once you have this kingdom in you, everything else will be given, and in such a way that the gift may not be heavy like a punishment in the future life. You did not mind the inclement weather, fatigue, loss of money, providing you obtained the health of your bodies, which, even if they have been cured today, will perish through physical death in the near future. With the same hearts, you ought to face everything in order to obtain health for your spirits and eternal life and the possession of the kingdom of God. What are mockery or threats of relatives or fellow citizens or of mighty people as compared with what you will all have from whichever place you may come, if you are able to come to the truth and life? Who would prefer to stay for one day at a feast that ends at sunset, instead of going to a place where he knew that a happy life was awaiting him. And yet many do that, and to become satiated for a short time with the insipid, vain joys of the world, they give up going where they would find true food, true health, true joy forever, and without any fear of being deprived of it by hostile hatred. In the kingdom of God, there is no hatred, no war, no abuse of power. Those who succeed in entering it will no longer experience sorrow, anxiety, abuse, but will possess the joyful peace emanating from my Father. I will now dismiss you. Go back to your villages. My disciples are now numerous and are spread all over every region in Palestine. Listen to them if you want to become acquainted with my doctrine, and be ready for the day of decision on which the eternal life of many will depend. I give you my peace, that it may come with you.
And Jesus, after blessing the crowd, goes back to the house. The apostles remain outside for some time. They then go in for their meal, because the sun, now high in the sky, tells them that it is midday. Sitting at a rustic table, after the blessing of the food, consisting of cheese and boiled chicory dressed with oil, they speak of the events of the morning, and they congratulate themselves on the number of evangelizing disciples being now such as to relieve the Master from the fatigue of speaking continuously in his present tired condition. Jesus, in fact, has grown thin recently, and his complexion, which is naturally deep ivory white, with just a shade of pink under his swarthy skin at the top of his cheeks, is now completely white, like a withered magnolia petal. As I lived for a long time in Milan, I am familiar with the delicate hue of the Candoglia marble with which the wonderful Duomo is built, and the face of the Lord during these last sorrowful months of his earthly life looks like the colour of that marble, which is neither white nor pink, nor yellow, but reminds one, with its most delicate tones, of those three shades. His eyes are more deeply set and thus look darker, probably also because a shadow of weariness dims his eyelids and his eye sockets. They are the eyes of one who sleeps little and weeps and suffers much. His hands look longer because they have grown thin and pale, the kind hands of my Lord, and they already show tendons and veils standing out, and hollows brought about by their leanness, and thus their bone structures appear. The holy martyr hands, already prepared for the nails that will pierce them, and the executioners will have no difficulty in finding where to place the nails, because there is not even a veil of fat on the ascetic hands of my Lord. One hand is now resting, looking tired, on the dark wood of the table, while he shakes his head, smiling faintly at his apostles, who notice the infinite tiredness of his body and voice, and above all of his heart, which is too distressed, too fatigued, with the effort of keeping so many different hearts united, and having to put up with and conceal the dishonour of the incorrigible disciple. Peter says sententiously, "You must definitely rest until the feast of the dedication. We will see to the people that come. You will go, of course, to Thomas's house. You will be near us, and you will be at peace." Thomas supports Peter's proposal. But Jesus shakes his head. No, he does not want to go.
Well, in that case, you will not speak during the next days. We can do that. Our words will not be sublime, but we will confine ourselves to what we know, and you will only cure the sick people.
We can do that as well, says the Iscariot.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm backing out, says Peter.
And yet, you have already done that.
Certainly, when the Master was not with us, and we had to represent him and make people love him. But he is here now, and he will work the miracles. He is the only worthy one. We. Miracles. But it is we who are in need to receive the miracle of our revival, because I can see very well that by ourselves we shall never do any good. We are poor wretches, ignorant and sinners.
Please speak for yourself. I do not consider myself a poor wretch at all, remarks Judas of Kerioth.
The Master is tired. His weariness is more moral than physical. If it is true that we love him, let us avoid discussions. They wear him out more than anything else, says the zealot in a severe voice.
Jesus raises his head to look at the elder apostle, who is always so wise, and he stretches out a hand towards him across the table to caress him. The zealot takes that white hand in his swarthy ones and kisses it.
You are right, but I'm right as well when I say that he definitely must have a rest. He looks ill, says Peter, insisting.
They all nod assent, including old John and Eliza, who says, I have been saying that for such a long time. That is why I would like... There is a knock at the door. Andrew, who is closest to the door, goes to open, and he goes out, closing the door behind himself. He comes back in. Master, there is a woman. She insists in seeing you. She has a little girl with her. She must be a woman of rank, although she is modestly dressed. But I would say that neither she nor the girl is ill. But I do not know why she is all covered with a veil. The girl has a bunch of wonderful flowers in her arms.
Send her away! We have just said that he must rest, and you're not even letting him finish his meal, grumbles Peter.
I told her. She replied that she will not tire the master, and that he will certainly be pleased to see her.
Tell her to come back tomorrow, at the same time as other people come. The master is now going to have a rest.
Andrew, take her to the room upstairs. I will come at once, says Jesus.
There you are, just what I thought. That's how he takes care of himself. Just what we were saying that he should do.
Peter is upset. Jesus gets up, and before going out, he passes near Peter. He lays a hand on his shoulders. He bends a little to kiss his head, saying, Be good, Simon, who loves me, relieves me of my weariness, more than a rest in bed.
How do you know that she loves you?
Oh, Simon. Anxiety makes you speak words that you already regret, because you realize that they are silly. Be good. Be good. A woman who comes with an innocent child, and she brings me her innocent little girl whose arms are full of flowers, can but be one who loves me and realizes my need to find some love and purity after so much hatred and foulness. And he goes away and climbs the staircase of the terrace, while Andrew, having finished his task, comes back into the kitchen. The woman is at the door of the upper room. She's tall, slender, wearing a heavy grey mantle, with a face covered with an ivory-hued byssus veil, hanging from her hood closed round her face. The little girl, a baby, because she must be at most 3 years old, is wearing a white woolen dress and a mantle with a hood, which is also white. But her little hood has slipped a good deal back onto her little curls of a delicate light chestnut colour, because the little girl is looking up at her mother, raising her head, that emerges from the flower she's holding in her arms. Wonderful flowers, as can be found only in these countries, in the cold months of December. Flesh-coloured roses mixed with delicate white flowers, which I do not know what they are. I am not skilled in floriculture. As soon as Jesus sets foot on the terrace, he is greeted by the little voice of the girl, who runs to meet him, urged by her mother, saying, Ave, Domine Jesu. Jesus bends over his tiny devotee, and laying a hand on her head, he says to her, Peace be with you. He then straightens himself and follows the child, who with trilling laughter goes back to her mother, who has made a low bow, moving to one side of the door to let the master pass. Jesus greets her with a nod and goes into the room, sitting on the first seat he finds, awaiting in silence. He is very kingly looking, sitting on a poor woolen seat with no back. He seems to be sitting on a throne. Such is his austere dignity, with no mantle, wearing a very dark blue tunic, without ornaments or decorations, somewhat faded on the shoulders where rain, sunshine, dust, and perspiration have changed its shade. A clean but poor tunic, yet it looks like a purple garment. Such is the majesty of his bearing. Very stiff, almost hieratic, because of the stiffness of his head on his neck, of his hands resting on his knees with open palms, with his bare feet on the bare floor of old bricks, with the bare whitewashed wall in the background, with no drape or canopy hanging behind his head, but only a sieve of flour and a rope from which bunches of garlic and onions are hanging. He is more majestic than if there were a precious floor under his feet, a golden wall behind him, and purple veil adorned with gems on his head. He is waiting, and his majesty paralyzes the woman with venerable amazement. Also, the little girl is silent and motionless near her mother, and is perhaps a little frightened. But Jesus, smiling, says, I am here for you. Be not afraid. And all fear drops. The woman whispers something to the little girl, who moves, followed by her mother, and goes toward Jesus' knees and lays all her flowers in his lap, saying, Faustina's roses to her Saviour. She says so slowly, like one who is not very familiar with a language that is not one's own. In the meantime, the woman has knelt down behind the little girl, throwing her veil behind her back. She is Valeria, the little girl's mother, and she greets Jesus with the Roman salutation. Hail, O Master! May God come to you, woman. How come you are here, and so lonely? Asks Jesus as he caresses the little girl, who is no longer afraid and who, not satisfied with placing the flowers in Jesus' lap, searches the scented bundle with her little hands and picks those which, according to her, are the most beautiful, saying, Take them, they are yours, you know. And she lifts now a rose, now one of the large white umbrellas with little scented stars, up to the face of Jesus, who accepts it and then puts it back to the scented bundle. Valeria begins to speak. I was at Tiberias because my daughter was not well, and our doctor advised us to go there. Valeria makes a long pause. She changes color and then says hurriedly, and I was so sad at heart, and I was anxious to see you, because only one doctor could find a cure for my pain. You, Master, who have words of justice for everything. So I would have come just the same, through the selfishness of being comforted, and to find out what I must do to show my gratitude to you and to your God, who have granted me to have this child. But we are informed of many things, Master. The reports of the least events of the colony are laid every day on the office table of Pontius Pilate, who looks into them, but before taking the relevant decisions he consults a great deal with Claudia. Many reports deal with you, and the Hebrews who stir up the country, making you the symbol of national insurrection, and at the same time the cause of civil hatred. Claudia is right when she says to her husband that he must not fear one only man in the whole of Palestine as the possible cause of disgrace for him. You. And Pilate listens to her day after day. So far, Claudia is the most powerful one. But if in the future another power should control Pilate, so I heard, and I felt that my innocent child would be of comfort to you. You have a pitiful and enlightened heart, woman. May God enlighten you fully, and watch over this child of yours, now and forever. Thank you, Lord. I am in need of God. Tears drop from Valeria's eyes. Yes, you need him. You will find all comfort in God, and you will also find a guide to be just in judging, in forgiving, in loving again, and above all in bringing up this child so that she may have the happy life of those who are children of the true God. See, the God whom you did not know, whom you perhaps derided, both him and his law, so different from your gods and your laws and religions, whom you had certainly offended by a way of living in which virtue was not respected in many things, not yet grave, if you wish so, but leading to more serious offenses against virtue and against the divinity who created you as well. That God has loved you so much that through a sorrow which your humanity of a mother suffered, of a mother unaware of future life, and consequently of the temporary separation from the flesh of her flesh, he brought you to me. He loves you so much as to lead me to Caesarea when you were almost in the throes of death over your child's little body that was already becoming cold in its last agony. He has loved you so much that he gave her back to you, that you may always bear in mind the goodness and power of the true God, and have a restraint against all heathen licentiousness, as well as comfort in all the sorrows of your married life. He has loved you so much that through another sorrow he has strengthened your will to come to the way, the truth, the life, and to settle there with your daughter, so that she, at least, from the very beginning of her childhood, may possess comfort and peace, health and light in the sad days of the earth, and they may preserve her for what makes you suffer in your better part and in your emotional one. The former, instinctively good and intolerant of the sombre foul ambience in which it is compelled to live. The latter, disorderly in its goodness. Because in your affections you are pagan woman. It is not your fault. It is the fault of the times in which you live, and of the Gentilism in which you have been brought up. Only he who is in the true religion can give the right value, measure, and manifestation to affections. You, a mother, unaware of eternal life, loved your daughter in a disorderly manner. And when you saw that she was about to die, you rebelled in despair against that loss, driven mad by her impending death. Like a relative who sees the person dearest to him snatched by a mad man, and sees him held over an abyss, from the bottom of which he would not be able to come out if he were dropped into it. Nay, it would not even be possible to carry him out as a cold corpse for a last kiss of love. Just like that, you saw your Faustina hanging over the abyss of the void. A poor mother who no longer would have had her daughter, neither in her body or in her spirit. Nothing. The end. The inexorable end, which is death for those who do not believe in the spiritual life. You, a loving, faithful heathen wife, loved your husband, your earthly God, with sensual love. Your handsome God who made you worship him, degrading your dignity as his equal to the servility of a slave. Let the wife be subject to her husband and be humble, faithful, and chaste. Agreed. He, the man, is the head of the family. But head does not mean despot. Head does not mean capricious master to whom any whim is lawful, not only on the body but also on the better part of his wife. You say, where you are, Caius, there I am, Caia. Poor women, from a place where there is licentiousness, even in the tales of your gods. Those among you who are not unchaste or unrestrained, how can they be where their husbands are? It is inevitable for her who is not licentious and corrupt to part from her husband with disgust and feel a dreadful pain as of lacerating fibers, and experience dismay and the total collapse of her cult for her husband, so far contemplated as a god, when she finds out that he, whom she adored as a god, is a miserable being ruled by brutal animalism, licentious, adulterous, thoughtless, indifferent, a derider of the feelings and dignity of his wife. Do not weep. I also know everything, even without the reports of centurions. Do not weep, woman. Learn instead to love your husband in an orderly way. I cannot love him anymore. He no longer deserves it. I despise him. I will not lower myself by imitating him. But I cannot love him anymore. Everything is finished between us. I let him go away without trying to keep him. Actually, I am grateful to him for the last time for his going away. I will not look for him. In any case, when was he my companion? Since I have become undeceived about my worship for him, I remember and judge his behavior. Did he pity my heart
when I wept, having to follow him, leaving my sick mother and my fatherland. And I was just married, and I was about to be delivered of my child. He laughed foolishly with his friends at my tears, and when I felt sick, he only warned me not to dirty his clothes. Was he beside me when I was homesick in a foreign country? No. He went out with his friends, feasting where I was not allowed to go because of my state. Did he watch with me over the cradle of our newborn baby? He laughed when they took a daughter to him, and he said I would almost have her laid on the ground. I did not accept the marriage yoke to have daughters. Neither was he present at the purification, saying that it was a pantomime. And as the baby was crying, he said, going out, name her Libitina, and may she be sacred to the goddess. And when Fausta was dying, did he share my anguish? Where was he the night before your arrival? At a banquet in Valerian's house. But I loved him. He was, as you rightly said, my God. I thought that everything was good and fair in him. He allowed me to love him, and I was the most enslaved slave to his wishes. Do you know what repelled me from him?
Yes, I know. Because your soul woke up again in your body, and you were no longer a female, but a woman.
Exactly. I wanted to make my house respectable. And he asked me to be transferred to Antioch at the consul's service, and ordered me not to follow him. And he took his favorite slave girls with him. Oh, I will not follow him. I have my daughter. I have everything.
No, you have not everything. You have a part, a small part of the everything, as much as serves you to be virtuous. The everything is God. Your daughter must not be for you a cause of injustice, but of justice towards the everything. It is your duty to be virtuous for her and with her.
I came to comfort you, and you are consoling me. But I have also come to ask you how I must bring up this little girl to make her worthy of her Saviour. I was thinking of becoming a proselyte, and of making her a proselyte as well.
And what about your husband?
Oh, it's all over with him.
No. Everything is beginning now. You are still his wife. The duty of a good wife is to make her husband good.
He says that he wants to divorce me, and he will certainly do that. So,
he will do it, but he has not done it yet. And until he does so, you are his wife, also according to your law. And as such, it is your duty to remain as wife in your place. And your place is second to your husband in the house, with regard to your daughter, the servants, and the world. You are thinking, he has set the bad example. That is true. But that does not exempt you from setting virtuous examples. He went away, true. You must take his place with your daughter and the servants. Not everything is blameworthy in your customs. When Rome was less corrupt, women were chaste, industrious, and they served the divinity with their lives of virtue and faith. Even if their poor condition of pagans made them serve false gods, the idea was good. They offered their virtue to the idea of religion, to the need of respect for religion, for a divinity whose true name was unknown to them, but whom they felt existed and was greater than licentious Olympus and the degraded deities that peopled it according to mythological legends. Your Olympus does not exist, neither do your gods, but your ancient virtues were the fruit of the firm belief that people had to be virtuous if they wanted to be watched over with love by the gods. They were the fruit of the duties you felt you had towards the gods you worshipped. To the eyes of the world, particularly of our Hebrew world, you seemed to be foolish for honoring what did not exist. But to the eternal true justice, to the Most High God, the only and almighty creator of all creatures and things, those virtues, that respect, those duties were not vain. Good is always good. Faith has always the value of faith. And religion has always the value of religion, if he who follows, practices, and possesses them is convinced of being in the truth. I exhort you to imitate your ancient, chaste, industrious, and faithful women, remaining in your place, the column and light in your house and of your house. Do not think that you will be bereft of the respect of your servants, because you are alone. So far, they have served you with fear, and at times with a hidden feeling of hatred and rebellion. From now on, they will serve you with love. The unhappy love the unhappy. Your slaves know what sorrow is. Your joy was a bitter goad for them. Your grief, by divesting you of the cold light of mistress, in the most hateful sense of the word, will reclothe you with a warm light of pity. You will be loved, Valeria, by God, by your daughter, and by your servants. And even if you were no longer a wife, but a divorced woman, remember, and Jesus stands up, that a legal separation does not destroy the duty of a woman to be faithful to her marriage oath. You would like to embrace our religion. One of the divine precepts of it is that woman is flesh of the flesh of her husband, and that no person or thing can separate what God has joined into one flesh only. We also have divorce. It came as the wicked fruit of human lust, of the sin of origin, of the corruption of men. But it did not come spontaneously from God. God does not change his word, and God had said, inspiring Adam, who was still innocent and spoke, therefore, with intelligence not dimmed by sin, the words, that husband and wife, once united, were to be one flesh only. And the flesh is separated from the flesh only through the calamity of death or disease. The Mosaic divorce, granted to avoid dreadful sins, gives woman only a very poor freedom. A divorcee is always inferior in the opinion of men, whether she remains such or marries for the second time. In God's judgment, she is an unhappy woman if she was divorced through the ill will of her husband and remains a divorcee. But she is a sinner, an adulteress, if she is divorced through disgraceful sins of her own and she marries again. But you want to embrace our religion to follow me. So I, the word of God, as the time of the perfect religion has come, say to you what I say to many people. It is against the law to separate what God has united, and he or she is always adulterous by getting married again while the consort is still alive. Divorce is legal prostitution, as it puts man and woman in a position to commit lustful sins. Only seldom a divorcee remains the widow of a living man, and a faithful widow. A divorced man is never faithful to his first marriage. Both he and she, by passing to other unions, descend from the level of men to that of brutes, which are granted to change female at each appeal of sensuality. Legal fornication, dangerous to families and to the fatherland, is criminal towards innocent children. The children of a divorced couple must judge their parents. The judgment of children is a severe one. At least, one of the parents is condemned by the children. And the children, through the selfishness of the parents, are doomed to a mutilated, affective life. Then, if to the family consequences of divorce that deprives innocent children from their father or mother, a new marriage is added of the consort to whom the children have been entrusted, to the doom of an affective life mutilated of a member, a further mutilation is added, that of the more or less total loss of the affection of the other member, who is divided or completely absorbed by the new love and by the children of the second marriage. To speak of marriage, of matrimony, in the case of a new union of a divorce or divorcee, is to profane the meaning and the essence of marriage. Only the death of one of the consorts and the consequent widowhood of the other can justify a second marriage. However, I think that it would be better to yield to the always just verdict of him who controls the destinies of men, and to remain chaste when death has put an end to the matrimonial state, devoting oneself to the children and loving the dead consort in the children. A holy, true love, deprived of all materialism. Poor children, to experience, after the death of the ruin of a home, the hardness of a second father, or of a second mother, and the anguish of seeing caresses shared with other children who are not their brothers. No, there will be no divorce in my religion, and he who divorces by civil law to contract a new marriage will be an adulterer and sinner. Human law shall not change my decree. Matrimony in my religion will no longer be a civil contract, a moral promise, made and ratified in the presence of witnesses appointed for that purpose. But it shall be an indissoluble bond, stipulated, confirmed, and sanctified by the sanctifying power I will give it, as being a sacrament. To make you understand, a sacred right. A power that will help to practice all matrimonial duties in a holy way, but that will also be the sentence of indissolubility of the bond. So far, marriage has been a mutual, natural, and moral contract between two people of different sexes. When my law comes into force, it will extend to the souls of the consorts. It will therefore become a spiritual contract sanctioned by God through his ministers. Now you know that nothing is superior to God. Therefore, what he has united, no authority, law, or human whim will be able to separate. Your ritual, where you are Caius, there I am Caia, lasts in life, to come in my right, because death is not the end, but a temporary separation of the husband from his wife. And the obligation to love lasts also after death. That is why I say that I would like widows to be chaste. But man does not know how to be chaste. And also because of that, I say that consorts have the reciprocal duty to improve the other consort. Do not shake your head. That is the duty, and it is to be accomplished if one really wants to follow me. You are severe today, Master. No, I am the Master, and I have in front of me a creature who can grow in the life of grace. If you were not what you are, I would exact less of you. But you have a good temperament, and suffering purifies and hardens your character more and more. One day you will remember and bless me for being what I am.
My husband will not draw back.
And you will go forward, holding your innocent child by the hand. You will walk on the way of justice, without hatred, without revenge, but also without vain expectations and regret for what has been lost.
So you know that I have lost him?
I do, but not you. He has lost you. He did not deserve you. Now listen. It is hard, I know. You brought me roses and innocent smiles to console me. I can but prepare you to bear the wreath of thorns of forlorn wives. But consider, if we could go back in time to that morning when Fausta was dying, and your heart were put in the condition of choosing between your daughter and your husband, having definitely to lose either one or the other, which would you choose? The woman becomes pensive, pale, but strong in her grief, after the few tears shed at the beginning of the conversation. She then bends over the little girl who is sitting on the floor enjoying herself, putting some white little flowers round Jesus' feet. She picks her up, embraces her, and shouts, "I would choose her, because I can give her my very heart, and I can bring her up as I have learned one should live. My creature, and be united to her in the next life. I always her mother, she always my daughter." And she smothers her with kisses, while the little one clings to her neck with loving smiles. Tell me, oh tell me, Master, who teach people to live heroically? What must I do to rear this child, so that we may be both in your kingdom? Which words, what acts shall I teach her? No special acts or words are required. Be perfect, so that she may reflect your perfection. Love God and your neighbor, that she may learn to love. Live on the earth with your affections in God. She will imitate you. That for the time being. Later, my Father, who has loved you in a special way, will see to your spiritual needs, and you will become wise in the faith that bears my name. That is what is to be done. In the love of God, you will find all necessary restraint against evil. In the love for your neighbor, you will have assistance against the depression of solitude. And teach both yourself and your daughter to forgive. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I do. It is just. Master, I leave you. Bless a poor woman who is poorer than a beggar, who has a faithful companion.
Where are you staying now? In Jerusalem?
No, at Bethel. Johanna, who is so good, sent me to her castle there. I was suffering too much up there. I shall remain there until Johanna comes, which is soon. She is coming down to Judea with your mother and the other women disciples at the first warm days in springtime. I shall be staying with her for some time. Then the others will come and I will go with them. But time will have already healed my wound. Time, and above all, God, and the smiles of your little girl. Goodbye, Valeria. May the true God, whom you are seeking with good spirit, comfort and protect you. Jesus lays his hand on the head of the little one and blesses her. He then approaches the closed door, asking, "Have you come by yourself?" "No, with a freed woman. The wagon is waiting for me in the wood at the entrance to the village. Shall we meet again, Master?" "I shall be in the temple in Jerusalem for the dedication." "I will be there, Master. I need your words for my new life." "Go, and do not worry. God does not leave without help those who seek it." "I believe. Oh, our pagan world is sad indeed."
There is sadness wherever there is no true life in God. People weep also in Israel, because they no longer live according to the law of God. Goodbye. Peace be with you. The woman makes a low bow and suggests something to the little girl, and the child raises her head, stretches out her arms, and says with her little voice as sweet as a finch's, "Ave Domino Jesu." Jesus bends to receive from her tiny lips the kiss that is already taking shape there, and he blesses her again. He then goes back into the room and sits down thoughtfully near the flowers spread on the floor. Some time goes by thus. Then someone knocks at the door. "Come in." The door opens and Peter's honest face appears in the opening. "It is you. Come in."
"No, you ought to come to us. It's cold here. What lovely flowers, worth a lot."
Peter watches his master while speaking. Yes, they are worth a lot. But the gesture and the way it was accomplished are worth more than the flowers. They were brought to me by the daughter of Valeria, the Roman friend of Claudia.
I know, but why?"
"To comfort me. They know that I am grieved." And Valeria had that kind thought. She thought that the flowers of an innocent child would be able to console me.
"A Roman lady, and we, people of Israel, cause nothing but grief to you. Judas's suspicion was right. He said that he had seen a wagon that was stationary, and that the woman was certainly Roman. And he was upset, Master,"
says Peter, who is very inquisitive. But Jesus only asks, "Where is Judas?"
"Outside. On the road, near the wood. He wants to see who came to you."
"Let us go downstairs." Judas is already in the kitchen. He turns round, seeing Jesus come in, and says,
Even if you wanted to deny it, you could not deny that that woman came to complain of something. Have they still something to say? Have they nothing else to do but spy and report? And I am not obliged to reply to you. But I say this to everybody, and Simon already knows who she is, and I will now tell everybody why she came. Also, people who are apparently very happy may need comfort and advice. Andrew, go upstairs, pick up all the flowers brought by the little girl and take them to little Levi. Why? Because he is dying. He is dying? But I saw him at the 3rd hour, and he was all right, says Bartholomew, who is amazed. He was all right. He will be dead before it gets dark. If he is so ill, he will not enjoy the flowers. No, but in the dismayed house, the flowers sent by the Saviour will speak a bright word. Jesus sits down while they all speak of the transience of life, and Eliza puts on her mantle, saying, I am going with Andrew, that poor mother. I can see Andrew and Eliza go away with the flowers in their hands. Jesus is silent. Judas also is silent. He is hesitant. Jesus is silent, but not severe-looking. Judas walks round him, urged by the desire to know, by the tormenting anxiety of a person whose conscience is not at peace. But he ends up by pulling Peter to one side and questioning him. He recovers confidence after speaking with Peter, and he goes to tease Matthew, who is writing peacefully on a corner of the table. Andrew comes back, running. He says, panting, Master, the boy is really dying. All of a sudden, they seem to have gone mad. But when Eliza said, the Lord has sent them, and I thought they would understand, for his deathbed, the mother and the father shouted together, Oh, it's true. Run back and call him. He will cure him. The word of faith. Let us go. And Jesus almost runs out. Of course, they all follow him, including old John, plodding along in the rear. The house is at the end of the village, but Jesus arrives there quickly, and he elbows his way through the crowd obstructing the open door. He goes straight to a room at the end of a corridor, because it is a large house with many inhabitants, perhaps brothers. In the room, bent over the improvised bed, there are the father, the mother, and Eliza. They see Jesus only when he says, Peace to this house. The unhappy parents then leave the bed and throw themselves at Jesus' feet. Only Eliza remains where she is, intent on rubbing with aromatic essences the limbs that are becoming cold. The boy is really on the point of death. His body already shows the heaviness and languor of death. His face is waxen with dark nostrils and violet lips. He breathes with difficulty, with spasms of his little chest. And each breath seems the last one, so long it is from the previous one. His mother is weeping with her face on Jesus' feet. The father, who is also prostrated on the floor, says, Have mercy! Have mercy! He cannot say anything else. Jesus says, Levi, come to me. And he stretches out his arms. The little one, a boy about 5 years old, has something like a shock, as if someone called him in a loud voice while he was asleep. He sits up without difficulty, rubs his eyes with his little fists. He looks around, obviously surprised, and when he sees Jesus smiling, he throws himself out of the bed and goes resolutely towards the Master in his little tunic.
His parents, bent as they are, do not see anything. But the exclamations of Eliza, who shouts, "Eternal goodness!" and of the apostles and of the curious people in the corridor as they shout an "Oh!" of wonder, warn them of what is happening. They look up and see their child standing there, as healthy as if he had never been on the point of death. Joy makes people laugh, weep, shout, be silent, according to the reactions of each individual. Here it is the cause of mute, almost frightened amazement. There is too much difference between the previous condition and the present one. And the two poor parents, already stunned with grief, have difficulty in accepting joy. They eventually succeed while Jesus takes the boy in his arms. And then silence is followed by a deluge of words, mixed with exclamations of joy and blessings. And it is difficult to follow this torrent of words, all uttered confusedly at the same time. I gather from them that at about the 6th hour the boy, who was playing in the kitchen garden, had gone into the house complaining of abdominal pains. When his grandmother took him in her arms near the fireplace, he seemed to get better. Later, about the 9th hour, he began to vomit intestinal matter, and he was at once in his last agony. The typical fulminant peritonitis. His father had rushed to Jerusalem at the first symptoms of the disease and had come back with a doctor, who, after seeing the boy, who in the meantime had begun to vomit, had said, "He cannot live," and had gone away. In fact, the child was getting worse every moment, and his body was getting cold. And in the anguish of the sudden misfortune, they were not able to think of the salvation at hand. Only when Andrew and Eliza had gone in with the flowers, saying, "Jesus sends them to Levi," they were enlightened as if by an internal light, and said, "Jesus will save him." "And you have saved him. May you be blessed forever. Your flowers, hope, faith. Oh yes, faith in your love for us. But how did you know, Blessed One? Ask whatever you want of us. Give us your orders as if we were your slaves. We owe you everything." Jesus listens to them, still holding the child in his arms. He lets them speak until they are tired, until their nerves, subjected to so much strain, become relaxed by giving vent to their feelings. He then says kindly, "I love children and faithful hearts. You, all of Nob, have been very good to me. If I am good to those who hate me, what shall I give to those who love me? I knew, and I was also aware, that grief was making you forget the source of life. I wanted to show you the way." "But why did you not come by yourself, Lord? Were you perhaps afraid that we might not welcome you?" "No. I knew that you would receive me with love. But among these people who are around us, there were some who needed to be convinced that I know everything of men and of the state of their hearts. And I also wanted other people to understand that God answers those who invoke him with faith. Now be at peace, and let your faith in the mercy of God grow deeper and deeper. Peace be with you all. Goodbye, Levi. Go to your mother now. Goodbye, woman. Consecrate to the Lord also the child you are carrying in your womb, in remembrance of the Lord's kindness to you. Goodbye, man. Preserve your spirit in justice." He turns round to go away, passing with difficulty through the relatives crowding the corridor. Grandparents, uncles, cousins of the boy cured miraculously, as they all want to speak to Jesus, bless him, be blessed, kiss his garments, his hands. Then after the large number of relatives, the people of the village want to do the same. But they pour into the street behind Jesus, leaving those of the house blessed by the miracle to their joy. And in the streets, by now dark, with the usual noise of the hours of rejoicing, all Nob takes Jesus back to John's little house. And it takes all the authority of the apostles to convince the citizens to go back to their houses, leaving the master in peace, and to their authority they have to add more energetic means, such as threatening that unless they allow him to rest, they will all go away the following morning in order to reach their aim. And at long last, the tired one can rest. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 530. Jesus and the Prostitute sent to tempt him. 21st of November, 1946. People taken as a mass, men taken individually, are always somewhat childish and wild, or at least primitive, and thus very sensitive to anything having the savour of novelty, of extraordinariness, and creating a joyful atmosphere. The approaching of solemnities always has the power of elating men, as if the festivity cancelled what makes them sad and tired. At the first approach of a feast, everybody is affected by a sort of animation, of a light exaltation, as if the approach were like the beat of tom-toms of savages at their idolatrous festivals or in their warlike enterprises. Also, the apostles, in the imminence of the Feast of Lights, are in that state of light-heartedness. Talkative and cheerful as they are, they begin to make plans, to remember past festivities. A touch of melancholy is noticeable in their conversation. Then the festal atmosphere cheers them again, urging them to be active, so that everything may be beautiful for the festival. Are the lights in John's house only few? Oh, Thomas's house at Ramah is full of them, and Thomas leaves for Ramah to get them. Is the oil not plentiful? Oh, Eliza has plenty oil at Bethzor, and she offers it. And Andrew and John go to Bethzor to get it. Is the mild fire of brushwood necessary to bake the cakes? The two Jameses go to the mountains to collect some. Is there not enough flour, barley, and honey for the ritual dishes? And Nike, who is almost offended because they never ask her for anything, is she not in Jerusalem, just to give them some of her very blonde honey, barley, and flour from her beautiful estate? So Peter and Simon Zealot go to Nike, while Judas of Alphaeus help Eliza to adorn the house, and even old Bartholomew partakes of the general mirth, and with Philip whitewashes the smoky kitchen to make it look more pleasant. Judas Iscariot reserves for himself the decoration side, and he comes back several times laden with branches of sweet-smelling evergreens, adorned with berries, and he arranges them nicely on shelves and around the fireplace. And on the eve of the feast, the little house seems to be prepared to receive a bride. Such is the change in the copper kitchenware now so shiny, in the lamps as bright as the sun, with the green branches decorating the white walls, while the smell of bread and cakes spreads in the air already scented with the fresh branches. Jesus lets them do as they wish. He seems so remote from everybody. He is very pensive and sad. He replies to those who ask him questions with the intent of being praised for what they have done. and their questions make it possible for me to reconstruct the work done by the disciples. In fact, by asking, was my idea to go home and get the lamps not a good one? Or, did Philip and I not do a good job by whitewashing everything? It is clean and pleasant and looks larger. Or, see, Master, Eliza is happy. She seems to be at home and to have gone back to the time when she had her sons. She was singing today when filling the lamps with her oil, and when kneading the flour with her honey and mixing it with milk for the barley. Or also, Helkai can say what he likes, but a little green looks nice. After all, if the Creator made branches, it means that we have to use them. Isn't that right? They allow me to reconstruct the work done by each of them. But even if Jesus replies to such questions that imply a wish for praise, his mind is absent, as one can easily see. Night falls. After the last greetings of the citizens who, before going home, drop in at the kitchen to say good night to the master, silence reigns in Nob. It is supper time. It is bedtime for children and old people, for those who are weakly through illness or age. It must be a custom to give presents at the Feast of the Lights, because as soon as old John withdraws to his little room near the kitchen, I see Eliza and the apostles busy themselves, the former finishing a garment, the latter completing useful items carved in wood, and the tent in network, made with little ropes dyed red, green, yellow, and indigo, a special work of fishermen. Thomas, Matthew, Bartholomew, and the zealot are looking at them. Here it is, I have finished, says Eliza, standing up and shaking loose threads off the garment. It will keep him warm, poor old woman, eh? We men are really poor wretches without women. I do not know what we would be like without you, after being away from home for months. I can do this, but if I have to sew on a clasp, says Peter, feeling the cloth. You have done it quickly, too. You are like my wife, says Bartholomew. I have finished, too. This was good wood, soft to carve, but strong at the same time, says Judas Thaddeus, laying a small wooden box to be used for salt or spices on the dark table. Mine instead is not yet finished. There is a hard vein here that is difficult to carve. Perhaps I will not be able to finish the job, and I am sorry. The beauty of it was in the dark veins in the light wood. Look, Jesus, don't they look like mountain crests painted on wood? Says James of Alphaeus, showing a kind of vase, I do not know for what use it may be destined, of a really beautiful shape, with a dome-shaped lid and gracefully veined in the belly and lid. It is just the wood of the lid near the knob that is resisting stubbornly. Insist, and you will see that it can be done. Make your tool red hot. It will bite into its fiber, then you will manage. When the first layer is broken, replies Jesus, who has been watching. But will the fire not spoil it? Asks Matthew. Not if it is used skillfully. In any case, either that or it will have to be thrown away. James makes a sharp bradawl red hot and presses its red point against the obstinate part. There is a smell of burning wood. That's enough. Carve it now and you will succeed, says Jesus. And he helps his cousin, holding the lid tight like a vice. The blade slips twice and skims Jesus' fingers. Take your hand away, brother. I wouldn't like to hurt you, says James of Alphaeus. But Jesus goes on holding the vase. The third time the sharp knife makes Jesus' thumb bleed. There you are. See? You've hurt yourself. Let me see. It's nothing. 2 drops of blood, replies Jesus, shaking his finger to let the blood drop. You should rather dry the lid. It is stained. He then adds, No, leave it. It is precious thus. Wipe your finger here, master. Here, in my veil. Your blood is blessed blood, says Eliza, enveloping the hand in her linen veil. The lid, the cause of so much trouble, is conquered. The carving is accomplished. It wanted to do some harm first, remarks the zealot. Yes, then it was persuaded. Obstinate wood, says Thomas. With iron, fire, and pain. It sounds like one of those sentences so dear to the Romans, states the zealot. It reminds me, I do not know why, of the prophets in certain parts. We are obstinate wood as well. And will it take iron, fire, and pain to make us good? Asks Bartholomew. It will really take that. And it will not be enough either. I am working with iron and my grief, but not every heart can imitate that piece of wood. Be quiet. There is someone outside. There is the shuffling of feet. They listen. No noise is heard. It is the wind, perhaps, master. There are dry leaves in the kitchen garden. No, it was footsteps. A night animal. I cannot hear anything. Neither can I. Neither can I. Jesus is listening. He seems to hear. He then looks up and gazes at Judas of Kerioth, who is also listening very carefully, more than anybody else. He gazes at him so intently that Judas asks, "Why are you looking at me thus, master?" But there is no reply, because a hand knocks at the door. Of the 14 faces lit up by the lamp, only Jesus's remains as it was. The others change colour. Open the door, Judas of Kerioth. No, I am not opening. It may be wicked people who have deliberately come at night. Do not let it be me who may hurt you. Simon of Jonas, open it, please. Less than never. On the contrary, I'm going to push the table against the door, says Peter, and he's about to do so. Open, John, and be not afraid. Oh, if you really want to let people in, I am going into the old man's room. I don't want to see anything, says the Iscariot, covering with 4 strides the distance between him and the door of the old man's room, into which he disappears. John, standing near the door, with his hand already on the keys, casts a frightened glance at Jesus and murmurs, Lord, open and be not afraid. Of course, after all, we are 13 strong men. It cannot be an army, with 4 blows and a few screams. Eliza, make sure you scream if necessary. We will put them to fight. We're not in a desert, says James of Zebedee, and he takes off his mantle and rolls up the sleeves of his tunic or vest, ready for action. Peter imitates him. John, still hesitant, opens the door. He looks out. He does not see anything. He shouts, Who is disturbing? A woman replies in a subdued, suffering voice. A woman, I want the master. This is no time to come to people's houses. If you were sick, why are you about at this time? If you're a leper, why do you venture to come into a village? If you are grieved, come back tomorrow. Go away and mind your own business, says Peter, who is standing behind John. Oh, for pity's sake, I am all alone in the road. I am cold and hungry. I am a poor wretch. Call the master for me. He is merciful. The apostles look at Jesus perplexedly. Jesus is very severe and silent. They close the door. What shall we do, master?
Shall we give her at least a little bread? There is no room for her. To go to people's houses with an unknown woman, asks Philip. Wait, I will go and see, says Bartholomew, and he gets hold of the lamp to see. You need not go. The woman is neither cold nor hungry, and she knows very well where to go. She is not afraid of the night, but she is a poor wretch. Although she is neither sick nor a leper, she is a prostitute and has come to tempt me. I am telling you that, so that you may be aware that I know, that you may be convinced that I know. And I also tell you that she has not come owing to a whim of her own, but she has come because she is paid to come.
Jesus has spoken in a loud voice, so that he could be heard in the adjoining room where is Judas.
And who would do that? And why?
Says Iscariot, appearing once again in the kitchen.
Certainly not the Pharisees, or the scribes, or the priests, if she is a prostitute. Neither do I think that Herodians are so resentful as to take all the trouble to... I do not know myself why. I will tell you why. To be able to say that I am a sinner, one who has relations with public sinners. And you know as well as I do that it is so. And I also tell you that I do not curse her or those who sent her. I am still and always mercy, and I am going to her. If you wish to come with me, come. I am going to her because she really is a poor wretch. When she thinks that she is telling a lie because she is young, beautiful, and well paid. She is healthy and pleased with her ill-famed life. But she is wretched. It is the only truth among all her lies. Go ahead of me and be present at our conversation. No, I don't want to be present. Why should I? To bear witness to those who will ask you. And who do you think is going to ask me? There is no question to be asked among us and the others. I cannot see anybody. Be obedient. Go ahead. No, I don't want to obey you, and you cannot compel me to approach a prostitute. Hey, what are you? The high priest? I will come, master, and without any fear of getting infected, says Peter. No, I will go by myself. Open the door.
Jesus goes out into the kitchen garden. In the dark, moonless night, it is not possible to see anything. The kitchen door is opened again, and Peter comes out with a lamp.
Take this at least, master, if you really do not want me,
he says in a loud voice, and then in a subdued voice.
Bear in mind that we are behind the door, in case of need. Call.
Yes, go, and do not quarrel with one another. Jesus takes the lamp and lifts it up to see. Behind the big trunk of the walnut tree, there is a human figure. Jesus takes 2 steps towards it, saying, "Follow me." And he goes and sits down on the stone bench placed against the house on the eastern side. The woman comes forward. She is covered with a veil and is stooped. Jesus lays the lamp on the stone close to himself. "Speak." His order is so austere and so severe, and is so divine, that the woman, instead of coming forward and speaking, steps back and stoops even more, remaining silent. "Speak up, I tell you. You wanted me. I have come. Speak, he says with a shade of kindness in his voice. Silence. Then I will speak. I ask you, why do you hate me so much as to serve those who want my ruin and wish it in every way and seek all possible causes for it? Tell me, what wrong have I done you, O wretched woman? What harm have you received from the man who has not even derided you in his heart for the ill-famed life you are leading? What? Have you been corrupted by the man who not even in his heart has wished to have you? That you hate him more than you hate those who prostituted you and despise you every time they come to you? Answer me. What has Jesus of Nazareth done to you? Jesus, the Son of Man, whom you hardly know by sight, having met him in the street in town. Jesus, who does not know your face, and takes no heed of your favors, and seeks only the foul, defaced image of your soul, to become acquainted with it and cure it. So speak up. Do you not know who I am? Yes, you know me partly. Nay, you know as much as 2 parts. You know that I am young, and that you like my person. Your unrestrained animalism told you that, and your tongue of a drunken woman told those who received the confession of your sensuality and have turned it into a weapon to injure me. You know that I am Jesus of Nazareth, the Christ. You have been told who I am by those who, exploiting your sensuality, paid you to come here to tempt me. They said to you, he says that he is the Christ. The crowd say that he is the Holy One, the Messiah. He is nothing but an impostor. We need the proof that he is a miserable man. Give us that proof, and we will cover you with gold. And as you, with a remainder of justice, the last particle of the treasure of justice that God had put into your body with your soul, and that you shattered and scattered, did not want to hurt me, as you loved me your way. They said to you, we shall do him no harm. On the contrary, we shall surrender the man to you, giving you the means to let him live as a king beside you. It is sufficient for us to be able to say to ourselves, to be at peace with our own consciences, that he is simply a man. A proof that we are right, not believing him to be the Messiah. That is what they said to you. And you came. But if I should yield to your allurement, hell would be upon me. They are ready to cover me with filth and to capture me, and you are their instrument to do that. You can see that I am not asking you questions. I am speaking because I know, without having to ask. But if you know these 2 things, you do not know the 3rd one. You do not know who I am, in addition to being a man and Jesus. You see the man. Other people say to you, he is the Nazarene. But I tell you who I am. I am the Redeemer. In order to redeem, one must be without sin. Look how I trampled on my possible sensuality as a man.
as I am doing with this disgusting caterpillar, that in the darkness was moving from one heap of dirt to another for its lascivious sensuality. That is how I always trampled on it. That is how I trample on it even now. And likewise, I am willing to tear your disease away from you and tread on it, freeing you from it to make you holy and healthy. Because I am the Redeemer. Only that. I took the body of man to save you, to destroy sin, not to sin. I took it to remove your sins, not to sin with you. I took it to love you, but with a love that gives its life, its blood, its word, everything, to take you to heaven, to justice, not to love you as a brute, and not even as a man, because I am more than a man. Do you know exactly who I am? You do not know. You did not even know the significance of what you were going to accomplish. And I forgive you for that, without you asking for it. You did not know. But your prostitution, how could you live in that state? You were not like that. You were good. Oh, poor wretch. Do you not remember your childhood? Do you not remember the kisses of your mother, her words, and the hours of prayer? The words of wisdom you heard your father explain in the evening, and the leader of the synagogue on Sabbaths. Who made you dull-witted, and who intoxicated you? Do you not remember? Do you not regret it? Tell me, are you really happy? Are you not replying? I will speak in your stead, and I say, no, you are not happy. When you wake up, you find your shame on your pillow, giving you the first daily twist of torture. And the voice of your conscience howls its reproach, while you adorn and perfume yourself to look pleasant. And you smell an infamous scent in the finest essences, and the nauseating taste in rare dishes, and your jaws are as heavy as a chain, and they are. And while you laugh and allure, something moans within you, and you get drunk to overcome the boredom and nausea of your life. And you hate those whom you say you love for the sake of gain. And you curse yourself. And your sleep is heavy with nightmares. And the thought of your mother is a sword in your heart. And the curse of your father gives you no peace. And then there are the insults of those who meet you, the cruelty of those who use you, always mercilessly. You are a merchandise. You sold yourself. One makes use of purchased goods as one likes. One tears them, consumes them, treads and spits on them. It is the right of the buyer. You cannot rebel. And does that situation make you happy? No. You are in despair. You are in chains. You are tortured. On the earth, you are a dirty rag on which anybody can tread. If, in some moments of grief, you seek comfort, raising your spirit to God, you feel the wrath of God upon you, a prostitute, and that heaven is more closed to you than it was to Adam. If you are not well,
You dread death, because you know what your destiny is. The abyss is for you. Oh, miserable woman! And was that not enough? To the chains of your sin, would you like to add also that of being the ruin of the Son of Man? Of him who loves you, the only one who loves you. Because he clothed himself with flesh also for your soul. I could save you if you wanted. The abyss of merciful holiness is bending over the abyss of your objection, and is waiting for your wish to be saved, to draw you up from the abyss of your filth. In your heart, you think that it is impossible for God to forgive you. You base this thought of yours on the comparison with the world that does not forgive you for being a prostitute. But God is not the world. God is goodness. God is forgiveness. God is love. You came to me being paid to harm me. I solemnly tell you that the Creator, in order to save one of his creatures, can turn into good even what is evil. And if you want, your coming to me will be changed into good. Be not ashamed of your Saviour. Be not ashamed of showing him your bare heart. Even if you wish to conceal it, he sees it and weeps over it. He weeps, he loves. Be not ashamed of repenting. Be as bold in repentance as you were in sin. You are not the first prostitute to weep at my feet and to be led back to justice by me. I have never rejected any person, no matter how guilty the person was. I have always tried to attract sinners to me and save them. It is my mission. I am not horrified at the state of a heart. I know Satan and his deeds. I know men and their weaknesses. I know the condition of woman who pays, and justly, for the consequences of Eve's sin more severely than man. So I know how to judge and how to pity. And I tell you that I am more severe with those who make women fall than with the women who have fallen. In your case, O unhappy woman, I am more severe with those who sent you than with you who came, not knowing exactly what you were lending yourself to. I would have preferred you to come urged by the desire of redemption, like other sisters of yours. But if you countenance the wish of God, and you turn an evil deed into the headstone of your new life, I will speak to you the word of peace. Jesus, who was severe at the beginning and has become kinder and kinder, still remaining so divine as to exclude all weakness of senses and also every possible error of evaluation of his goodness, is now silent, looking at the woman who has been standing all the time, stooping more and more, at about 2 meters from him, and who, in the middle of his speech, has taken her hands to her face, pressing her veil against it. 2 beautiful hands outstanding against the dark mantle, and all adorned with rings. Bracelets are at the wrists of arms, bare up to the elbows. I could not say whether she was weeping or not. If she is doing it so silently, because I cannot hear any sobs or see any movement. She's so still in her dark clothes that she looks like a statue. Then all of a sudden she falls on her knees and curls herself up on the ground. And then she really weeps without any reluctance to show it. Then, lying on the ground dejectedly, she begins to speak. "It is true. You really are a prophet. Everything is true. They paid me for this. But they told me that it was a wager. They would have found you in my house, but also close to you." "Woman, I will only listen to the story of your sins," says Jesus, interrupting her. "That is true. I am not entitled to accuse anybody, because I am a dung heap. Everything is true. I am not happy. I do not enjoy riches, banquets, love affairs. I blush when I think of my mother. I am afraid of God and of death. I hate the men who pay me. Everything you said is true. But do not drive me away, Lord. No one, after my mother, has ever spoken to me as you did. You have spoken to me even more kindly than my mother, who in the last days was hard to me because of my behavior. I ran away to Jerusalem not to hear her any more. But you, and yet, your kindness is like snow on the fire devouring me. My fire is dying down. It is a different fire. It was scorching, but gave no light or heat. I was as cold as ice, and I was in darkness. Oh, how much I suffered through my own will. How much useless, cursed grief I have caused myself. Lord, through the half-open door I told you that I was an unhappy woman, and to have mercy on me. They were the lies they taught me to tell you, to lure you into the trap. They said to me that afterwards my beauty would do the rest. My beauty, my clothes. The woman stands up. Now that she is standing, I can see that she is tall. She tears off her veil and mantle and appears in a true beauty of a brown-haired woman with a very white complexion. Her eyes, enlarged with bistre, are large and beautiful, and they have the look of amazed innocence, which is odd to be found in this type of woman. Perhaps they have already been washed by her tears. The woman tears and treads on the cloth of her mantle. She rends her veil. She pulls off the precious buckles from both and throws them on the ground, takes off her rings and bracelets. She flings away the ornaments on her head. She gets hold of her curly locks full of shiny clasps and tears and ruffles them to destroy their artificial beauty in a fury of sacrifice that is even frightening. Her necklace, stretched violently, becomes unstrung and falls to the ground, and a foot shod in ornate sandals treads on the gems, crushing them. Her precious belt and the clasp fastening her dress on her breast with artistic style have the same fate. And all that takes place while in a low, panting voice she repeats, "Away, cursed things, away, you and who gave them to me, away, my beauty, away, my hair, away, my complexion, as white as jasmine." With a swift movement, she gets hold of a sharp stone that she sees on the ground, and she strikes her face and mouth till they bleed. and she scratches herself with her painted nails. Blood falls in drops from her wounds. Her features are swollen with blows, until her fury dies down and panting, exhausted, disfigured, unkempt, with clothes torn and stained with blood and earth. She throws herself on the ground at Jesus' feet, moaning, "And now you can forgive me if you see my heart, because there is nothing of my past, nothing of... You have won, Lord, against your enemies and against my flesh. Forgive my sins." "I had already forgiven you when I came to meet you. Stand up and sin no more." "Tell me what I must do, so that I may do it." "Go away from the places of your sins, from those who know who you are. Your mother..."
"Oh, my Lord, she will not receive me anymore. She hates me as my father died because of me, cursing me."
"If God, who is God, receives you, and he receives you because he is a father, can your mother not receive you, as she gave birth to you and is a woman like you? Go to her with all humility. Weep at her feet as you are weeping at mine. Make a full confession to her as you did to me. Tell her your sufferings. Implore her mercy. Your mother has been waiting for this moment for years. She's waiting for it, that she may die in peace. Bear her words of loving reproach as you bore mine. I was a stranger to you, and yet you listened to me. She is your mother. It is therefore twice as much your duty to listen to her respectfully."
"You are the Messiah. You are more than my mother."
"Now you say that, but when you came to tempt me, you did not know that I was the Messiah, and yet you have listened to my words."
"You were so different from men. So, you are holy, O Jesus of Nazareth."
Your mother is holy, as a mother and as a creature. Through her prayers, you have found mercy with God. A mother is always holy, and God wants her to be honored.
"I have dishonored her. The whole village knows that."
That is another reason why you should go to her and say, "Mother, forgive me." And it is another reason for consecrating your life to her, to repay her for the pains she suffered because of you.
"I will do that. But Lord, do not send me back to Jerusalem. They are waiting for me, and I do not know whether I will be able to resist their threats. Let me stay here until dawn, and then..."
"Wait a moment." Jesus stands up. He goes to the kitchen door. He knocks and has the door opened. He says, "Eliza, come out." Eliza obeys. Jesus takes her towards the woman who, seeing another woman, who is also elderly, come towards her, makes a gesture as if she were ashamed, and she tries to cover her face and immodest dress with what remains of her torn mantle and veil. "Listen, Eliza, I am leaving this house at once. You will tell my disciples to join me at Herod's gate at dawn. All of them, except Judas, who must come with me. You will take this woman to sleep with you. You can take my bed, because I will not come back to Nob for a long time. Tomorrow, when John gets up, you and he will take this woman where she tells you. You will give her an ordinary dress and one of your mantles, and you will help her in everything. All right, Lord, I will do what you wish. I am sorry for John. I am sorry too. I wanted to make him happy, but the hatred of men prevents the Son of Man from granting an hour of joy to a just man. And afterwards, Lord? Afterwards, you can go back to Bethsur and wait. Goodbye, Eliza. May my blessing and my peace be with you. Goodbye, woman. I am entrusting you to a mother and to a just man. But if you think that you have to come back to get what belongs to you, no, I do not want to have anything of the past. My dear woman, you cannot leave everything abandoned. Have you no servant or relatives? Asks Eliza. I have only a maidservant, and you will have to dismiss her. You will have to. I beg you to do it when you come back. Help me to recover completely, woman. There is true anguish in her voice. Yes, my daughter, I will. Do not be distressed. We will see to everything tomorrow. Now come upstairs with me. And Eliza takes her by the hand and leads her upstairs into one of the 2 little rooms. She then comes down quickly and says, I think that it would be a good thing if they all saw you without her, Lord. Neither should they know where she is. These jewels. She stoops to pick up rings and bracelets, buckles and hairpins and belt, and as many beads of the broken necklace as she can. What shall we do with these? She asks. Come with me, you are right. It is better if they see me. They go into the kitchen. They all look at Jesus inquisitively. Also the old man has got up, awakened perhaps by a dispute. Eliza, give those precious items to Thomas. And tomorrow, Thomas, you will sell them to some goldsmith. They will be of use for the poor. Yes, they are jewels of a woman, of that woman. And that is the answer to those who think that human flesh can tempt the Son of Man and deviate him from his mission. And it is also an advice to those who hate me, that every subterfuge to find faults with which to charge me is useless. John, Eliza will tell you what you are to do. I bless you. Are you leaving me, Lord? The old man is grieved. I must. Goodbye. Peace be with you. He addresses the apostles. Go and rest, everybody except Judas, who will come with me. Where? It's night time, objects Judas. To pray. It will do you no harm. Or are you afraid of the air of the night, if you breathe it with me? Judas lowers his head, taking his mantle, with a bad grace, while Jesus takes his. Tomorrow at dawn at Herod's gate, we shall go to the temple and... No! The no is unanimous. Judas's is the loudest. We shall go to the temple. Did you not say that you have convinced them to leave me in peace? That is true. Then we shall go to the temple. Come. And he sets off to go out. And that is the end of the feast that we had prepared, says Peter with a sigh. You should say that it ended before beginning, replies James of Zebedee. Jesus is already on the threshold of the open door. He turns round and blesses them. Then he disappears into the night. In the kitchen they have all been struck dumb. Finally, Matthew asks Eliza, "But what happened after all?" "I do not know. There was a woman who was weeping, and he said to me what he said also to you. Who she was, from where, and why she came, I do not know." "Well, let us go." And they all go away, with the exception of Matthew and Bartholomew, who sleep in the house. The poem of The Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 531. Jesus and Judas of Kerioth going towards Jerusalem. 25th of November, 1946. The horizon clears at dawn. The olive grove covering the mountain brightens very slowly, emerging from the shadow, and the trunks, still in the shade, seem to be absent, whilst their silvery foliage is visible. Fog seems to be spread over the mountain, but it is only the greyness of the leafy branches in the uncertain morning light. Jesus is alone under the olive trees, but it is not Gethsemane, because Gethsemane is parallel, so to say, to the Moriah, whereas the Moriah here is in front of the olive grove. So we are north of Jerusalem, beyond the graves of the kings. Jesus is still praying, and he does not stop even when the first chirping of birds tell him that it is daytime. Only when the first rays of the risen sun light up a golden spot on the so far dimmed gold of the domes of the temple, he stands up. He takes off and shakes his mantle with traces of earth and a few dry leaves sticking to the heavy cloth. And with one hand he smooths his beard and hair. He tidies his tunic and belt. He checks the straps of his sandals. He puts on his mantle, and he sets off down the mountain along a tiny path hardly traced out among the trunks. He is perhaps directing his steps towards that little house halfway down the slope, from the chimney of which smoke is rising. No, he makes a detour towards another wider path that descends towards the main road that takes one to town. Judas of Kerioth rushes down the mountain behind him. I say he rushes because he is running like a madman to join the master, and when he is within hearing distance, he calls him. Jesus stops. Judas reaches him, panting. "Master, fortunately, I thought I should come looking for you. Were you going away like that, without me? Yesterday evening you told me to wait for you in the house, because you would certainly come. Instead, did I not tell everybody that I would wait for you at Herod's gate at dawn? It is dawn, and I am going to Herod's gate." "Yes, but that was for the others. You and I were together." "Together?" Jesus is very serious. "Of course, Master. We came away together. You wanted that. Then you preferred to go and pray by yourself. But I was willing to come with you." "At Nob, you made it clear that it was not agreeable to you to spend the night praying with your master. And I spared you a forced act of virtue. It would have been of no avail. Good deeds are to be performed spontaneously, so that they may be scented and fertile. Otherwise they are only pantomime, and at times worse than a pantomime." "But why have you been so severe with me recently? Do you no longer love me?" "Even more so, I could ask you. Do you not love me? But I will not ask you, because also that question would be a useless one, and I never do useless things." "Of course, because you know very well that I love you." "I wish I knew Judas of Kerioth, and I wish I could say to you, I know that you love me. But as I never do useless things, so I never speak false words. So I will not say to you that I know that you love me.
But why, Master? Do I not love you? Do I not work for you? Can you doubt it? That grieves me. Because as soon as I realize that something grieves you, I avoid doing it. And I watch that it is not done. Look, I understood that you did not like my going out at night. And I did not go out anymore. I realized that the disputes of your enemies fatigued you excessively. So I went, and I was not spared insults, and told them to stop it, and you know that you have not been troubled anymore. And I hope that you will not be troubled in the temple either. You are not fair, Master, with poor Judas.
You are the first among all my followers to reproach me of unfairness.
Oh, forgive me, but your words, your severity grieves me so much that I can no longer ponder on things. They drive me crazy, believe me. Well, my peace, let us make it up between us. I want to be with you as if I were one thing with you, always together.
Once we were so. But now tell me, Judas, when are we so now?
Still because of that night? Or because I did not come with you to Bethabara? But you know why I did not come, for your own good. And with regard to that night, I am a young man, Lord. But apart from those moments when I admit it, I may have made a mistake. Nay, I certainly did do wrong. I am always close to you.
I am not talking of physical closeness, but of the spiritual one, of the closeness of thoughts and hearts. You are far, Judas, from your Saviour, and you are going farther and farther away.
There you are! All reproaches are for me, and yet you can see how humbly I accept them. I said to you, send me away, but you kept me. So what do you want of me?
What do I want? I would like not to have become incarnate in vain for you. That is what I would like. But by now you belong to another father, to another country. You speak a different language. Oh, what shall I do, Father, to cleanse the profaned temple of this son of yours and my brother? Jesus, who is very pale, weeps, speaking to his Father. Judas becomes wan too, and he moves aside a little in silence. Jesus overtakes him in a few steps, descending the hill, his head lowered, closed in his grief. Judas then makes a gesture of mockery, of threat, I would say like a cruel oath behind the back of the innocent one. His face, so far masked by a hypocritical gloss of kindness and humility, becomes bony, hard, ugly, cruel, really demoniac. All the hatred, but not a human hatred, is in the fire of his dark eyes, and that fiery hatred is concentrated on Jesus' tall person. Then shrugging his shoulders and striking his foot angrily, Judas ends his internal reasoning, and he sets out composedly, like one who has made a decision past recall. The town walls are now close at hand. People are crowding at the gates. Strangers, market gardeners, people from nearby villages. Among them near the walls are the 11 apostles, who go to meet the Master as soon as they see him.
Master, while we were waiting here, a man came looking for you.
He said that Valeria begs you to go to the synagogue of the Roman freedmen, to make sure that you go, because she will be there. All right, we shall go. Let us go to Joseph of Cepheris first, because my mantle is not clean.
Where did you sleep, Lord?
Asks Peter. Nowhere, Peter. I prayed on the mountain. The ground was damp and muddy, as you can see.
Why pray out in the open air, Lord? It may injure your health.
The elements do not injure the Son of Man. The things of God are good. It is men that hate the man. Peter sighs. They go away towards the house of the Galilean, followed by the others. The poem of the Man God. The third year of the public life. Chapter 532. In the synagogue of the Roman freedmen. 26th of November, 1946. The synagogue of the Romans is exactly on the other side of the temple, near the Hippicus Tower. People are waiting for Jesus, and when he is pointed out at the beginning of the street, some women are the first to meet him. Jesus is with Peter and Thaddeus. Hail, Master! I am grateful to you for hearing me. Have you come into town just now? No, I have been here since the first hour. I went to the temple. The temple? Did they not insult you? No. It was early morning, and people were not aware of my coming. That is why I sent for you, and also because there were some Gentiles who would like to hear you speak. For days they have been going to the temple waiting for you, but they were derided and even threatened. I was there as well yesterday, and I realized that they were waiting for you to insult you. I sent men to each gate. With gold, one achieves everything. I am grateful to you, but it is not possible for me not to go up to the temple, as I am the Rabbi of Israel. Who are these women? My freed woman, Tusnilde, twice a barbarian lord. She comes from the Teutoburger world, a prey of those rash advances that have cost so much blood. My father gave her to my mother, who gave her to me at my wedding. She passed from her gods to ours, and from ours to you, because she does what I do. She's so good. The other women are the wives of Gentiles waiting for you. They come from every region. Most of them are suffering. They came in the husband's ship. Let us go into the synagogue. The synagogue leader, standing at the door, bows and introduces himself.
Mattathias, a Sicilian master. Praise and blessings to you.
Peace to you.
Come in, I will close the door, so that we may be at peace. Such is the hatred that bricks their eyes and the stones ears to watch you and denounce you, master. Perhaps these people are better, as providing one does not interfere with their business, they leave us alone,
says the old synagogue leader, walking beside Jesus, taking him through a little yard into a large room, which is the synagogue. Let us cure the sick people first, Mattathias. Their faith deserves a reward, says Jesus. And he passes from one woman to another, imposing his hands. Some are healthy, but the little son they are holding in their arms is ill, and Jesus cures the child. One is a little girl completely paralyzed, and as soon as she is cured, she shouts,
Sidare kisses your hands, Lord.
Jesus, who had already passed on, turns around smiling and asks, Are you Syrian? Her mother explains.
Phoenician, Lord, from beyond Sidon. We live on the banks of the Talmiri, and I have 10 more sons and 2 more daughters. One is Syra, the other Tamira,
and Syra, although little more than a girl, is a widow. So much so that being free, she settled here in town with her brother, and is one of your believers. She told us that you can do everything.
Is she not with you?
Yes, Lord, she is. She's over there, behind those women.
Come forward, says Jesus. The woman comes forward timidly. You must not be afraid of me if you love me, says Jesus, encouraging her.
I do love you. That is why I left Alexandrine. But I thought I would hear you again, and I would learn to accept my sorrow.
She weeps. When did you become a widow?
At the end of the month of Adar. If you had been there, Zeno would not have died. He said so, because he had heard you, and he believed in you.
Then he is not dead, woman, because he who believes in me lives. The true life is not lived by the body in these few days. The true life is achieved believing in and following the way, the truth, the life, and acting according to his word. Even if a person believes and follows for a short time, and acts for a short time, soon interrupted by the death of the body, even if it were for 1 day only, for 1 hour only, I solemnly tell you that that person will not know death anymore. Because my Father, who is the Father of all men, will not take into account the time spent in my law and in my faith, but the will of man to live until death in that law and faith. I promise eternal life to those who believe in me and act according to what I say, loving the Savior, propagating that love and practicing my teaching during the time granted to them. The workers of my vineyard are all those who come and say, Lord, accept me among your workers. And they persevere in that will until my Father considers that their day has come to an end. I solemnly tell you that there will be workers who have worked for 1 hour only, their last hour, and will receive their reward more promptly than those who have worked since the first hour, with tepidness, urged to work only by the idea of not deserving hell, that is, by the fear of punishment. That is not the way to work that my Father rewards with immediate glory. On the contrary, such clever, selfish people who are anxious to do good and only do so much of it as is sufficient not to deserve eternal punishment, will be given a long expiation by the eternal judge. They will have to learn at their own expense, through a long expiation, to achieve a spirit active in love and in true love, entirely directed to the glory of God. And I also tell you that in the future there will be many, particularly among the Gentiles, who will be the workers of 1 hour, and even less than 1 hour, and they will become glorious in my kingdom. Because in that hour of harmony with grace, inviting them to enter the vineyard of God, they reached heroical perfection of charity. So be cheerful, woman. Your husband is not dead. He lives. You have not lost him. He is only separated from you for some time. Now, like a bride who has not yet entered the house of her bridegroom, you must prepare yourself for the true immortal wedding with him whom you are mourning. Oh, the happy wedding of two spirits who have become sanctified and are rejoined forever, where there is no separation, no fear of estrangement, no pain, where the spirits will rejoice in the love of God and in their reciprocal fondness. Death is true life for the just, because nothing can threaten the vitality of the spirit, that is its permanency in justice. Do not weep for or mourn what is transient, O Syra. Raise your spirit and see with justice and truth. God has loved you by saving your husband from the danger that the deeds of the world might demolish his faith in me.
You have consoled me, Lord. I will live, as you say. May you be blessed, and may your Father be blessed with you forever.
The leader of the synagogue, while Jesus is about to move forward, says,
May I make an objection without meaning any offense?
Tell me, I am here, the Master, to give wisdom to those who ask for it.
You said that some will become glorious at once in heaven. Is heaven not closed? Are the just not in limbo, awaiting to enter it?
It is so. Heaven is closed, and it will be opened only by the Redeemer. That his hour has come. I solemnly tell you that the day of redemption is already drawing in the east, and it will soon be broad daylight. I solemnly tell you that no other feast will come after this one, before that day. I solemnly tell you that I am already forcing the gates, as I am already on the top of the mountain of my sacrifice. My sacrifice is already pressing against the gates of heaven, because it is already active. Remember, man, that when it is accomplished, the sacred curtains and the celestial gates will be opened, because Jehovah will no longer be present with his glory in the Holy of Holies. And it will be useless to put a veil between the incognoscible one and mortals. And mankind, who preceded us and was just, will go back to where it was destined, with the firstborn heading it, already a complete whole in body and spirit, and his brothers wearing the garment of light that they will have until also their bodies are called to the jubilation. Jesus, in the singing tone used by synagogue leaders and rabbis, repeating biblical words or psalms, says,
And he said to me, Prophesy over these bones and say to them, Dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. I am going to inspire the Spirit into you, and you will live. I shall put sinews in you. I shall make flesh grow on you. I shall cover you with skin and give you breath, and you will live. And you will learn that I am the Lord. I am now going to open your graves. I shall raise you from your graves. When I put my spirit in you, you will live, and I shall resettle you on your own soil. He resumes his normal way of speaking and lowering his arms that he had stretched out. He says, "Two are the resurrections of what is arid and dead to life. Two are outlined in the words of the prophet. The first is resurrection to life, and in life, that is, in grace, which is life, of all those who receive the word of the Lord, the Spirit generated by the Father, and is God like the Father, whose Son he is, and is named Word. The Word who is life and gives life. That life of which everybody is in need, and of which Israel, like the Gentiles, is devoid. Because if so far it was sufficient for Israel to hope for and await the life coming from heaven, in order to have eternal life, from now on, Israel will have to accept the life in order to live. I solemnly tell you that those of my people who do not accept me life will not have the life, and my coming will be for them cause of death, because they will have rejected the life that was coming to them to be communicated to them. The hour has come when Israel will be divided into those who are alive and those who are dead. It is the hour to choose to live or die. The word has spoken. He has shown his origin and power. He has cured, taught, raised people from the dead. And he will soon have accomplished his mission. There is no more excuse for those who do not come to the life. The Lord passes by. Once he has passed, he does not come back. He did not go back into Egypt to give life back to the firstborn of those who had scoffed at and oppressed him in his children. He will not come back this time either, after the sacrifice of the Lamb has decided destinies. Those who do not receive me before my passing, and who hate and will hate me, will not have my blood to sanctify their spirits. They will not live, and will not have their God with them for the remainder of their pilgrimage on the earth. Without divine manna, without the protective bright cloud, without the water coming from heaven, devoid of God, they will go wandering through the vast desert that is the earth, all the earth, entirely a desert. If those who cross it lack union with heaven, the closeness of the Father and friend, God. And there is a second resurrection, the universal one, when the bones, which have been dry and scattered for ages, will become flesh and covered with sinews, flesh and skin. And it will be the judgment. And the flesh and blood of the just will rejoice with their spirits in the eternal kingdom. And the flesh and blood of the damned will suffer with their spirits in the eternal punishment. I love you, O Israel. I love you, O Gentilism. I love you, O mankind.
And because of this love, I invite you to life and to the blissful resurrection.
Those who have gathered in the vast hall are fascinated. There is no difference between the amazement of the Hebrews and that of the others, from different places and religions. Nay, I would say that the ones to be most reverently surprised are the foreigners. A dignified old man murmurs between his teeth. "What did you say, man?" asks Jesus, turning round.
I said that I was repeating to myself the words I heard in my youth from my teacher. Man has been granted to rise to divine perfection through virtue. In man there is the brightness of the Creator, and the more man ennobles himself through virtue, by almost consuming matter in the fire of virtue, the more that brightness is revealed. And man has been granted to know the being who, at least once in man's lifetime, with severe or paternal affection, shows himself to man, so that he may say, I must be good, poor me, if I am not so. Because an immense power flashed in front of me to make me understand that virtue is an obligation and a sign of the noble nature of man. You will find that flash of divinity in the beauty of nature, or in the word of a dying man, or in the glance of an unhappy person who looks at you and judges, or in the silence of a beloved person who, by being quiet, reproaches a shameful action of yours. You will find it in the fright of a child seeing a violent action of yours, or in the silence of night, when you are all alone with yourselves, and in the most closed and solitary room, you will become aware of another I, much more powerful than yours, who speaks with the soundless sound. And that will be the God, this God who must exist, this God whom creation worships, perhaps without being aware of it, this God who, the only one, really satisfies the feelings of virtuous men, who are not sated and comforted by our ceremonies and our doctrines, or before the empty altars, quite empty, notwithstanding that a statue dominates them. I know these words well, because for many years I have been repeating them as my code and my hope. I have lived, worked, and I have suffered and wept. But I endured everything, and I hope virtuously, hoping to meet, before my death, this God that Hermogenes promised that I would meet. Now I was saying to myself that I have really seen him, and not as a flash, and I have not heard his word as a soundless sound. But the Divine One has appeared to me in the clear and most beautiful shape of man, and I heard him, and I am replete
with sacred astonishment. The soul, this thing that true men admit. My soul receives you, O perfection, and says to you, teach me your way and your life and your truth, so that one day I, a lonely man, may be joined to you, supreme beauty. We shall be rejoined, and I tell you that later you will be united again to Hermogenes. But he died without knowing you. Material knowledge is not the only necessary one to possess me. The man who through his virtue succeeds in feeling the unknown God, and in living virtuously in homage to that God, can be really said to have known God, because God reveals himself to him as a reward for his virtuous life. It would be dreadful if it were necessary to know me personally. Very soon, it would not be possible for anyone to be united to me. Because I tell you, the living one will soon leave the kingdom of the dead to go back to the kingdom of life. And men will have no further possibility to know except through faith and the Spirit. But the knowledge of me will not stop. Nay, it will spread, and in a perfect way, as it will be devoid of everything that makes senses dull. God will speak, God will act, God will live. God will reveal himself to the souls of his believers by means of his unknowable and perfect nature. And men will love the God-man, and the God-man will love men with the new means, with the ineffable means that his infinite love will leave on the earth before going back to the Father, after everything has been accomplished by him. Oh Lord, Lord, tell us how we shall be able to find you and to know that it is you who are speaking to us and where you are after you have gone away. Many of them exclaim, and some go on. We are Gentiles, and we do not know your law. We have not enough time to stay here and follow you. How shall we acquire that virtue that makes one worthy of knowing God? Jesus smiles, brightly handsome in the happiness of his conquest in Gentilism, and he kindly explains. Do not worry about learning many laws. These will come, and he lays his hands on the shoulders of Peter and Thaddeus, to bring my law to the world. But until they come, follow as a rule the following few sentences in which all my law of salvation is summarized. Love God with all your hearts. Love authorities, relatives, friends, servants, people, and also your enemies, as you love yourselves. And to be sure that you do not commit sin before every action, whether you have been ordered to do it or it is a spontaneous one, ask yourselves, would I like what I am about to do to this fellow to be done to me? And if you feel that you would not like it, do not do it. With these simple lines, you are able to trace in yourselves the way by which God will come to you, and you will go to God. Because no man would be pleased if a son were ungrateful, or if someone killed him, or another robbed him, or took his wife, or seduced his sister or his daughter, or usurped his house, his fields, or his faithful servants. With that rule, you will be good children and good parents, good husbands, brothers, merchants, friends. So you will be virtuous, and God will come to you. I have around me not only Hebrews and proselytes, in whom there is no wickedness. I mean that they do not come to me to catch me at fault, as those do who drove you out of the temple, so that you might not come to the life. But I have also Gentiles from every part of the world. I see Cretans and Phoenicians mingled with people from Pontus and Phrygia, and there is one from the shores of the unknown sea, a route to unknown lands, where I will also be loved. And I see Greeks with Sicilians and people from Cyrenaica and Asia. Well, I say to you, go. Tell the people of your countries that the light is in the world, and let them come to the light. Tell them that wisdom left heaven to become bread for men, water for languishing men. Tell them that life has come to cure and to revive what is sick and dead. And tell them that time flows as rapidly as lightning in summer. Let those come who wish to have God. Their spirits will know God. Let those come who want to be cured. As long as my hand is free, it will cure those who invoke it with faith. Say yes. Go quickly and say that the Savior is waiting for those who expect and wish to have divine assistance at Passover in the holy city. Tell those who are in need, and also those who are only curious. The spark of faith in me, of the faith that saves, may originate from an impure impulse of curiosity. Go, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of Israel, the King of the world, assembles the representatives of the world to give them the treasures of his graces and have them witnesses of his exaltation that will consecrate him, triumpher forever and ever, King of kings and Lord of lords. Go! At the dawn of my earthly life, the representatives of my people came from different areas to worship the child in whom the immense one was concealed. The will of a man who considered himself powerful and was a servant of the will of God had ordered the census of the empire. As he obeyed an unknown and intransgressible order of the Most High, that pagan was to become the herald of God, who wanted all the men of Israel spread all over the world, in the land of this people, near Bethlehem Ephrata, to wonder at the signs that had come from heaven at the first wailing of a newborn baby. And as if it were not enough, other signs spoke to the Gentiles, and their representatives came to worship the little poor King of Kings, who was then far from his earthly coronation, but was already king in the eyes of angels. The hour has come when I will be king in the sight of peoples, before I return whence I came. At the end of my earthly day, in the evening of my human lifetime, it is fair that men of all peoples should be here to see him who is to be worshipped, and in whom all mercy is concealed. And may all good people enjoy the earthly fruit of this new harvest, of this mercy that will burst like a cloud in Nisan, to swell rivers with wholesome waters, capable of making fructiferous the trees planted on their banks, as we read in Ezekiel.
And Jesus resumes curing sick people and listens to their names, as now all wish to say their own.
I Zillah, I Zabdi,
I Gail, I Andrew,
I Theophanus,
I Selina, I Olyntus,
I Philip,
I Elissa,
I Berenice, my daughter Gaia, I Argenide,
I. He has finished, and he would like to go away. But how insistent they beg him to stay and to speak again. And a man, probably blind in one eye, that is covered with a bandage, in order to keep him a little longer, says,
Lord, I was struck by a man who was jealous of my good trade. I saved myself with difficulty, but I lost an eye, burst by the blow. Now my enemy has become poor and unpopular, and he has fled to a village near Corinth. What should I do to him who almost killed me? It is fair that I should not do to other people what I would not like to receive. But I have already received from him harm, much harm.
And his face is so expressive that one can read on it the thought he has not spoken.
So I should take my revenge on him.
Jesus looks at him with his smiling sapphire eyes, but with the dignified countenance of the master, and says,
And you, a man from Greece, are asking me, did your great men not say that mortals become like God when they respond to the two gifts that God grants them to make them like himself? That is, to be able to be in the truth and to assist one's neighbor. Of course, Pythagoras. And did they not say that man approaches God not through science, power, or other means, but by doing good? Yes, Demosthenes. But excuse me, master, if I ask you, you are a Hebrew, and Hebrews are not fond of our philosophers. How do you know such things?
Man, because I am the wisdom that inspired the minds that thought those words. I am wherever good is active. You, a Greek, should listen to the advice of the wise men, through which advice I still speak. Do good to those who have done you wrong, and God will say that you are holy. And now, let me go. I have other people waiting for me. Goodbye, Valeria, and do not be afraid for me. It is not yet my hour. And when my hour comes, not even Caesar's army could stop my enemies. Hail, Master, and pray for me, that peace may possess you. Goodbye. Peace to you, leader of the synagogue. Peace to my believers and to those who seek peace. And with a gesture that is a greeting and a blessing, he leaves the hall. He goes across the yard and out into the street. The poem of the man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 533. Judas Iscariot and Jesus' enemies. 2nd of December, 1946. I do not see Jesus or Peter or Judas of Alphaeus or Thomas, but I see the other 9 walking towards the awful suburb. The people in the streets are nothing like the large crowds at the feasts of Passover, Pentecost, and of the Tabernacles. It is mostly town people. It would appear that the Feast of Lights was not an important one, and the Hebrews were not compelled to be present in Jerusalem. Only those who happened to be in town, or those of the villages near Jerusalem, came to town and went up to the temple. The others, both because of the season and of the peculiarity of the feast, remained at home in their towns. But there are many disciples in Jerusalem, those who, out of love for the Lord, have left home and relatives, business and work, and have joined the apostles. But I do not see Isaac, or Abel, or Philip, or Nicolaus, who went to take Sabea to Aera. They are speaking to one another in a friendly manner, telling and listening to all the events that have taken place while they were separated. I would think that they have already seen the Master, probably at the temple, because they are not surprised at his absence. They are walking slowly, stopping now and again as if they were waiting for someone, looking ahead and behind at the streets descending from Zion towards this one, that takes one to the southern gates of the town. The Iscariot, who is almost in the rear and is speaking to a little group of disciples, full of goodwill, but lacking in knowledge, is called twice by name by some Judeans, who are following the group without mingling with it. I do not know with what intentions or tasks, and twice the Iscariot shrugs his shoulders without even turning round. But the third time he is forced to do so, because one of the Judeans departs from his group, elbows his way through the group of the disciples, gets hold of Judas by the sleeve, and compels him to stop, saying, "Come away for a moment. We must speak to you." "I have no time, and I cannot," replies the Iscariot resolutely. "You may go. We will wait for you. In any case, we cannot leave town until Thomas comes," says Andrew, who is the one nearest to him. "All right, go ahead. I will come at once," says Judas, who does not appear to be willing to do what he has to do. When he is alone, he says to the pestering fellow, "So, what do you want? What do you all want? Have you not yet finished bothering me? Oh, what a high and mighty manner you are putting on. But when we sent for you to give you money, you did not think that we were bothering you. You are proud, man, but there is someone who can make you humble. Bear that in mind. I am a free man, and no, you are not free. He is free whom we cannot enslave in any way. And you know his name. You
You are a slave to everything and to everybody, and first of all to your pride. In short, bear in mind that if you do not come to Caiaphas's house before the 6th hour, there will be trouble for you. A real threat of trouble. All right, I will come. But you had better leave me alone if you want— What, you swindler, a good-for-nothing?
Judas frees himself, pushing away the man who was holding him, and he runs off, saying,
I will tell you when I am there.
He joins his group. He is pensive and somewhat grim. Andrew asks him kindly, Bad news? No, eh? Perhaps your mother— Judas, who at first had looked askance at him, quite ready to give him a sharp reply, becomes more humane and says, Yes, not very good. You know, the season. Now, I've just remembered an order of the master. If that man had not stopped me, I would have forgotten about it. But he mentioned the place where he lives, and that name reminded me of the task I was given. Now, when I go for it, I will call also on that man, and I shall have more details. Andrew, so simple and honest as he is far from suspecting that this companion is lying. And he kindly says, Well, go at once. I will tell the others. Go and get rid of your worry. No, I must wait for Thomas, on account of the money. A moment sooner or later. The others, who had stopped waiting for them, look at them approaching. Judas has received sad news, says Andrew, thoughtfully. Yes, only vaguely, but I shall have more information when I go to do what I have. What? Asks Bartholomew. There is Thomas coming, says simultaneously John. And Judas takes advantage of that not to reply. Have I kept you waiting long? The fact is that I wanted to do the job properly, and I did. Look what a beautiful purse. Very good for the poor. The master will be pleased. We needed it. We did not have a farthing left for beggars, says James of Alphaeus. Give me it, says Iscariot, stretching out his hand towards the heavy purse that Thomas is tossing in his hands. Actually, Jesus entrusted me with the task of the sale, and I must give the proceeds to him. You will tell him how much you got. Now give me it, because I am in a hurry to go away. No, I'm not going to give it to you. When we were going through the Sixtus market, Jesus said to me, Then you will give me the money. And that is what I am going to do. What are you afraid of? That I may take part of it, or that I may deprive you of the merit of the sale? I sold at Jericho too, and very well. For years I have been responsible for the money. It is my right. Oh, listen, if you want to quarrel over that, take it. I fulfilled my task, and I'm not interested in the rest. Here it is. Take it. There are many things much nicer than that. And Thomas hands the purse to Judas. Really, if the master said, says Philip. Don't let us quibble. We had better go, now that we're all together. The master told us to be at Bethany before the 6th hour. We shall hardly be in time, says James of Zebedee. I will leave you then. Go on, because I will go and come back at once. No, he said very clearly, remain all together, says Matthew. You are to remain all together, but I must go, particularly now that I heard of my mother. His words could be interpreted also like that, if he received instructions of which we are unaware, says John, conciliatorily. The others, with the exception of Andrew and Thomas, are not very inclined to let him go. Finally they say, Well, go, but be quick and prudent. And Judas runs away along a narrow street towards the hill of Zion, while the others set out again. However, it is not fair,
we have not done the right thing. The Master had said, be always together and be good. We have disobeyed him. I am upset, says Simon Zealot, after some time. I thought that too, replies Matthew. The apostles are all in a group, since they had to discuss their business. I noticed that the disciples always stand aside respectfully every time the apostles gather together to discuss something. Bartholomew says, let us do this. Let us dismiss now these who are following us, without waiting to be on the Bethany road. Then we shall divide into 2 groups, and we shall wait for Judas. One group on the lower road, the other on the upper one. Those who walk faster on the lower road, the others on the upper one. If the Master should precede us, he will see us arrive together, because one group will wait for the other outside Bethany. They all agree. They dismiss the disciples. Then they go together as far as the spot where one can divert towards Gethsemane, taking the upper road on the Mount of Olives, or go along the Kidron, taking the lower one that also goes to Bethany and Jericho. Judas, in the meantime, has been running as if he were chased. He continues for some time to go up the narrow street that takes him towards the top of Zion, westwards. He then turns into a narrower street, almost a lane, that instead of going up, runs down southwards. He is suspicious. He runs, and now and again he turns round as if he were frightened. He is clearly suspicious of being followed. The narrow street, winding among the corners of houses built without any town planning, end in the open country. Beyond the valley, outside the walls, there is a hill. It is a low hill, covered with olive trees, beyond the arid, stony Hinnom Valley. Judas is still running fast, passing between the hedges, bordering the small kitchen gardens of the last houses near the walls, the poor houses of the poor people in Jerusalem. And he does not go out through the Zion gate, although it is close to him, to leave the town, but he runs up towards another gate, which is rather on the western side. He's out of town. He's running like a colt to be quick. He passes like the wind near an aqueduct, and then close to the gloomy caves of the lepers of Hinnom, but he turns a deaf ear to their lamentations. It is obvious that he's seeking places avoided by other people. He goes straight towards the hill covered with olive trees, the solitary hill, south of the town. He draws a sigh of relief at the foot of the hill and slackens his pace. He tidies his headgear, his belt, and pulls down his tunic, which had come up, and shading his eyes from the sunshine, he looks eastwards, towards the lower road for Bethany and Jericho. But he does not see anything that may upset him. On the contrary, a side of the hill acts as a curtain between him and that road. He smiles. He begins to climb the hill slowly, to take breath after so much panting. And he is pensive, and the more he thinks, the grimmer he becomes. He is certainly talking to himself, but silently. At a certain moment, he stops. He takes the purse from his bosom. He watches it carefully. Then he puts it back in his bosom after dividing its contents, part of which he puts into his own purse, probably to ensure that what he has concealed in his bosom may not seem too bulky. Among the olive trees there is a house, a beautiful house, the most beautiful one on the hill, because the other little houses spread over the slopes, I do not know whether they are part of the estate or they belong to other people, are really modest. He arrives there along a kind of avenue covered with sand among the olive trees planted orderly. He knocks at the door. He makes himself known. He goes in.
He goes resolutely beyond the hall into a square yard on the sides of which there are many doors. He pushes one of them. He enters a large room in which there are many people, among whom I recognize the sly and at the same time resentful face of Caiaphas, the ultra-Pharisaic face of Helkai, the stone-marten face of Felix, the member of the Sanhedrin, together with the viper's face of Simon. Further back there is Doris, the son of Doris, whose features are more and more like his father's, and with him there are Cornelius and Ptolemy, and there are the scribes Zadok and Hananiah, old and wrinkled with age, but young in malice, and Calasibona the elder, and Nathaniel ben Fava, and then a Doro, a Simon, a Joseph, a Joachim, whom I do not know. Caiaphas mentions the names. I write them. He ends, saying,
"Gathered here to judge you."
Judas's face is strange. It shows fear, anger, and violence at the same time. But he is silent. He does not display his haughtiness. The others surround him, scoffing at him, each in his own way.
"Well, what have you done with our money? What are you going to tell us, you wise man who can do everything quickly and well? Where is the fruit of your work? You are a liar, a charlatan, a good-for-nothing. Where is the woman? You have not her either. And so, instead of serving us, you are serving him, eh? Is that how you help us?"
It is a furious charge of people shouting and bawling threateningly, but many of their words escape me. Judas lets them howl. When they are tired and breathless, he begins to speak.
"I have done what I could. Is it my fault if he is a man whom no one can induce to commit sin? You said that you wanted to test his virtue. I have given you the proof that he does not sin. So I have served you with regard to what you wanted. Have you, all of you, succeeded in putting him in a situation whereby he may be persecuted? No, you have not. From every attempt of yours to make him appear a sinner, you lure him into a trap. He has come out greater than previously. So, if you have not been successful with your hatred, was I to succeed when I do not hate him? And I am only disappointed of following a poor innocent man who is too holy to be a king capable of crushing his enemies. What harm has he done to me that I should injure him? I am saying so because I think that you hate him to the extent of wanting his death. I can no longer believe that you only want to convince the people that he is mad, and convince us, me, for our own good, and him as well, out of pity for him. You are too generous to me, and too furious, seeing that he is above evil, for me to believe you. You have asked me what I have done with your money. I used it, as you know. I had to spend it extravagantly to convince the woman. And I was not successful with the first one, and be quiet! That is not true. She was mad on him, and she certainly came at once. In any case, you guaranteed it, because you told us that she had admitted it. You are a thief. I wonder for what purpose you have used the money. To ruin my soul, you murderers of souls, to make a sly man of myself, one who has no more peace, and feels he is suspected by him and his companions, because you had better know that he has found me out. Oh, I wish he had rejected me, but he does not reject me. No, he does not drive me away. He defends me. He protects me. He loves me. Your money? Why did I ever accept the first farthing? Because you are a wretch. You have enjoyed our money, and now you are weeping because you had a good time with it. Liar! In the meantime, we have concluded nothing, and the crowds around him are growing in numbers, and are more and more enchanted. Our ruin is drawing closer through your fault. My fault? Why then did you not dare to arrest him and accuse him of wanting to be made king? You also told me that you wanted to tempt him, notwithstanding that I had told you that it was quite useless, and he does not crave for power. If you are so clever, why did you not induce him to commit a sin against his mission? Because he slipped out of our hands. He's a demon, and he vanishes like smoke whenever he wishes. He is like a snake. He enchants you, and there is nothing you can do if he looks at you. If he looks at his enemies, at you. Because I see that if he looks at those who do not hate with all their strength, as you do, then his eyes makes them move and be active. Oh, his eyes! Why does he look at me thus and make me good, since I am a monster by myself, and you make me 10 times more monstrous? How many words! You assured us that you would help us for the welfare of Israel. Do you not understand, you miserable wretch, that this man is our ruin? Ours? Of whom? Of the whole population. The Romans. No, he's only your ruin. You are afraid of your own ruin. You know that Rome will not be pitiless towards us because of him. You are aware of that, as well as I am, and the people are. But you are trembling because you know, you fear that he may throw you out of the temple, out of the kingdom of Israel. And he would do the right thing. He would do a good thing to clean his threshing floor of you, filthy hyenas, dirty asps. He is furious. They get hold of him. They shake him. As they are now furious themselves, they almost knock him down. Caiaphas shouts in his face, "All right, it is so. And if it is so, we are entitled to defend what belongs to us. And since little means are not sufficient anymore to convince him to go away and not interfere with us, we will arrange the matter by ourselves, leaving you out, you faint-hearted servant and chatterbox. And after him, we will deal with you as well. Do not doubt it." And Elkai keeps Caiaphas quiet, and with his ice-cold calmness of a poisonous snake, he says, "No, not so. You are exaggerating, Caiaphas. Judas has done what he could. You must not threaten him. After all, has he not the same interests as we have?" "Don't be silly, Elkai. His interests! I want him to be crushed. Judas wants him to triumph, so that he may triumph with him. And you say," shouts Simon. "Peace, peace. You always say that I am severe. But today I am the only good one. We must understand and pity Judas. He helps us as best he can. He is our good friend. But of course, he is also the master's friend. His heart is anguished. He would like to save the master, himself, and Israel. How can he conciliate things so posed?
Let him speak.
The uproar calms down. Judas can speak at last, and he says,
Helkai is right. What do you want of me? I do not yet know precisely what you want. I have done what I could. I cannot do more than that. He is by far greater than I am. He reads my heart, and he never treats me as I deserve. I am a sinner, and he knows, and he absolves me. If I were not such a coward, I should kill myself to make it impossible for me to hurt him.
Judas sits down, crushed by the situation, with his face in his hands, his eyes wide open, gazing at the void. He is clearly suffering in the struggle between his opposed instincts.
Nonsense. What do you expect him to know? You are behaving like that because you are sorry that you pushed yourself forward,
exclaims the one named Cornelius.
And even if it was so, oh, I wish it were so. If I were really repentant and capable of remaining in such repentance. See that? Have you heard him? Our poor money, says Hananiah, moaning. We are having to deal with one who does not know what he wants. We have chosen one who is worse than a blockhead, exclaims Felix, aggravating the situation. A blockhead? A puppet, you should say. The Galilean pulls him with one string, and he goes to the Galilean. We pull him, and he comes to us, shouts Zadok. Well, if you are so much cleverer than I am, go on by yourselves. As from today, I will take no further interest in the matter. Do not expect any more warnings or words from me. In any case, I could not give you any, as he suspects and watches me.
Did you not say that he absolves you?
Yes, he does. Because he knows everything. Oh.
Judas presses his hands against his face.
Go away, then, you woman dressed as a man, you disfigured wretch. Go away. We will carry on by ourselves, and make sure you do not speak to him about this, or you will have to pay for it. I am going. I wish I had never come. But remember what I have already told you. He met your father, Simon, and your brother-in-law, Helkai. I do not think that Daniel has spoken. I was present, and I have never seen them speak standing aside. But your father, he did not speak, so my fellow disciples told me. He did not even mention your name. He only said that his son had driven him away because he loved the master and did not approve of your behavior. But he said that we met, that I come to your house, and he may tell also the rest. Tekoa is not at the end of the world. Do not say that I have given you away, when we are already too many to be informed of your intentions. My father will never speak again. He died, says Simon slowly. He's dead? Did you kill him? How horrible! Why did I tell you where he was? I did not kill anybody. I have not been out of Jerusalem. There are many ways of dying. Are you surprised that an old man who goes around collecting money, is killed? In any case, it's his fault. If he had lived quietly, if he did not have eyes to see, ears to hear, and a tongue to reproach, he would still be honored and served in his son's house. Simon says, with exasperating slowness. In short, did you get someone to kill him? Parasite! You are mad. The old man was struck. He fell. He hurt his head and died. An accident. A simple accident. It was his bad luck that he had to collect the toll from a rascal. I know you, Simon, and I cannot believe you are a murderer. Judas is dismayed. Simon laughs in his face, saying, And you are raving. You see a crime where there is only an accident. I was informed only the day before yesterday, and I have done the necessary to take vengeance and to give honor. But if I was able to honor the corpse, I was not able to get hold of the murderer. Certainly a highwayman who had come down from the Adamim mountains to sell at the markets what he had stolen. Who will ever be able to catch him? I don't believe it. Go away. Let me go. You are worse than jackals. Away with you! And he picks up his mantle that had fallen on the floor and he moves to go out. But Hananiah gets hold of him with his rapacious hand, saying, And the woman? Where is the woman? What did she say? What did she do? Do you know? I know nothing. Let me go. You are lying. You are a liar, shouts Hananiah. I do not know. I swear it. She came. That is certain. But no one saw her. I did not, because I had to leave at once with the rabbi. My companions did not see her either. I questioned them carefully. I saw the broken jewels that Eliza brought into the kitchen, and I know nothing else. I swear it by the altar and the tabernacle. And who can believe you? You are a coward. As you betray your master, you can betray us as well. But be careful. I am not betraying. I swear it by the temple of God. You are a perjurer. You look it. You are serving him, not us. No, I swear it by the name of God. Say it. If you dare confirm your oath, I swear it by Jehovah. And he turns pale in pronouncing the name of God thus. He trembles, stammers. He does not succeed in saying it as it is usually pronounced. It sounds as if he says a J and an H and a V, all drawled and with an aspiration at the end. Something like Jericho. In short, his way of pronouncing it is very strange. An almost frightening silence is reigning in the room. They have even moved away from Judas. Then Doris and another one say, Repeat the same oath to confirm that you will serve us only. No! May you be cursed! I will not! I swear that I have not betrayed you, and that I will not denounce you to the master, and that is already a sin. But I am not going to have my future bound up with you, because tomorrow, on the strength of my oath, you could compel me to do anything, even to commit a crime. No, denounce me as an impious person to the Sanhedrin. Denounce me as a killer to the Romans. I will not defend myself. I will let them kill me.
and it will be a good thing for me. But I am not going to swear anymore. And with violent efforts he frees himself from those holding him, and he runs away shouting, "But you had better know that Rome is watching you! That Rome loves the master!" A mighty bang of the door resounding all over the house is the clear sign that Judas has left the den of wolves. They look at one another. Rage, and perhaps fear, makes them deadly pale. And as they cannot give vent to their anger and fear on anybody, they quarrel among themselves. They try to lay on each other the responsibility for the steps taken and of the consequences they may have to suffer. Some reproach for one thing, some for another. Some with regard to the past, some to the future. Some shout,
"It was you who wanted to seduce Judas."
Some say,
"It was a mistake to ill-treat him. You have given yourselves away."
Some suggest,
"Let us run after him with money, with excuses." "Oh, no,"
screams Zacchaeus, who is the most reproached.
"Leave it to me, and you will have to say that I am wise." "Judas, when he has no more money, will become meek. Oh, as meek as a lamb."
And he laughs venomously.
"He will not give in today. Tomorrow, perhaps for a month. But then he is too depraved to be able to live in the poverty offered to him by the rabbi, and he will come to us. Let me see to it, I know." "Yes, but in the meantime, did you hear what he said? The Romans are spying upon us. The Romans love him, and it is true. Also this morning and yesterday, and the day before yesterday, there were some waiting for him in the court of the Gentiles. The women of the Antonia are always there. They come from as far as Caesarea to hear him. Whims of females, I do not worry about that. The man is handsome. He is a good speaker. They are mad for loquacious demagogues and philosophers. As far as they are concerned, the Galilean is one of them, nothing else. And it helps them to divert their minds in their idle time. It takes patience to succeed, patience and cunning, and courage too. But you have none, and you want to do things, but you do not want to show yourselves. I told you what I would do, but you do not want it. I am afraid of the crowds. They are too fond of him. Love here, love there. Who would touch him? If we drive him out, we will be driven out ourselves. We must, says Caiaphas. We must not miss any more opportunities. How many we have lost at the first one we get. We must put pressure on those who are hesitant among us, and then take action also with the Romans. Easily said, but when and where have we had the opportunity to act? He does not sin. He does not aim at power. He does not. If there isn't one, we must create it. And now, Let us go. Meanwhile, we will keep an eye on him. The temple is ours. Rome rules outside. Outside, there are the crowds defending him. But inside the temple...
The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 534. The 7 lepers cured. Instructions to the apostles and arrival at Bethany. 4th of December, 1946. Jesus with Peter and Judas Thaddeus is walking fast in a gloomy, stony place on one side of the town. As I cannot see the green olive grove, but I only see the hill, or rather the hills with little or no greenery to the west of Jerusalem, among which is the gloomy Golgotha. I think that I am outside the eastern side of the town.
We shall be able to give them something with what we purchased. It must be terrible to live in the sepulchres in winter,
says Thaddeus, who is laden with parcels, just like Peter.
I am glad we went to the freedmen, as we received this money for the lepers. Poor wretches! During these feast days, no one thinks of them. Everyone is enjoying himself. They will remember their lost homes. Alas, if they only believed in you! Will they believe, Master?
Asks Peter, who is always so simple and so attached to his Jesus. Let us hope so, Simon. Let us hope so. Let us pray in the meantime. And they proceed praying. The gloomy Hinnom Valley appears with its sepulchres of living beings. Go ahead and supply them, says Jesus. The two go on, speaking in loud voices. The faces of lepers appear at the openings of caves or shelters.
We are disciples of Rabbi Jesus, says Peter. He is coming and has sent us to assist you. How many are you?
7 here, 3 on the other side, beyond En Rogel,
says one, on behalf of everybody. Peter opens his bundle and Thaddeus his. They make 10 portions. Bread, cheese, butter, olives. The oil. Where can they put the oil that is in a little jar?
One of you should bring a vessel over there at the rock. You will divide the oil among you like brothers, and in the name of Jesus, who preaches love for our neighbor, says Peter.
Meanwhile, a leper comes down limping towards them near a large rock, and he lays a chipped jug on it. He looks at them while they pour oil into it, and as he is greatly surprised, he asks,
Are you not afraid to be so close to me?
In fact, only the rock is between the 2 apostles and the leper.
We are only afraid of offending love. He sent us here, telling us to assist you, because those who follow the Christ must love as the Christ loves. May this oil open your hearts. May it give them light, as if it were already burning in the lamps of your hearts. The time of grace has come for those who hope in the Lord Jesus. Have faith in him. He is the Messiah, and he heals bodies and souls. He can do everything because he is the Emmanuel, says Thaddeus, with his usual imposing dignity.
The leper is standing with the little jug in his hands, looking at him as if he were enchanted. He then says,
I know that Israel has her Messiah, because the pilgrims who come to town looking for him speak of him, and we hear their conversation. But I have never seen him, as I came here only recently. And do you think that he would cure me? Among us, there are some who curse him, and some who bless him, and I do not know which I should believe.
Are those who curse him good people?
No, they are cruel and they maltreat us.
They want the best places and the biggest portions. In fact, we do not know whether we shall be able to stay here because of that." So you can see that only those who are the guests of hell hate the Messiah, because hell realizes that it is already defeated by him, and consequently it hates him. But I tell you that he is to be loved, and with faith, if we want to receive grace from the Most High here and hereafter, says Thaddeus again. "If I want to have grace, I have been married 2 years and I have a little son who does not know me. I became leprous only a few months ago, as you can see." In fact, he has only a few stains. "Then apply to the Master with faith. Look, he is coming. Tell your companions and come back here. He will pass by and will cure you." The man waddles up the slope and calls, "Uriah, Joab, Adina, and also you who do not believe, the Lord is coming to save us." 1, 2, 3 lepers appear. 3 wrecks come forward, looking more and more dreadful. The woman just shows herself. She is a living horror. Perhaps she is weeping and speaking, but it is not possible to understand anything, because her voice sounds like a yelp, coming from what was a mouth and now is nothing but 2 horrible, uncovered jaws, devoid of teeth. "Yes, I tell you that they asked me to come and call you, because he is coming to cure us."
"Duke, I am not coming, because I did not believe him the other time he came, and he will not listen to me anymore. In any case, I cannot walk,"
the woman says more distinctly, with I wonder how much difficulty. She even helps herself with her fingers to hold the edges of her lips to make herself understood.
"We will take you, Adina,"
says the 2 men, and the one with the little jug.
No, I sinned too much."
And she collapses where she was. 3 more come running as best they can, and say overbearingly,
Give us the oil at once, and then you can also go to Beelzebub if you wish so."
"The oil is for everybody,"
says the man with the little jug, striving to defend his little treasure. But the 3 violent, cruel men overwhelm him and snatch the jug from his hands.
"There you are. It is always the same. A little oil after such a long time. But the Master is coming. Let us go to him. Are you really not coming, Adina?"
"I did not."
The 3 come down towards the rock. They stop, waiting for Jesus, as the apostles have gone to meet him. And when he arrives there, they shout,
"Have mercy on us, Jesus of Israel! We hope in you, Lord!"
Jesus raises his head. He looks at them in his incomparable way. He asks,
"Why do you want your health again?" "For the sake of our families, for ourselves. It is dreadful to live here." "You are not only bodies, my children. You have also a soul, and it is worth more than your bodies. You must be anxious about it. So do not ask to be cured only for yourselves and your families, but to have time to become acquainted with the Word of God, and to live deserving his kingdom. Are you just? Become more so. Are you sinners? Ask to live, so that you may have time to make amends for the wrong you have done. Where is the woman? Why is she not coming? Dare she not confront the face of the Son of Man
when she was not afraid of having to meet the face of God when she was sinning? Go and tell her that she was forgiven much because of her repentance and resignation, and that the Eternal Father has sent me to absolve all the sins of those who have repented their past.
Master, Adina is no longer able to walk.
Go and help her to come down here, and bring another vessel. We will give you some more oil.
Lord, there is just enough for the others, Peter says in a low voice, while the lepers are going to get the woman. There will be enough for everybody. Have faith, because it is easier for you to have faith in that than for those poor wretches to believe that their bodies will become as they were. In the meantime, up in the eaves, a fight has started among the 3 bad lepers for the sharing of the food. The woman is carried down in the arms of her companions, and she's moaning, as much as it is possible for her, saying,
Forgive me, my past, for not asking to be forgiven in the past. Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me.
They lay her at the foot of the rock, and on the rock they put a kind of pot that is all chipped. Jesus asks,
What do you say? Is it easier to increase the oil in a vase, or to make flesh grow where leprosy has destroyed it?
There is silence. Then the woman says,
The oil, but also the flesh, because you can do everything, and you can also give me the soul of my early years. I believe, Lord.
oh, the divine smile. It is like a light that spreads gently, cheerfully, softly. And it is in his eyes and on his lips and in his voice as he says,
Because of your faith, be cured and forgiven, and you as well. And take this oil and food to nourish yourselves, and show yourselves to the priest, as it is prescribed. Tomorrow at dawn I will come back with some clothes, and you will be able to go being decently dressed. Cheer up. Praise the Lord. You are no longer lepers.
Only then the 4, who so far had their eyes fixed on the Lord, look at themselves and shout their amazement. The woman would like to stand up, but she's too naked to do so. Her dress hangs in bits and pieces, and what is nude is more than what is covered. Half hidden by the rock, out of a sense of decency, not only with regard to Jesus, but also to his companions. Her face recomposes in its features, which are only thinned by privations. She's weeping, saying without interruption, Blessed, blessed, blessed! And her blessings mingle with the horrible blasphemies of the 3 wicked lepers, who are now furious, seeing that the others have been cured, and they fling dirt and stones.
You cannot remain here. Come with me. No harm will befall you. Look, the road is empty. At the 6th hour, all the people are at home. You will stay with the other lepers until tomorrow. Be not afraid. Follow me. Take this woman.
And he gives her his mantle to cover herself. The 4, a little frightened and amazed, follow him like 4 lambs. They cover the remainder of the Hinnom Valley. They cross the road and go towards the Siloam pool, another gloomy place for lepers. Jesus stops at the foot of the cliff and says,
Go up and tell them that I shall be here at the first hour tomorrow. Go and rejoice with them, and preach the master of the gospel."
He tells the apostles to give them all the food they have, and he blesses them before dismissing them.
"Let us go now.
It is already past the 6th hour," says Jesus, turning round to go back to the lower Bethany road. But he is soon called back by a cry.
"Jesus, Son of David, have mercy also on us." "These ones have not waited for dawn,"
remarks Peter. "Let us go to them. So few are the hours in which I can do some good. Without the peace of the people, I help being disturbed by those who hate me," replies Jesus, and he retraces his steps, looking at the 3 lepers of Siloam, who are looking out from the terrace of the little hill and are repeating their cry, helped by those who have already been cured and who are behind them. Jesus does nothing but stretch out his hands and say,
"Let it be done to you as you ask. Go and live in the ways of the Lord."
He blesses them, while leprosy vanishes from their bodies as a thin layer of snow melts in the sun. And Jesus runs away, followed by the blessings of those who have been cured, and who from their terrace are stretching out their arms in an embrace more real than if they had physically done so. They go back to Bethany Road, that follows the course of the Kidron and forms a hairpin bend after a few hundred steps from Siloam. But when they have passed the bend, and they can see the other part of the road to Bethany, there is, all alone, Judas of Kerioth, walking fast.
"It's Judas!"
exclaims Thaddeus, who is the first to see him.
"Why are you here alone?" "Hey, Judas!"
shouts Peter. Judas turns round suddenly. He's wan, even greenish. Peter says to him,
"Have you seen the devil? That you are the same colour as letters."
"What are you doing here, Judas? Why did you leave your companions?" Jesus asks at the same time. Judas has recovered his self-control. He says,
"I was with them. I met a man who had news of my mother. Look!"
He searches his belt. He strikes his forehead with his hand, saying,
"I left it at that man's house. I wanted you to read the letter. Oh, I lost it on the way. She's not very well. Or rather, she's ill. But there are our companions over there. They have stopped. They have seen you. Master, I am upset."
"I can see that."
"Master, here are the purses. I made 2. To avoid attracting attention, I was alone."
The apostles, Bartholomew, Philip, Matthew, Simon, and James of Zebedee, are somewhat embarrassed. They approach Jesus affectionately, but they are aware of having made a mistake. Jesus looks at them and says,
"Do not do it again. It is not right for you to part from one another. If I tell you not to do it, it is because I know that you need to support one another. You are not strong enough to be able to do things by yourselves. When united, one checks or supports the other. If you are divided, it was I, Master, who gave the wrong advice, because later we remembered that you had told us not to divide, but to go all together to Bethany, and Judas has gone with a just reason, and we did not think of going with him. Forgive me, Lord,"
says Bartholomew humbly and frankly.
"Yes, I forgive you, but I repeat, do not do it again. Consider that obedience always saves one from at least one sin, that of presuming, of being able to do by oneself. You do not know how much the demon moves around you, seeking all pretexts to make you sin and make you harm your master, who is already so fiercely persecuted. These days are becoming more and more difficult for me, and for the organism that I have come to form. So much care is required, so that I shall not say it may not be wounded and killed, because that will never happen until the end of time. But it may not be stained with dirt. Its enemies are watching you carefully. They never lose sight of you. And likewise, they weigh every action and word of mine. And they do that to have valid reasons for disparagement. If they see that you are quarrelsome, divided, somehow imperfect, even in trifling matters, they pick up and adulterate what you have done, and they will make use of it, like dirt, and charge against me and my church that is now forming. See, I am not reproaching you, but I am advising you for your own good. Oh, my friends, do you not know that they will adulterate even the best things, and will exhibit them in order to be able to accuse me with an appearance of justice? So in the future, be more obedient and prudent. The apostles are all moved by Jesus' kindness. Judas changes color continuously. He's dejected, a little behind them all, until Peter says to him, "What are you doing there? You're not to be blamed more than the others, so come forward and stay with the others." And he's obliged to obey. They are walking fast because, although there is sunshine, a cold breeze is blowing, making them walk fast to warm themselves. And they have already walked a good distance when Nathanael, who is cold, and it is obvious that he wraps himself up in his mantle more than ever, notices that Jesus has on only his tunic. "Master, but what have you done with your mantle?" "I gave it to a leprous woman. We cured and consoled 7 lepers." "But you must be cold. Take mine," says the zealot, and he adds, "I became accustomed to the winter winds in the ice-cold sepulchres." "No, Simon, look, there is Bethany. We shall soon be in the house, and I am not cold at all. I have had much spiritual joy today, and it is more comfortable than a warm mantle." "Brother, you reward us for what we have not done. You cured and consoled, not us," says Thaddeus. "You prepared their hearts to have faith in the miracle. So with me and like me, you helped to cure and comfort. If you knew how I rejoice in associating you with me in every deed. Do you not remember the words of my cousin John of Zacchaeus? He must get greater, I must grow smaller. He rightly said so, because every man, no matter how great he may be, even if he were Moses or Elijah, becomes obscured like a star assailed by sunbeams, at the appearance of him who comes from heaven and is greater than any man, because he comes from the most holy Father. But I also, the founder of an organism that will last throughout centuries and will be as holy as its founder and head, of an organism that will last to represent me and will be one thing with me, just as the limbs and body of man are one thing with the head dominating them. I must say, that body must brighten and I must grow dim. You will have to continue my work. Soon I shall no longer be here among you, here on the earth, here materially, to guide my apostles, disciples, and followers. However, I shall always be with you spiritually, and your spirits will perceive my spirit and receive my light. But you will have to appear in the first line, while I have gone back whence I came. That is why I am preparing you by degrees to appear as the first. At times you object, saying, in the early days you sent us out more. You had to be known. Now that you are known, now that for this little spot of the earth you already are the apostles, I always keep you near me, taking part in every action of mine, so that the world may say, he makes them his partners in the work he accomplishes, because they will remain after him to continue his work. Yes, my friends, you will have to proceed more and more and become enlightened, continuing me, being me, whereas I, like a mother who little by little stops supporting a little son who has learned to walk, will withdraw. The handing over from me to you must not take place violently. The little ones of the flock and the humble believers would be frightened. I will hand them over to you gently, so that they may not feel to be alone even for one moment, and love them so much as I love them. Love them in memory of me as I have loved them. Jesus becomes silent, engrossed in thought, and he comes back to reality only when, a little outside Bethany, he meets the other apostles who have come along the other road. They proceed all together towards Lazarus' house. John says that they are already expected, because the servants have seen them. He also says that Lazarus is dangerously ill. I know. That is why I told you that we shall be staying in Simon's house. But I did not want to go away without greeting him again.
But why do you not cure him? It would also be fair. You let all your best servants die. I do not understand,
says the Iscariot, who is always bold, even at his best moments. There is no need for you to understand in advance.
Yes, there is no need. But do you know what your enemies are saying? That you cure when you can, not when you want. That you protect when you can. Do you know that that old man from Tekoa is already dead, and that he was killed?
Dead?
Who? Eliana? How?
They all ask excitedly. Peter only asks,
And how do you know? I heard of it by chance a short while ago in the house where I was, and God knows whether I am lying. Apparently it was a highwayman who came down in the guise of a merchant and, instead of paying the toll, killed him. Poor old soul, what an unhappy life. What a sad death. Are you not saying anything, Master?
Many say. I have nothing to say except that the old man served the Christ until his death. I wish they were all like him.
Tell me, son of Alphaeus, is it not as you said, by any chance, eh?
Peter asks Thaddeus. It may well be. A son who expels his father out of hatred, and of this kind of hatred, may be capable of anything. Brother, your words are quite true. And a brother will be against his brother, and the father against his children. Yes, and those who do that will think that they are serving God. Their eyes are blind, their hearts hard, their spirits without light. And yet you will have to love them, says Jesus. But how shall we be able to love those who treat us thus? It will be a great effort if we do not react and put up with their behavior with resignation, exclaims Philip. I will set an example for you, and it will teach you in due time. And if you love me, you will do what I do. Here are Maximinus and Sarah. Lazarus must be very ill. If his sisters do not come to meet you, remarks the zealot. The two rush towards them and prostrate themselves. Also in their faces and garments there is the modest appearance impressed by sorrow and fatigue on the members of families struggling with death. They only say, Master, come, but so sorrowfully that those two words are more expressive than a long speech. And they lead Jesus at once to the door of Lazarus' little flat, while other servants take care of the apostles. At their light knocking, Martha comes to the door and half opens it, showing a thin, wan face through the opening. Master, come, may you be blessed. Jesus goes in, and he enters Lazarus' room after going through the one preceding it. Lazarus is sleeping. Lazarus, a skeleton, a yellowish mummy that is breathing. His face is already a skull. And in his sleep, its destruction, that has already turned it into a head unfleshed by death, is even more visible. His waxen, drawn skin shines on the sharp angles of his cheekbones and jaws, on his forehead, on his eye sockets that are so deeply sunken as to seem devoid of eyes, on his sharp nose that seems to have grown excessively so much the contour of the cheeks has vanished. His lips are so pale that they are hardly visible and seem unable to close on the 2 rows of his half-covered open teeth, already the face of a dead man. Jesus bends to look at him. He draws himself up. He looks at the 2 sisters who look at him with their souls concentrated on their eyes. 2 sorrowful, hopeful souls. He nods to them and goes out noiselessly into the little yard outside the 2 rooms. Martha and Mary follow him. They close the door after them. All alone, the 3 of them, inside the 4 walls, with the blue sky above them, look at one another. The sisters are not even able to ask or to speak. But Jesus speaks. You know who I am. I know who you are. You know that I love you. I know that you love me. You are aware of my power. I am aware of your faith in me. You also know, and you in particular, Mary, that the more one loves, the more one achieves. To be able to hope and to believe above all limits and above all realities that disprove faith and hope is to love. Well, for the sake of that, I tell you to hope and believe against all contrary realities. Do you understand me? I say, hope and believe against every contrary reality. I can only stop for a few hours. As the man, the Most High knows
how much I would like to stop here with you, to assist and comfort him, to assist and comfort you. But as the Son of God, I know that I must go, that I must depart, that I must not be here when you will be wanting me more than the air you breathe. One day, very soon, you will understand these reasons that now may seem cruel to you. They are divine reasons, sorrowful to me, man, as they are to you. Sorrowful now, because now you cannot embrace and contemplate their beauty and wisdom. Neither can I reveal them to you. When everything is accomplished, then you will understand and rejoice. Listen. When Lazarus is dead, do not weep thus. Then send for me at once. And in the meantime, make the arrangements for the funeral, inviting a large number of people, as becomes Lazarus and your household. He is a great Hebrew. Few people appreciate him for what he is, but he exceeds many in the eyes of God. I will let you know where I am, so that you can always find me.
But why not be here at least at that moment? We are resigning ourselves to his death, yes. But you.
Martha sobs, not being able to say anything else, stifling her tears in a dress. Mary instead gazes at Jesus as if she were hypnotized and does not weep. Obey, believe, hope always says yes to God. Lazarus is calling you. Go. I will come in a moment, and if I should not have the opportunity to speak to you aside, remember what I told you. And while they go in hastily, Jesus sits down on a stone bench and prays. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life, chapter 535, at the feast of the dedication of the temple, 9th of December, 1946. It is impossible to stand still in the cold, windy morning. A biting wind, blowing on the top of the Maria from northeast, is causing garments to flutter and eyes and faces to redden. And yet, there are people who have come up to the temple to pray. But there are no rabbis with their respective groups of disciples, and the court looks larger and above all more dignified, deprived of the bawling, pompous gang that usually dwells there. And it must be very odd to see it so empty, because everybody is surprised, as if it were something new. And Peter becomes suspicious as well. But Thomas, who looks even more robust, enveloped as he is in a wide, heavy mantle, says, "They must have locked themselves in some room, lest they should lose their voices. Are you missing them?" And he laughs. "Not at all. I wish I never saw them again, but I would not like it to be." And he looks at the Iscariot, who is silent. But when he is aware of Peter's glance at him, he says, "Actually, they promised not to trouble us any more, unless the master should scandalize them. They will certainly be watching us, but as no one here sins or offends, they are not showing themselves." "So much the better, and may the Lord bless you, boy,
if you succeeded in making them reason.
It is still early. There are only few people in the temple. I say few, and that is what they seem to be, because of its vastness, considering that it takes crowds of people to make it look full. 200 or 300 people are hardly noticed in that complex of courts, porches, halls, corridors. Jesus, the only master in the vast court of the Gentiles, is walking up and down, speaking to his disciples and to the other ones he already found in the enclosure of the temple. He replies to their objections or questions. He clarifies points that they were not able to clarify to themselves and to other people. 2 Gentiles come. They look at him and go away without saying anything. 2 employees of the temple pass by. They look at him, but they do not say anything either. Some believers approach him. They greet him and listen to him, but they are still few.
Are we staying here any longer?
Asks Bartholomew. It is cold and there is nobody, but it is pleasant to be here so peacefully. Master, today you really are in the house of your father, and as the landlord, says James of Alphaeus, smiling, and he adds, this is what the temple must have looked like in the days of Nehemiah and of the wise, pious kings.
I think we should go. They're spying upon us from over there, says Peter.
Who? Pharisees? No, those who passed by previously and the others. Let us go away, master. I am waiting for some sick people. They saw me come into town, and the news must have already spread. They will come when it is warmer. Let us stay at least until 1/3 of the 6th hour, replies Jesus, and he resumes walking backwards and forwards to avoid standing still in the biting air. In fact, shortly afterwards, when the sun tries to mitigate the effects of the north wind, a woman comes with a sick girl and asks Jesus to cure her. Jesus contents her. The woman lays her offering at Jesus' feet, saying, this is for other children who are suffering. The Iscariot picks up the money. Later, they bring on a litter, an elderly man whose legs are diseased, and Jesus cures him. The third to come is a group of people who ask Jesus to go outside the walls of the temple to drive a demon out of a girl, whose rending cries can be heard even in there. And Jesus sets out behind them, going out into the street that takes one to town. Some people, among whom there are foreigners, have gathered round those who are holding the young girl, who is frothing at the mouth, writhing and rolling her eyes. She's uttering all sorts of coarse words, and the more Jesus approaches her, the more she utters them and the more she struggles. 4 young, sturdy men are holding her with difficulty, and with insults she utters cries, recognizing the Christ, and anxious entreaties of the spirit possessing her, not to be driven out. And she monotonously repeats also some truths.
Away! Don't let me see that cursed one! Go away! The cause of our ruin. I know who you are! You are the Christ! You are! No other oil anointed you but that from up there. The power of heaven covers and protects you. I hate you, cursed one. Don't expel me. Why do you drive us out? And you do not want us, whilst you are keeping close to yourself a legion of demons in one man only. Don't you know that the whole of hell is in one man only? Of course you know. Let me stay here, at least until the hour of...
His words stop at times, as if they were choked. At times they change, or they stop first, and then they are drawled amid cruel howls, as when she shouts,
allow me to go into him. Don't send me down into the abyss. Why do you hate us, O Jesus, Son of God? Are you not satisfied with what you are? Why do you want to rule also over us? We do not want orders. Why have you come to persecute us? Since we denied you, go away. Don't pour the fire of heaven on us. Your eyes, when they become extinguished, we will laugh. No, not even then. You defeat us. You defeat us. May you be cursed, and your Father who sent you, and he who proceeds from you, and is you. Ha!
The last shout is really dreadful. The howl of a creature being slaughtered with a murderous sword, piercing it slowly. And it is brought about by the fact that Jesus, after interrupting the words of the possessed girl several times, by means of a mental order, puts an end to them, touching the forehead of the girl with his finger. And the shout ends in a frightful convulsion, until with a loud noise resembling a guffaw and the howl of a wild beast in a nightmare, the demon leaves her, shouting,
"But I am not going far!"
immediately followed by a sharp crash, like that of a thunderbolt, although the sky is perfectly clear. Many people run away in terror. Many crowd even closer to watch the girl who was calmed down all of a sudden, collapsing into the arms of those supporting her. She remains thus for a few moments. Then she opens her eyes. She smiles. She realizes that she is among people with no veil on her head and face. She lowers her head to conceal it by raising her arm against her face. Those who are with her would like to thank the master, but he says, "Do not disturb her modesty. Her soul is already thanking me. Take her home, to her mother. It is the right place for a girl." And leaving the people behind him, he goes back to the temple, to the same place as before. "Lord, did you notice that many Judeans followed us? I recognize some of them. There they are over there. They are the ones who were spying upon us previously. Look how they're discussing among themselves," says Peter. "They must be discussing into which of them the demon has gone. There is always Nahum, Annas' trustee. He's the right type," says Thomas. "Yes, but you did not see because you had your back turned on him. But the fire burst out just over his head," says Andrew, while his teeth are almost chattering. "I was close to him and I got a fright." Actually, they were all gathered together, but I saw the fire burst over us, and I thought I was going to die. And more than that, I trembled for the master. It seemed to be suspended over his head, says Matthew. "Not at all. I saw it come out of the girl and burst over the wall of the temple," states Levi, the shepherd disciple. "Do not argue with one another. The fire did not point out at anybody. It was only the sign that the demon had fled," says Jesus. "But he said that he was not going far," objects Andrew. "Words of a demon. They are not to be listened to. Let us instead praise the Most High for these 3 children of Abraham, whose bodies and souls have been cured." In the meantime, many Judeans who have come out from here and there. But there is neither a Pharisee nor a scribe nor a priest in their group, approach Jesus and surround him. And one of them comes forward saying, "You have done great things today. The real work of a prophet, of a great prophet, and the spirits of the abyss have said great things of you.
but their words cannot be accepted unless your words confirms them. We are dismayed at those words, but we are seriously afraid of being deceived because Beelzebub is known to be the spirit of falsehood. We would not like to be mistaken or to be deceived. So, tell us who you are, speaking the truth and justice. Have I not told you many times who I am? I have been telling you for almost 3 years, and before me, John told you at the Jordan, and the voice of God from heaven. That is true, but we were not there then. Since you are just, you must understand our worry. We would like to believe that you are the Messiah, but too often the people of God has been deceived by false Christs. With an unerring word, comfort our hearts that are hoping and waiting, and we will worship you.
Jesus looks at them severely. His eyes seem to be piercing their flesh and laying their hearts bare. He then says, very often, men can really tell lies better than Satan. No, you will not worship me. You never will, no matter what I tell you. And even if you did, whom would you worship?
Whom? Our Messiah.
Would you be worth so much? Who is the Messiah according to you? Tell me, that I may know what you are worth.
The Messiah? The Messiah is he who by God's order will gather together the scattered people of Israel, making it the triumphant people under whose power the whole world will be subject. What? Do you not know what the Messiah is?
I know, but not as you know. So, according to you, is he a man who, excelling David and Solomon and Judas Maccabee, will make Israel the nation that will rule over the world?
That is what he is. God promised it. All vengeance, all glory, all vindication will come from the promised Messiah.
It is written, you shall worship no one but the Lord your God. Why then should you worship me, if in me you can only see the man Messiah?
What else should we see in you?
What? And have you come to question me with such feelings? Race of sly and venomous vipers, and sacrilegious as well. Because if you could see in me only the human Messiah, and you worshipped me, you would be idolaters. God only is to be adored. And I solemnly tell you once again that he who is speaking to you is greater than the Messiah, who you pretend has the missions and duties and powers that you, devoid of spirit and wisdom, imagine. The Messiah is not coming to give his people a kingdom such as you believe. He is not coming to take vengeance upon other powerful people. His kingdom is not of this world, and his power exceeds all the limited power of this world.
You are humiliating us, Master. If you are a master and we are ignorant, why do you not want to teach us?
I have been doing that for 3 years, and you are more and more in darkness, because you reject the light.
It is true. Perhaps it is true. But what happened in the past may not take place in the future. What? You, who pity publicans and prostitutes, and you absolve sinners, are you going to be merciless towards us, only because we are stubborn people and we find it difficult to understand who you are?
It is not that you find it difficult. The trouble is that you do not want to understand. To be dull-witted would not be a fault. God has so much light that he could enlighten the dullest intellect, providing it were full of goodwill. You lack that will. Nay, you have the very opposite will. That is why you do not understand who I am. It may be as you say. You can see how humble we are. But we beg you, in the name of God, answer our questions. Do not keep us in doubt any longer. How long must our minds be uncertain? If you are the Christ, tell us openly. I have told you. I told you in your houses, in your squares, in the streets, in villages, upon the mountains, along rivers, in front of the sea and the deserts, in the temple, in your synagogues, in your markets, and you do not believe me. There is no place in Israel where my voice has not been heard. Even the places that abusively have borne the name of Israel for ages, but are separated from the temple. Even the places that gave the name to this land of ours, but from rulers have become subjects, and never got completely rid of their errors to come to the truth. Even Syrophoenicia, shunned by rabbis as the land of sin, have heard my voice and know who I am. I told you, and you do not believe my words. I acted, and you have not paid attention to my action with good spirit. If you had done that, with the right intentions of making sure about me, you would have ended by having faith in me. Because the deeds I accomplish in the name of my Father bear witness to me. Those of goodwill who have followed me because they recognized me as the shepherd have believed in me and in the witness that my deeds bear. What? Do you perhaps think that what I do has no beneficial purpose for you? No beneficial purpose for all creatures? Do not believe it. And do not think that the benefit consists in the health of the individual recovered through my power, or in being freed from being possessed, or from the sin of this one or that one. That is a benefit limited to individuals. Too little, compared with the power emanated from the supernatural source, from the source which is divine rather than supernatural, to be considered as the only benefit. There is the collective benefit of the deeds I perform, the benefit of removing all doubts in uncertain people, of convincing opponents in addition to reinforcing the truth in believers. My Father gives me the power to do what I do for that collective benefit, in favor of all men, present and future, because my works will bear witness to me with all future generations and will convince them of me. Nothing is done in the works of God without a good purpose. Always bear that in mind. Meditate on the truth. Jesus stops for a moment. He gazes at a Judean who is standing with his head lowered, and then he says, "You who are so pensive over there, you with the tunic the shade of ripe olives, you are wondering whether even Satan has good purposes. Do not be foolish in order to oppose me and find errors in my words.
My reply to you is that Satan is not the work of God, but of the free will of the rebellious angel. God had made him his glorious minister, and thus had created him for a good purpose. Now, speaking to your own ego, you are saying, then God is foolish, because he gave glory to a future rebel and entrusted his will to a disobedient angel. I reply to you, God is not foolish, but he is perfect in his thoughts and deeds. He is the most perfect one. Creatures are imperfect, even the most perfect ones. There is always a point of inferiority in them, as compared with God. But God, who loves them, has granted them free will, so that through it the creature may be perfected in virtue, and thus become more like God Father. And I also tell you, O mocker and shrewd seeker of sin in my words, that God draws a good purpose also from evil brought about voluntarily, that of making men possess a glory they deserved. The victories over evil are the crowns of the chosen ones. If evil could not give rise to good consequences for people full of goodwill, God would have destroyed it, because nothing in creation must be completely devoid of incentives or good consequences. Are you not replying to me? Is it hard for you to have to admit that I read your heart, and I defeated the unfair elations of your twisted thought? I will not compel you to do so. In the presence of so many people, I will leave you to your own pride. I do not claim to be declared winner by you, but when you are alone with these people who are like you, and with those who sent you, then do admit that Jesus of Nazareth read the thoughts of your mind and choked your objections in your throat with the only weapon of his word of truth. But let us leave this personal interruption and revert to the many people who are listening to me. If one person only among many should convert his spirit to the light after hearing my words, my fatigue of speaking to stones, nay, to sepulchres full of vipers, would be recompensed. I was saying that those who love me have recognized me as the shepherd because of my words and my deeds. But you do not believe. You cannot believe because you are not my sheep. What are you? I am asking you. Ask yourselves in the depth of your hearts. Do not be foolish. You can know yourselves for what you are. It is enough to listen to the voices of your souls that are not happy to continue offending the Son of Him who created them. Even if you know what you are, you will not admit it. You are neither humble nor sincere. But I will tell you what you are. You are partly wolves and partly wild goats. But none of you, notwithstanding that you wear the skins of lambs, pretending to be lambs, are true lambs. Under the soft white fleece, you have all the cruel colors, the pointed horns and the fangs and claws of billy goats or wild beasts. And you want to remain such, because you delight in being such, and you dream of ferocity and rebellion. That is why you cannot love me, and you cannot follow and understand me. If you come into the flock, you do so to harm, to cause sorrow, and to create disorder. My sheep are afraid of you. If they were like you, they should hate you. But they are not capable of hating. They are the lambs of the Prince of Peace, of the Master of Love, of the merciful Shepherd. And they cannot hate. They will never hate you, as I will never hate you. I leave hatred to you, as it is the wicked fruit of the treble concupiscence, with the unrestrained ego in the animal man, who lives forgetting that he is also a spirit, besides being flesh. I keep for myself what is mine, love, and I transmit it to my lambs, and I offer it also to you, to make you good. If you become good, you would understand me, and you would belong to my flock, like the others who are already in it. We would love one another. I and my sheep love one another. They listen to me. They recognize my voice. You do not understand what it really means to know my voice. It means that one has no doubts about its origin, and one can distinguish it among 1,000 other voices of false prophets as the true voice that came from heaven. Now and always, also among those who consider themselves followers of the wisdom, and they partly are. There will be many who will not be able to tell my voice from other voices speaking of God, more or less with justice, but which will be voices inferior to mine. You say that you will be going away soon. Then you say that you will always speak. If you go away, you will not be able to speak any more, objects a Judean in the scornful tone in which one would speak to a person of unsound mind. Jesus replies again in his patient, sorrowful tone that sounded severe only when he began to speak to the Judeans, and later when he replied to the internal objections of a Judean. I will always speak, that the world may not become completely idolatrous, and I will speak to my disciples, who have been chosen to repeat my words to you. The Spirit of God will speak, and they will understand what even wise men will not be able to understand. Because scholars will study the word, the sentence, the manner, the place, the how, the instrument through which the word speaks. Whereas my chosen ones will not get lost in such useless studies, but lost in love. They will listen, and they will understand, because the love will speak to them. They will distinguish the ornate pages of learned people, or the false pages of false prophets, of the rabbis of hypocrisy, who teach polluted doctrines, or teach what they do not practice, from the simple, true, deep words coming from me. But the world will hate them because of that, because the world hates me, light, and it hates the children of the light. The dark world that loves darkness, propitious for its sins. My sheep know and will know me, and will always follow me, also on the ways of blood and sorrow, along which I will be the first one to go. And they will come along them after me, the ways that lead souls to wisdom, the ways that the blood and tears of those who are persecuted because they teach justice will illuminate, so that they may stand out in the dark fumes of the world and of Satan, and they may be like trails of stars, leading those who seek the way, the truth, the life, but do not find who can take them there. Because that is what souls are in need of a guide who may lead them to the life, to the truth, to the right way. God is merciful towards the souls that seek and do not find, not through their fault, but because of the laziness of shepherds who are like idols. God is merciful towards the souls that get lost when they are abandoned to themselves and are received by Lucifer's ministers, who are always ready to welcome those who have lost their way, to make them proselytes of their doctrines. God is merciful towards those who have been deceived only because the rabbis of God, the so-called rabbis of God, have taken no interest in them. God is merciful towards all those who come up against depression, darkness, death, through the fault of false teachers who have only the appearance of teachers and the pride of being called such. And for those poor souls, as he sent the prophets for his people, as he sent me for the whole world, so later, after me, he will send the servants of the word, of truth and love, to repeat my words. Because my words give the life. Therefore, my sheep of the present times and of the future will have the life that I give them through my word. And it is eternal life for those who accept it. And they shall never perish, and no one will ever be able to snatch them from my hands. We have never rejected the words of the true prophet. We have always respected John, who was the last prophet, replies a Judean angrily, and his companions echo him. He died in time not to be hated and persecuted also by you. If he were still alive, it is against the law, uttered for an incest, would be repeated also to you, as you commit spiritual adultery by fornicating with Satan against God. And you would kill him, as you intend to kill me. The Judeans become angrily uproarious and are ready to strike, as they are tired feigning to be meek. But Jesus is not worried. He raises his voice to dominate the tumult, and he shouts, "And you have asked me who I am, hypocrites! You said that you wanted to know, to be certain, and now you say that John was the last prophet, and twice you condemn yourselves for lying. Once, because you say that you have never rejected the words of the true prophets. And then, because by saying that John is the last prophet, and that you believe the true prophets, you deny that I also am a prophet, at least a prophet, and a true one. Lying lips, deceitful hearts. Yes, I solemnly tell you, here in the house of my Father, that I am more than a prophet. I have what my Father gave me. What my Father gave me is more precious than everything and everybody, because it is something on which the will and power of men cannot lay their rapacious hands. I have what God gave me, and although it is in me, it is still God, and no one can snatch it from the hands of my Father or from me, because it is the same divine nature. My Father and I are one. Oh, how horrible! Blasphemy! Anathema!
The howling of the Judeans resound in the temple, and once again the stones used by the money changers and vendors of animals to hold their enclosures fast supply those who are looking for a suitable weapon to strike. But Jesus rises with his arms folded on his chest. He has climbed on a stone bench to be taller and more visible, and he thus dominates the crowds with his sapphire eyes. He dominates and darts piercing glances at them. He is so solemn that he paralyzes them. Instead of throwing the stones, they drop them or hold them in their hands, no longer daring to throw them at him. Also, their shouting subsides in a strange bewilderment. It is really God flashing in his Christ. And when God flashes thus, even the most arrogant man becomes meek and frightened. I wonder what mystery is concealed in the fact that the Judeans could be so cruel on Good Friday. What mystery there was in the fact that the Christ lacked that power of dominion on that day. It was really the hour of darkness, the hour of Satan, and they were the only ones who reigned. The divinity, the paternity of God had abandoned the Christ, who was nothing but the victim. Jesus remains thus for a few moments. He then resumes speaking to that corrupt and pusillanimous rabble that has lost all arrogance, seeing only a divine flash.
Well, what do you want to do? You asked me who I was. I told you. You became furious. I reminded you of what I have done. I have shown you and reminded you of many good deeds coming from my Father and accomplished with the power given to me by my Father. For which of those deeds are you going to stone me? Because I taught justice? Because I brought the gospel to men? Because I came to invite you to the kingdom of God? Because I cured your sick people, making the blind see, the paralytic walk, the dumb speak? Because I freed those who were possessed, I raised the dead, I assisted the poor, I forgave sinners, I loved everybody, also those who hate me, you and those who sent you. So, for which of these deeds do you want to stone me? It is not because of the good actions you have done that we want to stone you, but because of your blasphemy. Because you, who are a man, are making yourself God. Is it not written in your law? I said you are gods and children of the Most High. Now if God called gods those to whom he spoke, giving an order to live so that the likeness and image of God existing in man may appear clearly, and man may not be a demon or a brute. If men are called gods in the scriptures, all inspired by God, whereby they cannot be modified or cancelled according to the will and interest of man, why do you say to me that I blaspheme? I whom the Father consecrated and sent to the world, because I say I am the Son of God. If I did not work the deeds of my Father, you would be right in not believing me. But I do them, and you do not want to believe me. Believe at least those deeds, so that you may know and acknowledge that the Father is in me, and that I am in the Father.
The storm of shouts and violence begins all over again and is louder than previously. From one of the terraces of the temple, on which priests, scribes, and Pharisees were certainly concealed to listen, many voices shout,
"Get hold of that blasphemer! His sin is now a public one. We have all heard him. Death to the blasphemer who proclaims himself God! Punish him as you punished the son of Shelomith of Dibri. Take him out of town and stone him. It is our right. It is written, he who blasphemes must die."
The incitements of the leaders stimulate the wrath of the Judeans, who try to seize Jesus, tie him up, and hand him over to the magistrates of the temple, as they are already rushing there, followed by the temple guards. But once again, the legionaries are faster than they are. As watching from the Antonia, they have seen the tumult, and they come out of the barracks towards the spot where they are shouting. And they respect no one. The shafts of the lances fall heavily on the heads and backs, and they stimulate one another with jeers and insults to deal with the Judeans.
"Lie down, you dogs! Make way! Strike that stingy fellow hard, listeners! Go away! Fear makes you stink more than ever! What do you eat, you dirty ravens, to be so fetid? You're right, Basso. They purify themselves, but they still stink. Look at that big-nosed fellow over there. Put them against the wall, and we will take their names. And you, owls, come down from there. In any case, we know you. The centurion will have to write a good report for the garrison commander. No, leave that one. He's an apostle of the rabbi. Don't you see that he looks like a man and not like a jackal? Look how they are running away over there. Let them go. To have them all convinced, we should have them all transfixed on our shafts. Only then they would be tamed. I wish it happened tomorrow. Ah, I caught you, and you are not getting away. I saw you, you know. The first stone was yours, and you will have to answer for striking a soldier of Rome. And this one too. He cursed us, insulting our insignia. Ah, did he really? Come here. We will make you love them in our prison.
And so, charging and sneering, catching some and putting some to fight, the legionaries clear the vast court. But only when the Judeans see two of them being arrested, they reveal for themselves what they are, real cowards. They either run away, making a din like hens that see a hawk fly down towards them, or they throw themselves at the feet of the soldiers, imploring mercy with revolting servility and flattery. A non-commissioned officer, to whose cuff an old wrinkled man clings, one of the fiercest against Jesus, calling him noble and just, gets rid of him with a vigorous jerk that makes the Judean tumble 3 steps backwards, and he shouts, "Go away, you old stingy fox!" And addressing one of his companions, showing his cuff, he says, "They have nails like foxes and slaver like snakes. Look here, by Jove, Maximus! I am going to the Thermae at once to get rid of the marks of that slobbery old man." And he goes away angrily with his calf marked with scratches. I have lost sight of Jesus completely. I could not say where he has gone or by which gate he has gone out. I only saw for some time the faces of the 2 sons of Alphaeus and Thomas appear and disappear in the confusion, struggling to make their way, and the faces of some shepherd disciples intent on the same work. Then they also disappeared, and I was left with the last din of the wicked Judeans, intent on running here and there to avoid being captured and identified by the legionaries, who I got the impression enjoyed themselves, being able to hit the Jews hard, making up for all the hatred with which they had been gratified. The poem of the Man God, the 3rd year of the public life. Chapter 536. Jesus goes to the grotto of the Nativity to be alone. 11th of December, 1946. Jesus is behind the temple, near the gate of the sheep outside the town. Around him there are the apostles and the shepherd disciples, with the exception of Levi, and they are dismayed and very angry. I do not see any of the other disciples who were previously at the temple with him. They are discussing among themselves. I should say that they are discussing among themselves and with Jesus, and in particular with Judas of Kerioth. They are reproaching the latter for the fury of the Judeans, and they do so with rather biting irony. Judas lets them speak, repeating, "I spoke to Pharisees, scribes, and priests, and not one of them was among the crowd." They reproach Jesus for not breaking off the discussion after making it subside the first time. And Jesus replies, "I had to complete my manifestation." And they are also at variance on where they should go, as the Sabbath is close at hand, and the oncoming days are feast days. Simon Peter suggests Joseph of Arimathea, Bethany being out of the question, as they do not want to disturb the people there, particularly because Jesus has stated that they must not go to Bethany anymore. Thomas replies, "Neither Joseph nor Nicodemus is there. They have gone away for the feast. I greeted them yesterday when we were waiting for Judas, and they told me." "Let us go to Nike then," suggests Matthew. "She is at Jericho for the feast," replies Philip. "To Joseph of Sepphoris," says James of Alphaeus. Joseph? We would not be giving him a present. He has had trouble and, well, I may as well tell you, he venerates the master, but he wants to be at peace. It seems to be a boat caught between 2 opposed currents. And to keep afloat, he takes into account all the ballasts, including little Marshall. So much so that he could not believe that Joseph of Arimathea would take him, says Peter. "Ah, is that why he was with him yesterday?" exclaims Andrew. "Of course! So it is better to let him calm down in a little safe harbour. We're not very brave. Everybody is frightened of the Sanhedrin," says Peter. "Please speak for yourself. I am not afraid of anybody," says Iscariot. "Neither am I. I would defy all the legions to defend the master. But we're in a different position. The others, eh? They have their business, their own, wives, daughters. They bear that in mind."
Well, we have them too, remarks Bartholomew. But we are apostles, and you are like the others. Do not criticize anybody, because the trial has not yet come, says Jesus. It has not come? And what would you expect more than what we have suffered? And yet you saw how I defended you today. We have all defended you, and I more than anybody else. I elbowed our way through the crowd, pushing with such strength that it was enough to launch a boat. An idea. Let's go to Nob. The old man will be happy. Yes, to Nob, they all say, approving. John is not there. You would be walking all the road for nothing. You can go to Nob, but not to John's. We can? And can you not? I do not want to go, Simon of Jonas. I already have somewhere to go these evenings of the feast of the dedication. But once I have gone away, you can remain peacefully anywhere. So I say to you, go wherever you wish. I bless you. I remind you to be united physically and spiritually, subject to Peter, who is your head, not as a master, but as an elder brother. As soon as Levi comes back with my bag, we shall part. No, my lord! Never let it be said that I let you go alone, exclaims Peter. Let it always be said, if I want it, Simon of Jonas. But be not afraid. I shall not be in town. No one, but an angel or a demon, will find out my refuge. And that is good, because too many demons hate you. I am telling you, you will not go by yourself. There are also angels, Simon, and I will go. To where? To which house? If you refuse the best ones by your own will, or because of circumstances, you're not going to stay in a cave on the mountains in this season. And if I were, it would be less icy than the hearts of men who do not love me, Jesus says almost to himself, lowering his head to conceal tears shining in his eyes. Here is Levi. He is coming in haste, says Andrew, who is looking from the roadside. Then let us exchange greetings of peace and part. If you want to go to Nob, you will be just in time before sunset. Levi arrives, panting. They're looking for you everywhere, Master. Those who love you told me. They have been to many houses, particularly to those of poor people. Have they seen you? Asks James of Zebedee. Certainly. They even stopped me. But as I was already aware, I said, I'm going to Gibeon. And I came out by the Damascus gate, and I ran behind the walls. I did not lie, Lord, because I and these people are going to Gibeon after the Sabbath. We shall spend the night in the country of the town of David. These are days of the memories for us. And he looks at Jesus with an angelical smile on his virile, bearded face. A smile that revives in his features the boy of the remote night. All right, you may go. And you too. I am going as well. Each his own way. You will precede me in Solomon's village, where I shall be in a few days' time. And before leaving you, I will repeat to you the words which I spoke before sending you by twos around the towns. Go, preach, announce that the kingdom of heaven is very near at hand. Cure sick people, cleanse lepers, raise the dead of the spirit and of the body, ordering the resurrection of the spirit in my name. The pursuit of me who am life or the resurrection from death. And do not pride yourselves on what you do. Avoid disputes with one another and with those who do not love us. Do not exact anything for what you do. Prefer to go among the lost sheep of Israel than among Gentiles and Samaritans, not out of disgust, but because you are not yet able to convert them. Give what you have without worrying about the morrow. Do what you have seen me do, and with the same spirit as mine. Now, I give you the power to do what I do and what I want you to do, so that God may be glorified. He breathes on them. He kisses them one by one and dismisses them. They all part reluctantly and turn round several times. He waves his hand to them until they have all gone. And then he goes down to the riverbed of the Kidron, among bushes, and sits on a rock near the babbling water. He drinks of the water, which is clear and certainly ice cold. He washes his face, hands, and feet. He puts his clothes on and sits down again. He's pensive, and he does not notice what is happening around him, that John, the apostle, who was already far away with his companions, has come back all alone and is imitating him, hiding in a thick bush. Jesus remains there for some time, then he gets up. He puts his bag across his back and, following the Kidron among bushes, he arrives at the well of En-Rogel. He then turns southwest until he takes the Bethlehem road. And John, about 100 steps behind him, follows him, all enveloped in his mantle not to be recognized. And he goes on and on along the roads stripped by winter. Jesus, striding, devours the road. John follows him with difficulty, also because he has to be careful not to be seen. Twice, Jesus stops and turns round. The first time when passing near the little hill where Judas went to speak to Caiaphas. The second time near a well, where he sits down and nibbles at a piece of bread, and then drinks from the amphora of a man. He then resumes walking while the sun descends, and it is twilight. He arrives at Rachel's tomb when the last red sunbeams at sunset fade into violet. The sky to the west looks like a pergola of wistaria in bloom, whereas to the east it is already the pure cobalt blue of a cold eastern winter sky, and the first stars are already appearing on the farthest end of the firmament. Jesus quickens his pace in order to arrive before it is dark. But when he is on a high spot from which he can see all the town of Bethlehem, he stops, looks, and sighs. He then goes down quickly. He does not enter the town. He goes round the last houses. He goes straight to the ruins of the house or Tower of David, where he was born. He crosses the stream, flowing near the grotto. He goes on to the little open space covered with dry leaves. He scans the ruins. There is no one. He goes in. John stops a little further on. He is cautious not to be heard or seen. He searches. He looks. He finds another dilapidated stable, groping rather than by sight. He goes in as well and strikes a light in a corner. In it, there is some straw, some dirty litter, a few dry branches and some hay in the manger. John is content. He talks to himself. At least I shall hear, and we either die together or I will save him.
He then sighs and says, "And he was born here, and he comes here to weep tears of grief. And, eternal God, Saviour Christ, my heart is trembling, O Most High God, because he always wants to be alone before great deeds. And what great deed can he accomplish but manifest himself as the King Messiah? All his words are here within me. I am a silly boy, and I understand very little. We all understand very little. Oh, Eternal Father, but I am afraid. I really am afraid. Because he speaks of death, of a painful death, of betrayal, and of horrible things. I am afraid, my God. Fortify my heart, O eternal Lord. Fortify my heart of a poor boy, as you certainly fortify the heart of your Son for future events. Oh, I can feel it. That is why he came here, to be close to you more than ever, and to fortify himself in your love. I want to imitate him, O most Holy Father. Love me, and let me love you, to have the strength to suffer everything without cowardice, to console your Son." John prays for a long time, standing with his arms raised in the trembling light of a fire he has lit in the rustic fireplace. He prays until he sees the fire about to go out. He then climbs into the large manger and crouches in the hay. He is a shadow in the shadow, enveloped as he is in a dark mantle, and as the cave is enveloped in darkness, until the first moonlight penetrates from the east through an opening in the roof, announcing that it is the dead of night. But John, who is tired, falls asleep. His breathing and the light babbling of the stream are the only noises to be heard in the December night. High above, groups of angels seem to be flying all over the sky, where clouds, as light as veils, are illuminated by the moonlight. But there is no singing of angels. At intervals, night birds call one another plaintively, and at times they end up with the witch laughter typical of owls, and from afar a lamentation like a howl is heard. Perhaps a dog closed in a fold and yelping at the moon, or a wolf scenting prey in the wind, striking its sides with its tails and howling with eagerness, without daring to approach the well-watched pens. I do not know. Then voices and steps are heard, and a reddish, quivering light appears among the ruins. And then, one after the other, the shepherd disciples come. Matthias, John, Levi, Joseph, Daniel, Benjamin, Elias, Simeon. Matthias is holding a lighted branch to see the way. But the one who runs ahead is Levi, and he's the first to look into Jesus' grotto. And he soon turns round and beckons to the others to stop and be silent, and he looks again. And then, with his right arm stretched backwards, he beckons to the others to come, and he moves aside to make room for them, holding his finger on his lip to tell them to be silent. As one after the other they look in and they withdraw, as deeply moved as Levi. "What shall we do?" asks Elias in a whisper.
"Let us stay here and contemplate him,"
says Joseph.
"No, it is not right to violate the spiritual secrets of souls. Let us withdraw over there,"
says Matthias.
You're right. Let us go into the next stable. We shall still be here and close to him,
says Levi. Let us go, they say. But before going away, they look hastily once again into the grotto of the Nativity, and then withdraw, deeply affected, trying not to make any noise. But when they are at the entrance of the adjoining stable, they hear John snore.
There is someone here,
says Matthias, stopping. What does it matter? Let us go in as well. As a beggar, for it must be a beggar, took shelter in here. We can take shelter as well, replies Benjamin. They go in, holding up the branch ablaze. John, all curled up in his improvised, uncomfortable bed, his face half veiled by his hair and mantle, continues to sleep. They approach him slowly with the intention of sitting on the straw spread near the manger. In doing so, Daniel looks more carefully at the man asleep and recognizes him. He says,
It's the apostle of the Lord, John of Zebedee. They have taken shelter here to pray, and sleep has overcome the apostle. Let us withdraw. He might feel mortified, knowing that he has been found asleep instead of praying.
They go out again and reluctantly enter the other grotto beyond this one. Simeon complains about it, saying, Why not stay at the entrance of his grotto and see him now and again? For years we have not got wet with heavy dew under an open sky to watch over our lambs. And can we not do the same for the Lamb of God? We are entitled to do it because we worshipped him in his first sleep. You are right as a man and as a worshipper of the man God. But what did you see when you looked in there? A man, perhaps? No. Without knowing it, we have crossed the impassable threshold after removing the treble veil laid to protect the mystery, and we have seen what not even the high priest sees when he enters the Holy of Holies. We have seen the ineffable love of God for God. It is not right to spy on it again. The power of God might punish our bold eyes that we have seen the ecstasy of the Son of God. Oh, let us be happy with what we have had. We had come here to spend the night in prayer before going away on our mission. We came to pray and to remember the night of long ago. We have instead contemplated the love of God. Oh, the Eternal Father has really loved us very much by giving us the joy of contemplating the child and suffering for him, and the joy of announcing him to the world as disciples of the child God and of the man God. He has now granted us this mystery as well. Let us bless the Most High, and do not let us wish for anything else, says Matthias, who I think is the most authoritative in wisdom and justice among the shepherds. You are right. God has loved us very much. We must not pretend more. Samuel, Joseph, and Matthias had but the joy of worshipping the child and suffering for him. Jonas died without being able to follow him. Isaac is not here, either to see what we have seen, and if there is one who deserves it, it is Isaac, who is wearing himself out to announce him, says John. That's true, very true. How happy Isaac would have been to see all this. But we shall tell him, says Daniel. Yes, let us remember everything in our hearts to tell him, says Elias. And the other disciples and believers, exclaims Benjamin. No, not the others, not out of selfishness, but out of prudence and respect for the mystery, If God wants, the hour will come when we are able to speak. For the time being, we must be quiet, says Matthias again. And addressing Simeon, he goes on. You and I were disciples of John. Remember how he taught us prudence concerning holy things. If God, who has already blessed you, will grant you extraordinary gifts one day, do not let that make intoxicated chatterboxes of you. Remember that God reveals himself to the spirits which are enclosed in the flesh, because they are celestial gems, not to be exposed to the filth of the world. Be holy in your bodies and in your senses in order to be able to control every carnal instinct, in your eyes and your ears, in your tongues and in your hands. And be holy in your thoughts, checking the pride of letting other people know what you have. Because your senses, organs and intellects must serve and not reign. They must serve the Spirit, not rule over the Spirit. They must protect, not upset the Spirit. So put the seal of your prudence on the mysteries of God in you, unless he gives you an explicit order otherwise. As the Spirit has the seal of temporary imprisonment in the body. Our bodies and intellects would be completely useless, harmful and dangerous, if they did not serve to give us merit through the afflictions we compel them to suffer, in reply to the wicked incentives by which they urge us. And if they did not serve us as temple for the altar, over which hovers the glory of God, our spirits. Do you remember John? And you, Simeon? I hope you do. Because if you do not remember the words of our first master, he would be really dead as far as you are concerned. A master lives as long as his doctrine lives in his disciples. And even if he is replaced by a greater master, and in the case of Jesus' disciples, by the master of masters, it is never right to forget the words of the previous one, who prepared us to understand and love the Lamb of God with wisdom. That is true. You speak wisely, and we will obey you. But how painful and fatiguing it is to resist looking at him again, when we are so close to him. Will he still be as he was? Asked Simeon. Who knows how his face shone? More than the moon in a clear night. His lips had a divine smile, and his eyes shed divine tears. He did not utter one word, but everything was prayer in him. What will he have seen? His eternal Father. Do you doubt it? Only that sight can give such an aspect. Nay, what am I saying? Rather than see him, he was with him, in him, the word, with the thought, and they loved each other. Oh, says Levi, who seems to be in an ecstasy as well. That is exactly why I said that it was not right for us to stay there. Consider that he did not even want his apostle with him. Of course, that's true, Holy Master. He needs to be overflowing with the love of God, more than dry land needs water. There is so much hatred around him, but also so much love. I would like, yes, I will do it. The Most High is present here. I offer myself and I say, Most High God, God and Father of your people, who accept and consecrate hearts and altars and sacrifice the victims pleasing to you. Let your will descend like fire and consume me as a victim with Christ, like Christ, and for Christ, your Son and your Messiah,
my God and Master, I implore you, hear my prayer.
And Matthias, who had prayed standing up with raised arms, sits down again on the bundle of sticks where they were sitting. The moon stops illuminating the cave because it moves westwards. It still shines brightly on the country, but no longer in here, and faces and things disappear in the darkness. Words also become rarer and voices lower, until sleepiness overcomes their goodwill, and words are intermittent, and at times without reply. The cold, which is biting at dawn, is a stimulant against sleep, and they get up. They light some twigs and warm their limbs numb with cold.
What will he do, as he certainly will not think of a fire?
Says Levi, whose teeth are almost chattering with cold.
Will he have at least some food?
Asks Elias, and he adds,
Now we have but our love and some poor food, and today is Sabbath. Do you know what? Let us put all our food at the entrance to the grotto, and then we shall go away. We can always find some bread before evening, either at Rachel's or at Elisha's, and we shall be the providence of the Son of him who provides for us all,
suggests Joseph.
Yes, let us light a good fire, so that we can see and warm ourselves properly, and then we shall take everything there, and go away before he or the apostle may come out at dawn and see us.
They open their sacks near the blazing fire, and take out bread, cheese, and some apples. They then load themselves with firewood and go out cautiously, while Matthias shows the way with a branch taken from the fire. They put everything at the entrance to the grotto. The faggots on the ground, the bread and the other foodstuffs on top of them. They then withdraw. They cross the river, one after the other, and they go away in the silent first, faint light of dawn, broken by the sudden crowing of a cock. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life. Chapter 537. Jesus and John of Zebedee, 14th of December, 1946. It is a clear but severe winter morning. Frost has covered with its white flowery crystals the ground and grass, and has turned some dry twigs lying on the ground into precious jewels sprinkled with little pearls. John is coming out of his grotto. He looks very pale in his dark hazel-brown garment. He must be also very cold, or he's not feeling well, I do not know. He's really ghastly pale, and he walks like one who is not well. He goes towards the stream and is undecided whether he should dip his hands into it or not. He then makes up his mind, and cupping his hands, he drinks a drop of the water, which is clear but certainly very cold. He shakes his hands and finishes drying them with the edge of his tunic. He then becomes uncertain. He looks towards the ruins where Jesus is and towards his own cave, and goes back to it slowly. But when he arrives at the opening through which one enters, he has a kind of fit of dizziness and he staggers. He would fall if he did not hold on to the semi-ruined wall. He rests his head on his folded arm, holding tight to the wall for a short while. Then he raises his head and looks around. He does not go into his cave. Grazing the wall and supporting himself on the protruding rugged stones, devoid of plaster, he walks the few steps separating him from Jesus' stable, and when he is almost at its entrance, he throws himself on his knees and moans.
Jesus, my Lord, have mercy on me.
Jesus appears at once. "John, what are you doing? What is the matter with you?"
"Oh, my Lord, I'm hungry. I have not had any food for almost 2 days. I'm hungry and cold."
He looks very wan and his teeth are chattering. Come inside," says Jesus, helping him to stand up. And John, supported by Jesus' arm, begins to weep, with his head resting on Jesus' shoulder, and he says with a sigh,
"Do not punish me, Lord, if I disobeyed you."
Jesus smiles, replying, "You are already punished. You are like one who is breathing his last. Sit down here on this stone. I will now light the fire and give you something to eat." And with the tinder, Jesus lights some dry branches and makes a good fire in the rustic fireplace near the door. The smell of burning branches spreads in the poor cave with the cheerful, bright flames, near which Jesus holds 2 slices of bread after forking them with a stick. When he feels that they are warm, he spreads them with the cheese left by the shepherds. And when the cheese softens and melts on the bread, Jesus holds the slices flat over the flame, just like a plate. "Eat now and do not weep," he says, smiling all the time and handing the bread to John, who is weeping silently, like an exhausted boy. And he does not even stop weeping while eating the comforting food avidly. Jesus goes to the manger and comes back with some apples. He places them among the ashes already warmed by the wood burning between 2 stones used as andirons. "Are you feeling better now?" he asks, sitting near his apostle, who, still weeping, nods assent. Jesus embraces his shoulders with one arm and draws him to himself, which increases John's tears, as he is too exhausted and too upset, probably by the fear of being reproached and by the emotion of being treated thus, to be able to do anything but weep. Jesus holds him close to himself without saying anything while he is eating. He then says, "That is enough now. You will have the apples later. I would like to give you some wine, but I have none. The morning of the day before yesterday, I found the faggots and food outside the stable, but there was no wine, so I cannot give you any. If it were later, I could try to get some milk from the shepherds, who I saw pasturing their flock beyond the stream, but they will not bring their flocks out until the frost melts."
"I am already better, Lord. Do not worry about me."
"And what are you worried about, as you look just like a tree whose frost is melting in the sun?" says Jesus, smiling even more brightly and kissing John's forehead.
"Because I am full of remorse, Lord, and yes, let me go. I must speak to you on my knees and ask you to forgive me."
Poor John. The effort, greater than your capability, has really weakened also your intellect. And do you think that I need your words to judge and absolve you?
"Yes, you know everything, I know. But I shall have no peace until I confess my sin, nay, my sins, to you. Let me go. Let me accuse my sins."
All right, speak, if that will give you peace. John falls on his knees and, raising his tearful face, he says,
"I have committed a sin of disobedience, of presumption, and of I do not know whether I am right in saying it. Humanity. But that is certainly my most recent and gravest sin, that grieves me most and makes me understand what a useless servant I am. And even more than that, how selfish and vile I am.
Tears are really washing his face, while Jesus' smile makes his face brighter and brighter. Jesus bends a little over his weeping apostle, and this divine smile is a caress for John's sorrow. But John is so dejected that he is not consoled even by that smile, and he continues.
I disobeyed you. You told us not to separate, whereas I parted at once from my companions, and I scandalized them. I answered back to Judas of Kerioth, who pointed out to me that I was committing a sin. I said, "You did it yesterday. I am doing it today. You did it to get news of your mother. I am doing it to be with the Master and watch over him and defend him. I relied too much on myself because I wanted to do that. I, a poor fool, wanted to defend you. I presumed also because I wanted to imitate you. I said, he will certainly pray and fast. I will do what he does, and for the same intention as his. Instead,
His weeping changes into sobbing, while the confession of the misery of man, of matter, overwhelming the will of the Spirit is uttered by John's lips.
Instead, I slept. I fell asleep at once, and I woke up in broad daylight, and I saw you go to the stream, wash yourself, and come back here. And I realized that they could have captured you without me being ready to defend you. And I wanted to do penance and fast, but I have not been able to do so. Little by little, for fear I should finish it, I ate the little bread I had on the first day. You know that I had nothing else. I was not yet full, and I had finished everything. And the following day I was even more hungry. And last night, the night before last, I slept very little because I was hungry and cold. And last night I did not sleep at all. And this morning I could not resist any longer. And I came because I was afraid of dying of starvation. And that is what hurts me more. That I was not able to keep awake to pray and watch over you, whereas I kept awake because of the pang of hunger. I am a vile, foolish servant, but Punish me, Jesus.
Poor boy. I wish all the world had to shout such sins. But listen, stand up and listen to me, and your heart will be at peace. Did you disobey also Simon of Jonas?
No, Master, I did not. I would never have done that, because you said that we were to be subject to him as if he were our elder brother. But when I said to him, my heart is not happy to see him go away all alone, he replied, you are right, but I cannot go, because I have been ordered to guide you all. You can go, and may God be with you. The others raised their voices, and Judas did so more than the rest. They mentioned disobedience, and they also reproached Simon Peter.
Did they? Be sincere, John.
It is true, Master. It was Judas who reproached Simon and maltreated me. The others only said, the Master ordered us to stay together, and they were saying that to me, not to our head. But Simon replied, God is aware of the purpose of the action, and he will forgive. And the Master will also forgive it, because it is done out of love. And he blessed and kissed me and sent me after you, like that day when you went beyond the lake with Cusa.
So, I do not have to absolve you of that sin.
Because it is too grave?
No, because it does not exist. Come back here, John, beside your master, and listen to the lesson. One must know how to carry out orders with justice and discernment, understanding the spirit of the order, not only the words expressing it. I said, do not separate. You parted from them, so you would have sinned. But previously I had said, be united physically and spiritually, subject to Peter. With those words, I elected my legitimate representative among you, with full faculty to judge and command you. Therefore, whatever Peter has done or will do during my absence is well done. Because as I invested him with the power of guiding you, the Spirit of the Lord that is in me will be also in him, and will advise him in giving those orders required by circumstances, and suggested by the wisdom to the chief apostle for the welfare of everybody. If Peter had said to you, do not go, and you had come just the same, not even the good reason for your action, your wish to follow me out of love to defend me and be with me at the moment of danger would have been sufficient to cancel your sin. Then my forgiveness would have been really necessary. But Peter, your head, said to you, go. Your dutifulness to him justifies you completely. Are you convinced?
Yes, Master.
Have I to absolve you of the sin of presumption? Tell me, without considering that I see your heart. Did you presume to imitate me out of pride, to be able to say, through my own will I overcame the needs of my body, because I can do what I want? Think about it carefully. John ponders. He then says,
No, Lord. If I examine myself carefully, I did not do it for that. I was hoping to be able to do it because I have understood that penance is painful for the body, but it is light for the spirit. I have realized that it is a means of fortifying our weakness and of obtaining so much from God. That is why you do it. That is why I wanted to do it. And I do not think that I am wrong in saying that if you, who are so powerful and so holy, do so, we all, should always do so, if it were always possible, to be less weak and less material. But I was not successful. I am always hungry and so sleepy. And tears begin to stream down his face again, slowly, humbly. A true confession of the limitation of human capability. Well, do you think that also this little misery of the body has been useless? Oh, how you will remember it in future, when you are tempted to be severe and exacting with your disciples and believers. It will appear again in your mind, saying to you, remember that you also yielded to fatigue and hunger. Do not expect the others to be stronger than you. Be a father to your believers, as the Master that morning was a father to you. You could have kept awake quite well and might not have felt hungry after all. But the Lord allowed you to be subject to such needs of the flesh, to make you humble, more and more humble and compassionate towards your fellow creatures. Many cannot tell the difference between temptation and accomplished sin. The former is a trial that gives merit and does not deprive one of grace. The latter is a fall that deprives one of merit and grace. Others cannot tell the difference between natural events and sins, and they have scruples about having sinned, whereas, and it is your case, they have only obeyed good natural laws. By saying good, I distinguish natural laws from unrestrained instincts. So not everything that we now call law of nature is really such and good. All the laws connecting with the human nature that God had given the first parents were good. The need for food, rest, for beverage. Then, animal instincts, intemperance, all kinds of sensuality replaced through the sin the natural laws, and mingled with them, polluting with their immoderateness. That was good. And Satan has kept the fire burning, fostering vices with his temptations. You can now see that it is not a sin to yield to the need for rest and food, whereas debauch, drunkenness, and prolonged idleness are sinful. Neither is the need to get married and procreate sinful. On the contrary, God gave orders to do so, to populate the earth with men. But the act of copulating only to satisfy one's senses is no longer good. Are you convinced also of that? Yes, Master. But tell me one thing. Those who do not want to procreate, do they sin against God's order? You once said that the condition of virginity is good.
It is the most perfect one, as is most perfect the condition of those who, not satisfied with making good use of their wealth, divest themselves completely of it. They are the perfections attainable by a creature, and they will be highly rewarded. 3 are the most perfect things: voluntary poverty, perpetual chastity, absolute obedience in what is not sinful. These 3 things make man like angels, and one is by far the most perfect of them all: to give one's life out of love for God and for one's brothers. That makes the creature like me, because it raises him to absolute love. And he who loves perfectly is like God, is absorbed in and united with God. So be at peace, my beloved John. There is no sin in you, I am telling you. So why are you weeping even more?
Because there is a fault, that I did not come to you when in need, and that I was able to keep awake out of hunger, but not out of love. I will never forgive myself. It will never happen to me again. I will not sleep any more when you are suffering. I will not forget you by falling asleep when you are weeping.
Do not pledge the future, John. Your spirit is willing, but it could still be overwhelmed by the flesh. And you would be deeply and vainly disheartened if you remembered this promise you made, but you could not keep because of the weakness of the flesh. Look, I will now tell you what you ought to say to be at peace, whatever may happen to you. Say with me, I, with the help of God, propose, as far as it will be possible for me, not to yield any more to the heaviness of the flesh, and remain firmly in that decision. And if one day, even against your will, the tired and dejected flesh should defeat your will, then you will say, as you say now, I acknowledge that I am a poor man like all my brothers, and may this help me to mortify my pride. Oh, John, it is not your innocent sleep that can grieve me. Take these. They will help you recover completely. We shall share them together, blessing him who offered them to me. And he takes the apples that are now cooked and very hot, and he gives 3 to John, keeping 3 for himself.
Who gave you them, Lord? Who came to you? Who knew that you were here? I did not hear voices or steps, and yet after the first night, I was awake all the time.
I went out at daybreak. There were faggots of firewood near the entrance and some bread, cheese, and apples on top of them. I did not see anybody, but only certain people could have wished to repeat a pilgrimage and the gesture of love, says Jesus, slowly.
That's true. The shepherds, they did say, we shall be going to the land of David. These are days of remembrance. But why did they not stop?
Why? They worshipped, and
they pitied. They worshipped you and pitied me. They are better than we are.
Yes, they have kept their good will, and their will has become better and better. The gift that God gave them did not become harmful to them. Jesus no longer smiles. He ponders and becomes sad. Then he rouses himself. He looks at John, who is looking at him, and he says, Well, shall we go? Are you no longer exhausted?
No, Master. I may not be very strong, I think, because my limbs are benumbed,
but I think I shall be able to walk." "Let us go then. Go and get your sack, while I put what is left into mine, and let us go. We will take the road that leads us towards the Jordan, in order to avoid Jerusalem." And when John comes back, they set out, retracing the way by which they came, and moving away through the country that the mild December sun is warming up. The poem of the Man God, the third year of the public life, chapter 538, Jesus with John and Manaen, end of the third year, 16th of December, 1946. They are already in the land influenced by the proximity of the Dead Sea, far from tracks for caravans, and they are going straight northeastwards. Apart from the ruggedness of the ground, spread with sharp stones, salt crystals, low thorny grass, they proceed quite well, and above all, peacefully, because there is not a single soul as far as the eye can see. The temperature is mild, and the ground dry. They are chattering to each other. During the previous days, they must have met some shepherds and stayed with them, because they are speaking of them. They are also talking of the boy who has been cured. They proceed thus, peacefully, talking pleasantly to each other. Even when they are silent, they speak to each other with their hearts, as they look at each other with the kind glances of those who are happy to be with a dear friend. They sit down to rest and take some food. They set off again, always with the peaceful appearance that gives peace to my heart only by seeing them. "Gilgal is over there," says Jesus, pointing forward to a group of white houses in the sunshine on a little hill to northeast. "We are now close to the river." "Are we going to Gilgal for the night?" "No, John. I have deliberately avoided all towns, and I am going to avoid this one as well. If we meet a shepherd, we shall stay with him. We shall soon reach the road, and if we see caravans that are going to stop for the night, we shall ask them to receive us under their tents. The nomads of the desert are always hospitable, and we are likely to meet them at this time. If no one gives us hospitality, we shall sleep under the open sky, covered with our mantles, and the angels will watch over us." "Oh, it will always be better than that gloomy night, the last night I had at Bethlehem." "But why did you not come to me at once?" "Because I felt that I was guilty, and I also said, 'Jesus is so kind that he will not scold me. On the contrary, he will comfort me, as you actually did. So what would have happened to the penance I wanted to do?'" "We would have done it together, John." "I was without food and fire as well, in spite of the foodstuffs and wood I found in the morning." "Yes, but when one is with you, nothing matters. When I am with you, I do not suffer for anything. I look at you, I listen to you, and I am happy." "I know, and I also know that in no one my thought is so deeply impressed as in my John. And I also know that you can understand and be quiet when it is necessary to be quiet. You understand me because you love me. John, listen to me. Before long—" "What, Lord?" asks John at once, interrupting him, getting hold of his arm, stopping him to look at him in the face, with frightened, inquisitive eyes, and looking very pale. "Before long I shall have evangelized for 3 years. I have told the crowds what they were to be told. By now, whoever wants to love and follow me has the necessary elements to do so, with certainty. The others, some will be convinced by facts. The majority will turn a deaf ear even to facts. And I still have a few things to say to them, and I will tell them. Because justice also is to be served, not only mercy. So far, mercy has been silent many times and has not said anything about many things. But before becoming silent forever, the Master will speak also with the severity of a judge. But I do not want to speak to you about that. I want to tell you that before long, after I have told the flock what I had to say to make it mine, I will very often withdraw, collecting my thought in prayer and preparation. And when I do not pray, I will devote myself to you all. I will do at the end what I did at the beginning. The women disciples will come. My mother will come. We shall all prepare for Passover. John, as from this moment, I ask you to devote yourself very much to the women disciples, and in particular to my mother. My lord, but what can I give your mother that she does not already possess plentifully, and so plentifully as to have what she can give us all? Your love. Imagine to be a second son for her. She loves you, and you love her. You have one only love uniting you, your love for me. I, the son of her body and of her heart, shall always be more and more absent, engrossed in my occupations, and she will suffer because she knows what is about to happen. You must comfort her also on my behalf. You must become so friendly with her that she may be able to weep on your heart and be consoled. You know my mother. You have lived with her. But there is a difference between doing so as a disciple who loves his master's mother with reverential love and doing it as a son. I want you to do so as a son, that she may suffer a little less when she no longer has me.
Lord, are you going to die? You are speaking like one who is about to die. You are grieving me.
I have told you all several times that I must die. It is just as if I had talked to absent-minded children or to slow-witted people. Yes, I am going to die. I will tell the others as well. But later, I am telling you now. Remember that, John.
I strive to remember your words, always, but this one is so grievous.
That you do everything to forget it? Is that what you mean? Poor boy. It is not you who forget. It is not you who remember. You with your will. It is your very humanity that cannot remember this thing that is so much greater than its capability of endurance. The thing that is too great, and you do not even know exactly how great it will be and how monstrous. So great that it stuns you like a weight falling on your head from a height. And yet it is so. I shall die soon, and my mother will be left alone. I shall die with a drop of sweetness in my ocean of sorrow, if I see you as a son for my mother.
Oh, my lord, if I am able, And if it does not happen to me as in Bethlehem, I will do so. I will watch with the heart of a son. What can I give her to comfort her if she loses you? What shall I be able to give her if I also am like one who has lost everything and has become insane with sorrow? How shall I be able if I could not keep awake and suffer now, in the present calm, for one night, and because of a little hunger? How shall I manage?
Do not get excited. You must pray very much during this period. I will keep you a good deal with me, and with my mother. John, you are our peace, and you will be so even then. Be not afraid, John. Your love will do everything.
Oh, Lord, keep me with you as much as possible. You know that I am not anxious to appear or to work miracles. I want, and I can, only love.
Jesus kisses his forehead again, towards his temple, as he did in the grotto. They are in sight of the road that runs towards the river. There are some pilgrims who goad their mounts or quicken their paces to be in their resting places before night. But they are all muffled up because, as the sun has set, the air has become very cold, and no one notices the two wayfarers who are striding towards the river. A horseman, at a steady trot, almost at a gallop, overtakes them and stops after a few meters, where some little donkeys have obstructed the road near a little bridge across a large stream that gives itself the air of a torrent and flows, foaming towards the Jordan or the Dead Sea. While awaiting his turn to cross it, the horseman turns round and makes a gesture of surprise. He dismounts, and holding the horse by the reins, he goes back towards Jesus and John, who have not noticed him.
Master, how come you are here, and all alone with John?
Asks the horseman, throwing back the edge of his headgear that he had pulled over his face like a hood, and I would say also as a mask to protect himself from the wind and the dust. The swarthy, virile face of Manaen appears. Peace to you, Manaen. I am going towards the river to cross it, but I doubt whether I shall be able to do so before night falls. And where were you going?
To Machaerus, to the filthy den. Have you some place where to sleep? Come with me. I was hastening towards a hotel on the track of the caravans. Or, if you prefer, I will put up the tent under the trees on the bank. I have everything on the saddle.
I prefer the tent, but you certainly prefer the hotel.
I prefer you, my lord. I consider this meeting you a grace. Let us go. I know the banks of the river like the corridors of my house. At the foot of the Gilgal hill, there is a wood sheltered from the winds, rich in grass for the horse, and in woods for fires for men. We shall be comfortable.
They walk away fast, turning decidedly eastwards, departing from the road to the ford or to Jericho. They soon reach the edge of a thick wood that spreads from the slopes of the hill along the plain towards the embankment.
I am going to that house. They know me. I will ask for some milk and straw for all of us,
says Manaen, going away on his horse, and he soon comes back with two men carrying bundles of straw on their shoulders and a little copper pail of milk. They go into the wood without speaking. Manaen orders the two men to spread the straw on the ground and then dismisses them. He takes a tinderbox out of the saddle pockets and lights a fire with the many dry branches lying on the ground. The fire cheers them and warms them. The pot, placed on 2 stones carried there by John, warms up, while Manaen, after unsaddling the horse, puts up the tent of soft camel hair, tying it to 2 poles driven into the ground and fixing it to the robust trunk of an age-old tree. He lays on the grass a sheepskin that was also tied to the saddle. He places the saddle on it and says, "Come, master, it is a shelter for horsemen of the desert, but it protects from the dew and from the dampness of the ground. Straw is quite enough for us. And I can assure you, master, that the precious carpets and canopies, the chairs of the royal palaces are less, much less beautiful than this throne of yours, than this tent and this straw, and the rich food that I have several times tasted, never had the flavor of the bread and milk that we shall relish under this tent. I am happy, master." "I am happy too, Manon, and the same certainly applies to John. Providence has gathered us together this evening for our reciprocal joy."
"This evening, master, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, until I know that you are safe among your apostles. I imagine that you are going to join them?"
"Yes, I am going to join them. They are waiting for me at Solomon's house." Manon looks at him. Then he says,
"I came through Jerusalem, and I heard from Bethany, and I understood why you did not stop there. You are quite right in withdrawing. Jerusalem is a body full of poison and putrefaction, more so than poor Lazarus."
"Did you see him?"
"Yes, I did. He is afflicted with the tortures of his body and those of his heart, because of you. He is dying a very sad death. But I would rather die myself than see the sin of our fellow countrymen."
"Was the town in a state of ferment?" asks John, who is watching the fire.
"Very much so. Divided into 2 parties. And what is strange, the Romans have been merciful towards some people arrested for sedition on the previous day. It is secretly whispered that it was done to avoid increasing the ferment. They also say that the proconsul will soon be coming to Jerusalem, before the usual time. I do not know whether it is a good thing or not. I know that Herod will certainly imitate him, and that will certainly be a good thing as far as I am concerned, because I shall be able to be close to you, with a good horse, and Antipas's stables have some very fast Arab horses. It will take no time to go from town to the river. If you are going to stop there."
"Yes, I am, at least, for the time being." John brings the warm milk, into which each dips his bread after Jesus has offered and blessed it. Manon offers some dates as golden as honey. "Where did you have all these things?" asks John in amazement.
"The saddle of a horseman is a little market, John. There is everything for the rider and for the horse,"
replies Manon with a frank smile on his swarthy face. He thinks for a moment, and then he asks,
"Master, is it lawful to love the animals that serve us, and very often do so more loyally than man?"
"Why that question?"
"Because I was recently derided and reproached by some people who saw me cover with the blanket that is now turned into our tent my horse, wet with perspiration after a race."
"And did they not say anything else?" Manon looks at Jesus disconcertedly and is silent. "Speak frankly. You do not backbite anybody or offend me by telling me what they said to throw more filth at me."
"Master, you know everything. You really know everything. and it is useless to conceal our thought and those of our people from you. Yes, they said to me, 'One can see that you are a disciple of that Samaritan. You are a heathen like him who infringes the Sabbaths to become unclean by touching unclean animals.'"
"Oh, that was certainly Ishmael," exclaims John.
"Yes, and those who were with him. And I replied, 'I would understand you if you said that I am unclean, because I live at Antipas's court, not because I take care of an animal created by God.' As in their group, there were also some Herodians, which has become obvious for some time, and it is very amazing, because previously they were in utter disagreement. They replied to me, 'We are not judging Antipas's actions, but yours. Also, John the Baptist was at Machaerus and was in touch with the king, but he remained just. You instead are an idolater.' As people were gathering around us, I controlled myself, as I did not want to excite the people of the city. In fact, for some time they have been roused by some false followers of yours, who incite the people to rebel against those who oppose you, and also by others who commit abuse of power, saying that they are your disciples and are sent by you."
"That's too much, Master. What will they come to?"
John asks excitedly. "They will not be able to go beyond the limit. I alone will proceed beyond that limit. The light will shine, and no one will be able to doubt any more that I was the Son of God. Come here near me and listen, but add some wood to the fire first." The two are very happy to throw themselves on the thick sheepskin spread on the ground under the feet of Jesus, who is sitting on the scarlet saddle against the tent, fastened to the trunk of the tree. Manon is almost lying down, one elbow pressed against the ground, his head resting on his hand, looking at Jesus. John sits on his heels, leaning his head on Jesus' chest, embracing him with one arm in his usual posture. When God created the world, and man, created in his image and likeness, was made its king, he showed all the creatures to man and wanted him to give a name to each of them, in order to be able to tell one from the other. And we read in Genesis that each name given by Adam was good and was its true name. And also in Genesis we read that God, after creating man and woman, said, "Let us make man in our image and likeness, that he may be the master of the fish of the sea, of the birds of heaven, of the cattle, of all the earth, and of the reptiles that crawl on the earth." And when God created woman, Adam's helpmate, like him made in the image and likeness of God, as it was not convenient that temptation, lying in wait, should tempt the male, created in the image of God, and corrupt him even more obscenely, God said to man and woman, "Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth and conquer it, and be masters of the fish of the sea, of the birds of heaven, and of all living animals on the earth." And he also said, "See, I give you all the seed-bearing plants that are on the earth, and all the trees with seed-bearing fruit, that they may serve as food for you, and for all the animals of the earth, and for the birds of heaven, and for everything that moves on the earth, and has in itself a living soul, that they may live." The animals and plants and everything the Creator made to be useful to man are a gift of love and the patrimony committed to the care of his children by the Father, so that they may use it with profit and gratitude to the giver of all providence. Therefore, they are to be loved and treated with proper care. What would you say of a son, to whom the Father gave clothes, furniture, money, fields, houses, saying, I give you all this for yourself and your successors, that you may have what will make you happy. Use it with love, in memory of my love that gives it to you. If they allowed everything to be destroyed, or they squandered all their wealth, you would say that they did not honor their Father, that they did not love him or his gift. Likewise, man must take care of what God, with providential love, has placed at his disposal. Care does not mean idolatry or immoderate affection for animals or plants or anything else. Care means feeling of compassion and gratitude for the minor things that serve us and have a life of their own. That is their sensitivity. The living soul of inferior creatures mentioned by Genesis is not the same as the soul of man. It is life, simply life, that is, being sensitive to real things, both material and emotional. When an animal dies, it becomes insensitive because death is its real end. There is no future for it. But while it lives, it suffers cold, hunger, fatigue. It is subject to injuries, to pain, to joy, to love, to hatred, to diseases, and to death. And man, in remembrance of God who gave him such means to make his exile on the earth less difficult, must be humane towards animals, his inferior servants. In the Mosaic Book, is it not prescribed to have feelings of humanity towards animals, whether they are birds or quadrupeds? I solemnly tell you that the works of the Creator are to be contemplated with justice. If one looks at them with justice, one sees that they are good, and good things are to be always loved. We see that they are given for a good purpose and out of an impulse of love. And as such, we can and must love them, seeing beyond the finite being, the infinite being who created them for us. One sees that they are useful and are to be loved as such. Nothing, bear this in mind, was made without a purpose in the universe. God does not waste his perfect power in useless things. This blade of grass is not less useful than the mighty trunk to which our temporary shelter is fastened. The drop of dew, the little pearl of the frost, are just as useful as the immense sea. A midge is as useful as the elephant, and the worm that lives in the mud is not less useful than a whale. There is nothing useless in creation. God made everything with a good aim and with love for man. Man must use everything with upright purpose and with love for God, who gave him everything on the earth, that it may be subject to the King of creation. You said, Manaen, that animals often serve man better than men do. I say that animals, plants, minerals, elements exceed man in obeying by passively following the laws of creation, or actively following the instinct instilled by the Creator, or surrendering to become tamed for the purpose for which they were created. Man, who should be the pearl of creation, is too often the ugly thing in creation. He should be the note most in harmony with the heavenly chorus in praising God, whereas he is too often the dissonant note that curses or blasphemes or rebels or dedicates his song to praise creatures instead of the Creator. It is therefore idolatry, offense, filth, and that is a sin. So be at peace, Manan. To have compassion for a horse that has become wet with perspiration serving you is not a sin. The tears one makes one fellow creatures shed, and the uncontrolled love that offends God, who is worthy of all the love of man, are sins. But do I commit sin by staying with Antipas? Why do you stay there? To have a good time?
No, master, to watch over you. You know, that is why I was going there just now, because I know that they sent messengers to Herod to incite him against you.
Then there is no sin. Would you prefer to be with me, sharing my poverty of life?
Are you asking me? I said so at the beginning. This night, under the tent, the poor food we have relished has no comparison as far as I am concerned. Oh, if it were not necessary to be close to their den to listen to the hisses of snakes, I would stay with you. I have understood the truth of your mission. I made a mistake one day. It served me to make me understand, and I will no longer leave justice.
See, nothing is useless. Error also, for those tending to the good, is a means of achieving the good. An error falls off like the case of a chrysalis, and out comes a butterfly that is not misshapen, does not stink, does not crawl, but flies seeking chalices of flowers and sunbeams. Good souls are also like that. They may allow themselves to be enveloped by miseries and difficulties for a moment. Then they free themselves and fly from flower to flower, from virtue to virtue, towards perfection. Let us praise the Lord for his works of continuous mercy that are active, also unknown to man, in the heart of man and around him. And Jesus prays on his knees, because the low, limited tent does not allow any other posture. Then, after kindling the fire in front of the tent and hobbling the horse, they prepare for the night and make arrangements to watch by turns the fire and the animal, on which Manan throws the heavy fleece as a mantle to protect it from the night chill. Jesus and Manan lie down on the straw and cover themselves with their mantles to go to sleep. John, who is afraid of falling asleep, walks up and down outside the tent, adding wood to the fire and watching the horse, which regards him with its intelligent dark eyes and stamps its hooves rhythmically, shaking its head, making the silver chains of the trappings jingly, and crushing aromatic stems of wild fennel growing at the foot of the tree to which it is tied. And as John offers it some, which are most beautiful and have come up a little farther away, it neighs with satisfaction and tries to rub its soft pinkish nostrils on the apostle's neck. From afar, in the dead silence of the night, the calm rustling noise of the river is heard. Jesus says, "And also the 3rd year of my public life has come to its end. Now comes the preparatory period for my passion. That is the period in which everything seems confined to few actions and few people. It almost decries my figure and my mission. In actual fact, he who seemed defeated and rejected was the hero getting ready for his apotheosis, and around him were concentrated and elevated to this highest peak, not people, but the passions of people. Everything that preceded and that, in certain episodes, perhaps seemed aimless to ill-disposed or superficial readers, is now illuminated by its gloomy or bright light. Particularly the most important figures, those that many will not admit are useful to know, just because they contain the lesson for the present masters, who more than ever are to be instructed to become true masters of the Spirit. As I said to John and Manaen, nothing of what God does is useless, not even a thin blade of grass. Thus nothing is superfluous in this work, neither the magnificent figures nor the weak and gloomy ones. On the contrary, the weak and gloomy figures are more useful to the masters of the Spirit than the perfected and heroic ones. As from the height of a mountain, near its summit, it is possible to take in the whole structure of the mountain and the reasons for the existence of woods, torrents, meadows and slopes, to reach the peak from the plain. And one can see all the beauty of the sight, and is more deeply convinced that the works of God are all useful and wonderful, and that one serves and completes another, and they are all present to form the beauty of creation. Thus, always with regard to those whose spirits are righteous, all the different figures, episodes, lessons of these 3 years of my life spent in evangelizing, contemplated from the height of the summit of my work as a master, serve to give the right view of that complex which is political, religious, social, collective, spiritual, selfish, to the extent of being criminal, or unselfish to the point of sacrifice, in which complex I was a master, and in which I became the Redeemer. The grandiosity of a drama is not seen in one scene, but in all its parts. The figure of the protagonist emerges from the different lights by which secondary parts illuminate it. We are now close to the summit, and the summit was the sacrifice for which I became incarnate. And as all the most secret feelings of hearts and all the intrigues of sects have been disclosed, we can only do what the wayfarer does when he reaches the summit. That is, to look at everything and everybody, to become acquainted with the Jewish world, to know what I was, the man above senses, selfishness, hatred, the man who had to be tempted by all sorts of people to take vengeance, to seek power, to wish for the honest delights of marriage and family life. The man who had to put up with everything living in the world and suffer by it. because infinite was the distance between the imperfection and sin of the world and my perfection. The man who replied no to all the voices, to all the allurements, to all the reactions of the world, of Satan and of my human ego. And I remained pure, loyal, merciful, humble, obedient, even to death on a cross. Will all this be understood by modern society, to which I grant this knowledge of myself, to strengthen it against the more and more powerful attacks of Satan and the world? Also nowadays, as 20 centuries ago, those to whom I reveal myself will contradict one another. Once again, I am the sign that is rejected, but not with regard to myself, but with regard to what I stir up in them. Good people, those of goodwill, will have the good reactions of the shepherds and of humble people. The others will react in a wicked manner, like the scribes, the Pharisees, the Sadducees and priests of those days. One gives what one has. A good person who comes in touch with wicked people provokes a surge of greater wickedness in them, and judgment will be passed on men as it was done on Good Friday, according to how they have judged, accepted, and followed the Master, who, with a fresh attempt of infinite mercy, has made himself known once again. How many people's eyes will open, and how many will acknowledge me, saying it is he? That is why our hearts burned within us, as he talked and explained the scriptures to us. My peace to them and to you, my little, faithful, loving John.